Hello and welcome back to Unbound Soul Tarot. My name is Helen and I am thrilled to welcome you to another reading with me. So this time we are going to do a bit of a long-term reading, or we are going to be looking at 2024 for you, see what this year has in store for you, what is the major theme for you this year that you are going to be either dealing with or you are going to be experiencing, or when you are looking back at the end of the year, what is the sort of key word or most important thing really that you are going to remember from this year. And also we're going to look at each quarter of the year more closely as well with tarot cards. So hopefully it's going to be a very, very interesting reading, and one that is packed with insightful information for you. But we have quite a few piles to choose from today, and we have all of these different decks that you get to choose from, and basically you can just go off of the piles, or you can also go off of the gemstones that are attached to these piles. But these decks, or the specific deck that you end up choosing, is the one that I'm going to be using in your reading. So let's go through all of them. First, for pile number 1, we have the Fountain Tarot, a tried and true. And if you are not new to my channel, you may have seen me use this deck quite a few times. So that's what this looks like. And it is also accompanied by a Unakite gemstone. So hopefully, I know that these, they're a bit tiny, so sometimes the camera doesn't really pick them up, but hopefully you'll be able to see. So there we go. For pile number 2, we have the Moonchild Tarot. Again, one of those decks that you may have seen me use quite a few times. Now, this is a very, very bright, or the deck is, the back of the deck is very, very bright. So again, it might not pick it up all that well because of the gold gilding, or, the gold elements. And for pile number 2, we have the Desert Rose. Hopefully you saw that okay. So for pile number 3, we have one of my more recent decks, the This Might Hurt Tarot. Again, very reflective, so I'm sorry about that, if you can't see it all that well. But there you go. And for pile number 3, we have Amazonite. And moving on to pile number 4, we have the Tarot of Mystical Moments. Again, very reflective, and this is also very pale, so I don't know how well you'll be able to see the patterning on this back, but there we go. And this one comes with a Serpentine gemstone. Again, I don't know how well it's focusing, but I think there we go. And finally, for pile number 5, we have a deck that I haven't used in ages, but this is the Tattoo Tarot. So there we go. And this one comes with a Sphalerite gemstone. I don't know whether you'll be able to see it better this way. Anyway, okay, I did my best with the gemstones there. So these are the piles that you get to choose from. And yeah, I have already prepared the oracle section over here, as you can see. So I'm gonna leave you here to choose when you feel ready or when you feel called to a specific deck or pile. You can go down into the description box or the comment section down below, find the timestamp that you need, and jump straight to your reading. And as always, if you are struggling with choosing a specific pile, what I always say is you can watch as many as you like, but just, you know, bear in mind that as it is a general reading, there may be one specific pile that resonates with you the most, and then there may be some tidbits of additional information that resonates with you in another pile as well. But most likely there's going to be one pile that sort of stands out to you the most, or, you know, resonates with your circumstances the most. So yeah, I will leave it up to your discernment to see what resonates and what doesn't. And of course, as always, don't try to force anything to fit. If I'm talking about something and you don't really recognize it in your own life, or it doesn't sound like this is something that you could potentially be experiencing, then, you know, just leave it. Don't try and force anything, okay? But yeah, that's it. So I'm gonna leave you here to choose, and whenever you are ready, I will see you in your reading. Hello, pile number 1, and welcome to your reading. So let's just jump straight into it. You chose the Unakite stone as well as the Fountain Tarot, and we are going to be looking into that in just a bit. We are first going to jump into these oracle cards over here, and these are going to give us the major theme of 2024 for you. So let's see what it is. Okay, the first card that we have is Sagittarius. Okay, I don't know how well it's focusing, how well you'll be able to see it. The text is quite small on these cards. We also have number 7 with the Chipmunk and Laurel, Success. Again, the text is quite small, so I don't know how well you'll be able to see it, but there we go. Ooh, okay, we then have, I can't pronounce French, and this is a French Lenormand deck, but this card is the Ring with number 25, again reducing down to 7, so you have 2 7s at this time. Next, we have number 15, which reduces down to 6. And this one is the Deer and Oat with Healing. And finally, we have number 23, which reduces down to 5. And this one is Willow. Okay, so as always, I'm just going to take some time to feel my way through the energy, and then we will talk about these cards. So pile number 1, I am loving the energy off of these cards. I have to say, I feel like 2024 is going to be quite a significant year for you, and I feel like it's going to be one of those years where when you look back on this year, you will feel like that was the year where you went through a huge turning point, or something majorly significant happened that like changed the course of your life, or just where you felt like you leveled up in some way, where you felt like you achieved something significant, something that you may have always been dreaming of, or where you just felt like you made, you know, leaps towards your dream life, really. Because there are some amazing energies here. I mean, let's start with the most obvious ones. We have this chipmunk and laurel energy with success. And we also have this ring Lenormand card as well. So let's talk about the ring card in the Lenormand for a sec. This card symbolizes like commitment, or, you know, obviously because you can see quite evidently from the design of this card, it very often symbolizes a wedding ring, or at least that's what it's depicted like. But the meaning behind it is like long-term commitment, stability, things or situations that make you feel safe, or something that lasts for a long time. So it's almost like this agreement, or yeah, it can also talk about a contract as well. I mean, just stating the obvious, like if someone out there watching this reading right now is engaged, then it could be that this is the year that you get married. But, you know, or if you are in a sort of a high commitment or high level commitment relationship already, this could be the year where you get proposed to, potentially. But only, like, of course, if it's something that you are interested in and something that you want. Because with the success and the Sagittarius energy here, this is something that this is like optimistic, and this is something that makes you happy. So if, you know, marriage is not something that you are looking for, and it's not something that you believe in or that you want for yourself, then this message is not going to most likely resonate for you. But if we look past the sort of the obvious wedding and marriage theme here, it just feels like this year you are going to experience some sort of situation that brings you a lot of excitement and happiness. I mean, again, with the success card, especially right next to this Sagittarius energy, it makes me think that like this year you may find that things sort of work out for you or work in your favor a lot more easily than they have in the past. Sagittarius is one of those signs in the zodiac that is ruled by Jupiter. The other sign ruled by Jupiter is Pisces. And both of those cards, therefore, are associated with like optimism and sort of, you know, being like more romantic towards life. I feel like with the Sagittarius energy, this is sort of just saying that I feel like this year you are going to be experiencing some really cool adventures as well, things that you possibly haven't dared to do before, or that you maybe haven't even thought of. Something that sort of breaks you out of your mold a bit as well. Because Sagittarius is an energy of exploration. It's one of those signs that dares to go where others do not. And they have a very vivid imagination and are wanting to explore and see what is out there, what life has to offer to them. They want to experience life to the fullest. Again, it's a very optimistic sign, especially because of Jupiter, that sort of brings that sense of encouragement and brings that sort of bold and daring energy to them, that they just believe within their core that things are always going to work out for them and that they are going to succeed, right? So with the success card right next to it, I mean, this is the universe saying pretty much that this is the year where you can try things that you haven't dared to try before, and do so with more confidence than ever before. Because you are supported, because sort of luck is on your side this year. And I also feel that there are going to be certain sort of experiences or situations that you go through this year that help you to start seeing things from a whole different point of view, especially with these two cards. We have this healing card, right, over here with the deer, and we had this willow card, and the willow card talks about flexibility and adaptability. So this is about sort of like changing your mindset or changing your views, especially regarding something that you may have experienced disappointment with in the past, or just something that didn't really work out for you the way that you had hoped, something that left you feeling disenchanted with life. That's the word that sort of popped into my head. So I feel like whatever this thing was for you that caused you disappointment, or made you go through a sense of loss, or just, you know, some of these more negative feelings that made you feel hurt and pain, I feel like you are going to see how things can sort of work out for you, possibly in a different way. Or maybe when you go through certain experiences this year, you are finally able to see why some of the things that you experienced in the past didn't work out the way that you wanted them to, what that situation was actually good for, or why you were, you know, led through those experiences, and what you were supposed to sort of arrive at instead. So that's what I feel like, this flexibility. That's why this willow card, I feel like, is here, or what this willow card is saying here, that, you know, you are going to start seeing things in a way that makes you understand the past a bit better, and makes you have an easier time making peace with some of those things that may still be sort of weighing heavy on you, or may have left you, you know, feeling a bit hurt. Because the Sagittarius energy is also talking about beliefs and sort of your values, or like your life philosophy as well. It can talk more broadly about that. So I feel like these experiences that you're going to go through this year, and this stroke of good luck that you have, I feel like it's going to change the way that you see the world, and it's going to alter your mindset about a lot of things. And I also just got the word tangible in my head when I was looking at the ring card here. So this success, whatever this is, I feel like it's going to bring tangible results for you. It's going to actually materialize into something that you can, you know, see and experience firsthand. It's so what I'm trying to say is it's not just one of those things where, you know, you have success as a form of people, I don't know, recognizing you, or saying that, you know, you have done such a good job, or they are so proud of you, or something like that. It's not that. I mean, it can accompany the success that you are experiencing this year, but I do feel very strongly with this ring card that you are going to be seeing this leveling up energy that you're going to experience this year in a physical, tangible form. Okay? So, yeah, I'm really liking this for you, pile number one. Honestly, this is some amazing, amazing energy. But let's now move on to the tarot portion, and let's see what will each quarter of the year bring for you. Now, obviously, because we are already in the month of February, the first quarter of the year is already on its way, and yeah, so that may be the energy that you are, you know, already seeing, or that's something that you are you have somewhat experienced in January, or some, you know, it could be something that is already sort of present for you, or it could be something that is happening more so, you know, in March or somewhere in that time frame. But anyway, we will look at all 4 quarters of the year and see what details come out for you. Okay, so let's jump into these cards. There's quite a lot to unpack here. Now, I do have to say, looking at this whole energy of the year or all of these quarters, it feels like quite a roller coaster ride, honestly. But I don't want you to be like worried or scared or anything, even though we do have some more like serious or bad cards. You know, some people deem some cards in tarot to be bad or negative, when in truth, like, it's not quite as black and white as that, okay? Even the bad cards have like good or useful properties to them, or there's a good reason why they are a part of the tarot. So let's just jump into the first quarter of the year. Now, we have these three cards that you got for January, February, and March. So the first card out is the Page of Wands. Now, again, these cards are quite bright, so you know what? Let me try and turn this down a bit. There we go. Okay, hopefully you'll be able to see it better now. I'm hoping it's not too dark, but you know, anyway. So this is the Page of Wands. We also got the Two of Cups reversed. And we got the Nine of Swords reversed. We love seeing the Nine of Swords reversed most of the time. And especially for you, in this reading, we love seeing it reversed. So the energy that I'm feeling with these cards is that it feels like, honestly, it feels like there is quite a lot of like this healing energy that I was talking about. I feel like quite a lot of it is coming through at the beginning of the year for you, or in the first half of the year. Because with the Two of Cups reversed and the Nine of Swords reversed, this to me feels like past issues or past pain that you have experienced when it comes to relationships, or what, and I'm not just talking about like romantic relationships, I'm talking of all types of relationships that we have in our lives with people. So these can be friendships, these can be familial relationships, these can be relationships with your children, right? So all these different types of relationships where we deal with other people. It feels like there have been some experiences in the past with like one-to-one relationships, intimate relationships where you have had this certain closeness to someone that hasn't ended too well, and that has left you scarred in some way. Like with the Nine of Swords especially, this is talking of some sort of fears or anxieties that are ruling this area of life for you. Now, because these are coming out in reverse, or specifically the Nine of Swords coming out in reverse, this is telling me that some of these fears are starting to dissipate, especially because of this Page of Wands energy here. So the Page of Wands is a super positive and, again, optimistic, enthusiastic energy. Very much tying me back to this Sagittarius energy. This just feels like a new breath of life, or something that is just bringing joy, something that is bringing new opportunities, new possibilities. Now, because, you know, we're talking about the first quarter, and especially like January and February, those tend to be more like quiet months for a lot of people, you know, where sort of everyone is still trying to get accustomed to a new year, and it's still very much that like wintry energy where there isn't that much energy, or there isn't that much happening, and it's just more of that like quiet reflective time. But then, you know, when we get to March and when we get to more of that springy energy, that's when new enthusiasm and a new, again, breath of life starts to emerge for a lot of people. So I feel like that is very much the theme for you, pile number one. I feel like it is this sort of smooth or quiet easing into this 2024. Sorry, hopefully this is a bit better because I felt like it was flickering, so it was, you know, distracting me. But anyway, I feel like there is a nice sort of transition period into the year for you where I feel like you have quite a lot of opportunities to focus on the things that like bring you joy, or it's like this childlike energy that just makes you feel good. So I feel like whatever this Page of Wands is for you specifically, whether you are, you know, starting a new hobby, or whether you have started a new hobby, or whether you have started to socialize more, especially if this relationship situation took place last year or quite recently, and you may still be like feeling the effects of it. If that is still very much in the air for you, so to say, it could be that in the first 3 months you are just focusing on like the most simple things in life, the easier, the things that like bring you simple joys and simple pleasures. So again, it could just be like hanging out with your friends more, or just, you know, exercising more, or looking after your own well-being and doing things that bring you a sense of joy, pretty much. Focusing on those things that make you feel good. And because the Page of Wands is very often a card of like communication as well, it could be that like someone reaches out to you, someone that you maybe haven't spoken to in a long time. Now, I'm not saying that it, you know, that it's an ex or something like that. You know, if this is something that you are looking for, and this is something that is like realistic to happen, then, you know, take it as it resonates. But I'm not really feeling like an ex energy as much. I'm just feeling like just someone, like maybe a long lost friend or something like that, or someone that you used to go to school with, or even like a family member that you've possibly gotten quite like estranged from, or maybe estranged is a bit of a harsh word, but just like someone that you haven't really spoken to in a while. It could be that someone like reaches out to you, and that also helps to mend this sense of like, you know, people disappointing you, or relationships being super hard and taking a lot out of you, and all those types of more like heavy energies that I feel with the Nine of Swords that seem to be something that you relate to relationships. So yeah, I feel like there is a sense of like ease when it comes to that topic. And I also feel like there's like a slight reprogramming that starts to happen, or where you start being more hopeful regarding relationships again, and hopeful of what like future relationships could bring you, starting to see that like not every relationship that you get into is going to be a repetition of what you have experienced in the past, you know? So it's almost like this sense of freeing yourself from past relationship baggage and starting new encounters from like a clear or clean slate. So I kind of almost feel this sense of, you know, with this flexibility and this healing card that, you know, we got for your major theme, I feel like there could be a sense of flexibility that happens for you when it comes to like committed or long-term serious relationships. It could be that, again, like this is more of a specific message, and it's most likely not going to resonate for all of you, or maybe even a lot of you, but it just feels like if you are someone who, because of past disappointments, feel like commitment is something that you dread, or commitment is something that you have been avoiding, this year it could very well be that that part of you is healed, or you make some very massive steps in that direction of like letting those fears go. And so commitment is something that you start seeing in a different way, or possibly even like marriage is something that you start seeing in a different way. And it could be that it could become like an option for you, or something that you might start considering once those sort of past hurts or old ways of thinking about relationships, once those start changing for you. So yeah, this Page of Wands just makes me feel really, really good. And I feel like there is a lot of baggage being shed, and there is a lot of just like new and hopeful energy coming out that is, as I said, like gently easing you into this year. And so this is actually quite a good little preparatory energy that I feel that you are in at the beginning of the year. But I actually, you know what, I actually do want to clarify before we move on to the second quarter. I just want to look at the Two of Cups reversed, and I want to look at the Page of Wands. So let's start with the Two of Cups reversed. Let's see what the Two of Cups reversed symbolizes. Okay. We have another Nine of Swords. So yeah, clearly this is just talking about relationships. The Empress is at the bottom. Yeah, so this feels like relationships. Most likely it is romantic in nature because of the Venus association here with the Empress. I am getting more of a romantic note here, so yeah, just take it as it resonates though. But obviously this Two of Cups reversed is something that has caused you a lot of strife and a lot of headaches and a lot of anxiety, and just, you know, that has made you fearful of commitment, and that has made you fearful of being vulnerable and opening up to another person, especially with the Empress card. Oh, and at the bottom behind that we have the Emperor. Yeah, so clearly this is some sort of like high level relationship, and it seems that you have experienced some quite heavy stuff with that. But let's look at the Page of Wands. Actually, you know what? I'm going to leave it out, but let's look at the Page of Wands. Can you please clarify the Page of Wands in the first quarter of the year? The Page of Wands. Okay, we have the Three of Coins reversed, and we have the Ace of Swords at the bottom of the deck. Yeah, so this is like the Three of Coins reversed specifically. This is something like, as I said, it could be someone that you used to hang out with quite a lot, or this is something, you know, this could be a person, like if this is a person reaching out to you because, oh, and look at that. Behind that, we have the Page of Wands again. So the Ace of Swords, which was at the bottom of the deck, it can indicate like clear communication as well, or new piece of information coming in. So with the Three of Coins in reverse, this could indicate like an old colleague, an old friend, or an old schoolmate, or again, it could be like an old partner as well. But with the Three of Coins, it's just that type of energy of like, you know, working together with people, or needing to accommodate other people's needs as well, or other people's input, and sort of, you know, learning to do the whole like teamwork thing. But so yeah, this could really talk about like a work setting, or a relationship setting. Take it as it resonates. But yeah, I feel like this Page of Wands is just like, as I said, it could be someone reaching out to you from the past, or that, you know, that you've lost touch with, or it could be just like, again, with the Ace of Swords, it could also be that, you know, you make a clear-cut decision to like change something around, and break out of like a more of a stale energy, because the Three of Coins reversed can also suggest like no progress being made, or just, you know, there's a bit of like a timeout or a delay to moving forward with plans. So yeah, this is kind of what I feel like for the first quarter of the year for you. And hopefully it made sense. But let's move on to the second quarter of the year for you, which has most likely the most distressing cards, or you know, if you are familiar with tarot, then I'm sure that some of you may have gotten a bit alarmed. But let's go through all of these cards. We have the Six of Swords as the first card out. We then had the Ten of Swords. This is the one that most people are afraid of. And we also have the Five of Wands. So these three cards talking about April, May and June. So the second quarter of the year. Now, I do have to say, I feel like this flexibility card, right, which talked about being adaptable and sort of changing your perception or changing your views, learning to see things from a different point of view. This could very well happen for you in the second quarter of the year or during these months. So that was April, May or June. And I'm saying this because I feel like that is the month that you are going to be sort of put in a position, or you know, you're going to experience things that may like trigger you, or that may put you in a position where someone like challenges or opposes the way that you see things and wants to like make you see things from their perspective. Like, I mean, the Five of Wands is not necessarily like, again, it's not necessarily a bad card. It doesn't always indicate like aggression. It can just talk about like disagreements and not really having a clear focus, because there is someone who wants one thing and then there is someone who wants something else. And so the ultimate vision is not unified, you know? There are too many sort of opinions being thrown on the board, and then, you know, there's no clear direction of what to do or what moves to make or which direction to follow. So we have the Six of Swords and the Ten of Swords. Now, I do feel like the sort of the catalyst for this changing of mindset or changing of opinion is going to happen as a result of this Five of Wands. So be prepared to, you know, to encounter a situation where someone is not going to agree with you, or where someone is going to say something that makes you say or do, because this is Wands energy, so this is action, right? So, you know, because we have the Swords energy and the Wands energy, it's most likely to be a combination of those things. So someone is likely to do and say something that like throws you off balance a bit, that is contradictory to how you see and do things. But again, I feel like this is a good thing, because this is going to open you up to a new way of seeing things. It's going to broaden your mindset. And especially with the Ten of Swords being here, I feel like this new mindset that is going to be sort of brought to your attention is something that is going to liberate you from a way of thinking that has possibly actually worked against you, or that has kept you restricted, or that has limited you in some way. Because the Ten of Swords is a card of being debilitated, or being, you know, so run down with thoughts that they are not actually healthy for you. The Ten of Swords is very clearly an energy of like, it can be an energy of like a rock bottom, or something rather drastic like that. But in your case, I don't actually feel it as dramatically as that. I just feel like it's a way of thinking that isn't actually serving your highest good, that is keeping you in a more like pessimistic and in a place of like, again, restriction and limitation, like not allowing you to experience certain things, or keeping yourself from certain experiences. because of the way that you believe things to be. And with the Six of Swords, this is a clear like transition or a moving in a new direction. And because again, these are both swords cards, these are talking about the way that you perceive things, your thought processes, and just, you know, how your mind works generally. And as we all know, thoughts are very powerful things, because thoughts become reality. The way that you see things, that also affects the way that you do things and the choices that you end up making. So if you change your mindset, you can change your whole life and the course of your life. And so I feel like that's really what is happening here. You sort of moving things along in a direction that is actually going to work for you a lot better, and that is going to open you up to like new perceptions. And I also want to mention that in between these two cards, because these two cards came out together or side by side, there is a Four of Swords between these two cards. And the Four of Swords is a card of like meditation, or just sort of taking yourself out of the fray of daily life so that you could really make sense of like your truth, or what you actually feel and think and want, and all of those things. It's like the search of clarity that happens in the Four of Swords, just letting, you know, information simmer in you and sifting through that information and finding a sense of like, again, finding a sense of like harmony or clarity or peace. And so that's what I see you doing here. But I do really want to look at this Five of Wands more closely. So let's quickly clarify this, because I do want to see or get more information of like what this Five of Wands is, or where it's going to come from. So can you please clarify the Five of Wands? The Five of Wands for quarter 2 of 2024 for pile number 1. The Five of Wands. Can you please clarify what is this Five of Wands about? Okay. Okay, yeah, we have the Six of Cups coming out over here. So, oh, and another five, the Five of Pentacles in reverse. So, yeah, as I said, I feel like, especially with the underlying energy here, with the Five of Pentacles in reverse, I feel like this mindset that is going to open up for you is something that is going to take you out of a mindset of like, of lack, or of feeling undeserving, or there is something like deeper like that I feel like is hidden behind you know, your mindset with the Ten of Swords. This could also this could tie to this fear of commitment that I feel for some of you, or, you know, like opening up or being more vulnerable or taking things to the next level. I know that this is very much like talking about relationships at this point, and I do realize that. But, you know, even if we are talking about like career and workplace things or issues, or family relations, it's still all about relationships as well, right? Like relationships is a big part of all of our areas of life. And so even if this doesn't like resonate for you in a romantic sense, or in like in a partnership sense like that, this could just talk about your relationships to other people in general, like how you relate to other people and how you communicate to other people, and what you believe other people's intentions to be, and how much you open up to other people, or how much you allow other people to see the real you, and all those types of things. So yeah, I do feel like with the Five of Pentacles in reverse, like there is a sense of not feeling enough, or feeling like you are not enough for other people. There is a question of like self-worth that is being highlighted here. And because the Five of Coins is coming out in reverse, I feel like that is something that is going to be changed for you as a result of this Five of Swords, because we have two fives here, right? And fives are talking about change. We actually have, this is a 5 as well, the 23 with Willow. This reduces down to 5 as well. So there is quite significant number 5 energy. So yeah, something is going to be majorly shifted inside of you and the way that you believe things to be. And again, with the 6 of Cups over here, I feel like this like challenge in perspective could come from someone close to you, because the 6 of Cups is someone who, you know, you deem to be very important to you. This could be someone that you have like a soul connection to, or this is like a kindred spirits type of card as well, or it's just someone who like makes you feel safe, or that you feel safe around. So this could be, again, this could be a family member, this could be your spouse, or just your significant other. Again, this could be an old friend, as I was saying with the Page of Cups, right? Sorry, not the Page of Cups, the Page of Wands. This sort of, possibly this person who is going to reach out to you, or who you end up like reconnecting with. It does seem like this input is going to come from a very sincere place, and from a good place, and from someone who actually cares about you. So, yeah. I'm not so much feeling like this 5 of Wands is going to happen in a workplace, although for some of you it could if you work together with this person. But because of the 6 of Cups, I just feel like this is someone more like close to home. You know, yeah, like a friend, or a sibling, family member, romantic partner, that type of thing. Yeah. So let's see if I'm feeling anything else, but I kind of feel like that pretty much sums up the second quarter, which is just a lot about your sort of mindset shifting and breaking out of some of these belief systems, or some of these convictions that you have that have maybe like worked against you a bit. So in a sense, I feel like the first half of the year is very much tied to you sort of healing a lot of these perceptions that you have, and healing a lot of the painful associations or painful memories that are still somewhat affecting you. And that is like allowing you to start becoming more flexible, more allowing of like life to surprise you, and people to surprise you, and things sort of, you know, allowing things to happen for you. And I feel like that is going to take you into this more of this like exploratory energy as well, or bring you more sense of enthusiasm. Okay, so let's move on to the third quarter of the year, which are the months of July, August, and September. And honestly, I feel like those 3 months, or that time frame, is going to be the most sort of significant and the most happy for you in this year. Let's look at all the cards as well. We have Judgment coming out as the first card here. Again, I don't know how well you'll be able to see. There's Judgment. A Major Arcana card. We then have the 10 of Cups. And finally, we have the Lovers. So, this is the only quarter of the year where you have Major Arcana. No, sorry, you have one more Major Arcana card at the end of the year, but these are the only Major Arcana cards that are coming out upright, and that, you know, there is heavy Major Arcana energy in this third quarter of the year for you. So clearly, the events that are going to happen for you in that time period are going to be the most like life altering or the most significant, big energy stuff, you know? And I love that you get such like light energy is what I feel like, because I mean, I know that the Lovers card is loved by a lot of people because, you know, it talks about relationships a lot of the time, but with this card, there is always this element of like, it can go either way depending on what cards are coming out with it. But with Judgment and the Ten of Cups being alongside it, I just feel like this is such a positive like atmosphere and such a light-hearted energy as well. The Lovers is a card of Gemini. So I just have to point that out, like these more significant astrological signs. Maybe you resonate with them, or maybe those signify important people in your life. So, you know, just so you could make sense. And the Judgment card is a card of Pluto. So yeah, I mean, Pluto in modern astrology rules Scorpio, but I more so follow the traditional ruling systems. So yeah, I don't really associate Pluto with Scorpio that much, but I mean, there is an association there. So maybe Scorpio is significant to you. But let's now get into the actual cards here. So I mean, this is somewhat of a straightforward message. So I feel like for those of you who have engagement or marriage in the cards, most likely it's going to happen in the summer period for you, which is like the most perfect time for most people at least. So yeah, June, July, August. No, sorry, not June. July, August, September. Sorry, my bad. That time frame could be the period where, you know, that significant change happens for you. Or again, if you are, you know, not really open to like that sort of high level commitment, right? When you have this mind shift change happening in that regard, then it could be that in that period of time, that's where you sort of really start implementing these changes, or where you start seeing this change in mindset like really taking form. Because I feel like this is just a time of like real wholeness, or feeling very complete, feeling very just like content with things, and feeling seen and heard and understood. I mean, especially with this Judgment card here. Judgment card very often, I don't know how well you'll be able to see it, sorry. So, you know, I'm trying to work with this camera. But anyway, the Judgment card very often speaks of like a rebirth energy, or something being completely transformed, and like the past being left behind for a more true and more authentic form of being. And with the Ten of Cups and the Lovers, I mean, again, this is very, very straightforward energy. This is just this sense of like feeling seen and feeling united with someone. Again, I know this is very heavily talking of like romantic energy, but this could just speak of like feeling whole in your family, feeling whole in your community, feeling whole within your friend group, just feeling accepted and seen and loved for who you are, feeling very supported in being authentically you. Not being afraid to be vulnerable, because there is a lot of support here, especially with the Ten of Cups. The Ten of Cups is a card of emotional support. I feel like that is really the time frame where you're going to feel that deeply. You may also feel like if this marriage thing or this engagement thing is not resonating with you, you could just feel your relationship with someone significant, or again with a significant group of people in your life. You could just feel like your relationships become more deep, become more intimate. There could be a sense of like intensification that happens in your relationships, where, you know, you start seeing people more for who they really are, and they start seeing you for who you are. And so there is this like sense of like recognition and acceptance, and just this sort of reaching a new level of closeness that happens again. Remember with this ring card, what we talked about, right? With the major theme of the year for you. So this is clearly, as I said, just a general leveling up, or just something like reaching a new stage or a new form with, like, especially when it comes to like commitment, right? And things that you want to have in your life long term, things that you value. And with this Judgment card, I also feel like you are going to be feeling a lot more like yourself as well. Like, there is just a sense of liberation, of you feeling like you can finally like let go and finally enjoy life and enjoy yourself without any like inhibitions. Because I feel like that's really what this like the second quarter does for you, is that it clears a lot of the crap out of the way for you that that possibly has obstructed your path to finding the sense of fulfillment. Yeah, I just feel like this part very much feels connected to these two cards, right? With the Sagittarius, like this enthusiastic and optimistic energy of like Jupiter, and the Success card. So yeah, that's what I feel like heavily associated with the third quarter of the year for you. So this is actually amazing, and as I said, I feel like really, really good things for you, especially in that quarter of the year. But I do want to clarify. I want to get additional information. So can you please clarify the Judgment card in the third quarter of the year for pile number 1? Oh, we have the King of Cups. Okay, so the King of Cups is actually a card of Scorpio, which is kind of interesting. This is a card of Scorpio, and it came out with this Pluto card. So there could be a significant connection with a Scorpio person, or just the sign Scorpio could be significant to you in some way. We also have the Hermit at the bottom of the deck here. The Hermit, another major Arcana card. This is a card of Virgo. So, yeah, these placements could mean something to you, or, you know, if they don't, just disregard them. But, yeah, I do feel like just more generally with this King of Cups energy, like this just feels like feeling very good in your own skin, feeling very comfortable with your own feelings, and just sort of standing strong and standing true to who you really are, and sort of not being afraid to show it, letting it shine, really, what the Hermit does as well. You know, he lets his little lantern shine. And so I feel like that's really why this sort of glowing up energy seems to happen as well, because you are so... you're not afraid to show who you are. And as I said, it acts like a beacon. And so people are more easily able to like connect with you and find you, because they can see the real you. And so this just feels like this very, just standing very strong in your own authenticity and in your own authority and power, and letting it sort of shine through. Let's look at the Ten of Cups. The Ten of Cups. Can you please clarify the Ten of Cups for pile number 1? The Ten of Cups. Let me get that over here. The Ten of Cups. Nope. Can you please clarify the Ten of Cups in the third quarter? Nope. It's like almost, but then no. Can you please clarify the Ten of Cups? Okay, yeah, we have the Emperor. So, ooh, and the Nine of Coins coming out in reverse. That's kind of interesting. So again, we have this very, very strong and powerful and confident energy coming through. And I mean, this is like heavy masculine energy. So this could signify like a very powerful, like masculine energy in your life as well. Even though I felt like the King of Cups was talking about like you and your emotions. But yeah, I just feel like there is like heavy masculine energy around you. And I mean, again, I'm not saying that this has to be a male specifically, or that you have to be male. It's not really gender specific. It's just saying that there is like this very strong, secure, and confident energy that is coming through in this quarter for you. And because we have the Emperor, especially with the Ten of Cups, I mean, the Emperor in and of itself is an energy of like structure and like law and order and that type of thing. You know, I just feel like and this is a heavy card of like being committed or staying true to something as well, adhering or sticking to a certain set of rules or values. And so I feel like this could very well be like a solidification of a relationship for a lot of you at least. And the Emperor is a card of Aries, by the way, I forgot to say that. And also this, as Aries is ruled by Mars, which is actually the ruling planet of Scorpio as well. So there is like this Mars energy that I do feel kind of strongly here as well. So yeah, Scorpio, Aries, those could be significant signs. But yeah, just in generally, I feel like there is something solidifying here. And especially because we have the Nine of Coins coming out in reverse at the bottom there, it feels like some form of like, I feel like this message is just very strongly talking of like those types of people who are taking their relationship to the next level, because the Nine of Coins is very often like when it comes out upright, it's very often a card of like independence and like taking care of everything yourself and being very like self-sufficient. But as it's coming out in reverse with the Emperor and the Ten of Cups, it feels like it may be a time of like moving out of that, you know, that sense of like solitary or self-sufficient energy, and uniting forces with someone to create something more stable, even more secure, and like more long-term, building a really strong foundation, because this is a number 4 card. So this is a card of stability and foundations. Yeah, okay. And finally, let's look at the Lovers card too. Can you please clarify the Lovers card? Oh, we have the Fool coming out in reverse again. Okay. Excuse me. We have the Knight of Cups. And we have the Queen of Pentacles in reverse. Yeah, so clearly there is a lot of like, there are so many court cards here. I mean, mainly these are all court cards that are coming out. So clearly this is talking about your relationship to other people. And because of all of the major Arcana cards as well, I mean, again, right, we had the Fool as an underlying energy, another major Arcana card. So clearly with all of these indications, there is a very substantial, like life-changing energy to this quarter of the year. And with the Knight of Cups, this is clearly like an emotional offer that is going to be coming your way, or just this like opening up of emotions and opening up of the self, especially with the Queen of Pentacles coming out in reverse, and with the underlying energy with the Fool in reverse as well. Like this is an energy of feeling like hesitant or not really daring to take any risks or going into uncharted territory. So I feel like this could be an offer that sort of like, how should I say, shakes your sense of comfort, because I feel like, you know, if you resonate with this scenario of like being someone who has experienced very significant disappointments when it comes to relationships in the past, and feeling like unsure of trusting people or unsure of opening up to people, and feeling more confident doing things by yourself, and you know, if that's you, then I feel like this quarter is going to really like change that for you. And I'm not saying, again, it might be somewhat like uncomfortable, especially with the Queen of Pentacles in reverse here. It could make you feel somewhat like scared or shaken up a bit because of what it means for your future, and how, you know, there is a sense of like possibly losing control of your future or of your life. But I feel like it's such a positive thing for you, and it's such a healing thing for you as well, because again, we have this King of Cups and the Knight of Cups both coming out upright. So this feels like a very sincere, very heartfelt proposition, and something that like has heavy emotionally healing energy for you. So yeah, that's quarter 3 for you. I'm not going to drag this out any longer, but I do feel like that is probably the most significant time of the year for you, where you will experience a lot of this emotional sense of fulfillment and seeing things like actually materialize. Like, remember, we had the Emperor card here too. So I do feel like this is, again, talking of that like physical, tangible result that you're going to be seeing. But let's now move on to the last quarter of the year, which is going to be October, November, and December. And the cards that we got for you are the Two of Swords in reverse. We also have the Knight of Coins in reverse. And the Fool in reverse. Okay, so it's kind of interesting to me. One thing I do want to mention about the Lovers card as well is that the Lovers is often a card of choice, or at least like in traditional tarot terms, it was considered to be the choice card, you know, where you had to choose someone and say like, okay, this is the person that I'm going to commit to. So I feel like it's funny that it's coming out, or that the next card out is the Two of Swords reversed, because I feel like in this last quarter of the year, first of all, I feel like this is kind of a slowdown energy that is happening, which also makes sense because you have had quite a lot of like very overwhelming energies coming through here, and that, as I said, it's a bit of a roller coaster thing here. So I feel like it's kind of logical, and it makes a lot of sense that things are sort of slowing down a bit for you at the end of the year. But I do feel like you are going to be faced with a sort of decision that you need to make. And that decision is most likely something that, again, makes you feel a tad bit unsure, especially with the Fool card here. Well, actually, both of these cards. The Knight of Coins reversed and the Fool card reversed both are talking of like not really daring to make the next step, or being unsure about the next step on your journey. Because with the Knight of Coins specifically, like this is, the Knight of Coins usually is a card of like careful consideration and taking the type of action that leads to long-term results, like planting seeds with the intention to grow something like long-term, something that is going to be stable. So this is like looking towards your future vision and what you want your life ultimately to look like, and then starting to make those types of decisions and take that type of action that would take you there. But when the Knight of Coins comes out in reverse, this is being a bit like unsure of what sort of seeds to plant or what direction to take and what you ultimately want your life to look like. This is that sort of like confusion energy that I feel coming through here, or just this somewhat of a fear to commit because of like what you could potentially lose out on or miss out on, or sort of lock yourself into. That's the type of energy that I'm feeling here. And yeah, just with the Fool, this is this energy of not really trusting the path ahead, or not really feeling like you want to take a leap into the unknown. So that's what I feel like you may be a bit like struggling with here, or wanting to like slow down a bit, or put somewhat of a break on things, because you're just not sure and you don't want to rush into anything. But I feel like with the Two of Swords, like this is almost, it's like basically the Two of Swords reversed is a decision that you do not want to make, because the Two of Swords upright is a card of having like two alternative options, or something that you are sort of going back and forth on, not really knowing what to choose. But this is that type of situation where possibly none of the options available to you are really appealing, so you don't want to choose either. Or it's just one of those things where you feel like if you choose one, then you're going to miss out on the other, like that type of energy. So really, no matter which way this plays out for you, I just feel like at the end of the year, you are going to possibly slow down your pace and try to like ease your way into some sort of a decision that I feel like is going to be coming up for you. But let's clarify. Let's see what we can find out about this decision. But either way, like just in general, I feel like this is going to be one of those times where either like things are starting to happen a bit more slowly, or you're not seeing results that quickly, or it's just that type of like slowing down energy at the end of the year. So let's clarify the Two of Swords reversed. What is this Two of Swords reversed? Okay. Wow, we have the Devil in reverse with the Tower in reverse. Yeah, so I feel like, so this is the decision that you don't want to make. And I feel like this is, let's see here. I just want to see what is at the bottom of the deck. Okay. The Four of Wands reversed. So I feel like at the end of the year, after all of this, like amazing thing, like this amazing energy happens for you, where you feel all like wholesome and complete and fulfilled, and it's all of this amazing energy. I feel like there could be a sense of like feeling somewhat triggered still, or feeling like wanting to slow down before you make any next concrete steps towards your future. Because with the Four of Wands reversed, this is like this is really like contemplating what you are ultimately, like what you are moving towards, right? Like I was talking about with the Knight of Coins in reversed energy. This is like putting a pause or a hold on like commitments, or taking commitments to the next step. So I feel like whatever this situation is over here that happens for you, that is amazing and good, and you know, full of optimism and success and all those things. I feel like you sort of want to slow things down afterwards, like not rush into any new levels of commitment or any new things after that. Like, let's just give you an example. Like, so let's say that, you know, you get engaged, or that sort of thing happens for you, and then in a few months' time, your partner starts talking of like having children, for example. Right? This is just a hypothetical situation. So this could be one of those things where it's like you almost feel like, okay, slow your horses. We just did this major thing. And so like, let's not rush into the next big thing, right? So this is you wanting to like take some time out to see whether that is something that you even want for your future, right? So like really considering these like huge commitments or huge steps for your future, which again, I feel like is symbolized by this ring card here. So looking at the Devil in reverse and the Tower in reverse that are clarifying this Two of Swords reversed, right? This decision that you don't feel like making. I feel like it is talking about like feeling somewhat challenged or feeling apprehensive about like majorly changing your life and majorly changing these beliefs and the way that you have always led your life. Because the Devil, when it comes out in reverse, like it's talking of abandoning or coming out of certain attachments and of certain ties that you have had for a long time. Because this is a card of Capricorn, which is ruled by Saturn, a very like time heavy planet. You know, this has that like longevity element to it. And so with the Tower here, another card of Mars, by the way, this is like challenging this energy of like how things have always been, or how you have always done things, how you have always operated. And so this like crumbling of this mindset, or this what you are used to, pretty much, I feel like that's what is ultimately like making you pull back a bit, or making you feel like things are changing too rapidly and things are getting out of your control. Because the Devil card is also like, especially when it comes out upright, the Devil card is also about control and moving things around to one's liking, pretty much. Whether you are doing the one who is doing, you know, whether you are the one who is moving things around, or whether you are the one who is like following the situation, or following the rules, so to say. But I do feel like with both of these cards out here, this is just you pretty much feeling like things are possibly happening too rapidly or changing too rapidly. Things are sort of getting out of your control, or you are losing control of over your future. Again, remember we had the same sort of energy slightly coming through with the Queen of Pentacles in reverse. So I do feel like there is still some sense of like fear that could be cropping up for you regarding like you having control, or you needing to surrender to certain situations. So I feel like this is almost like baby steps that is going to be happening for you. So ultimately, I don't want you to be alarmed because of these cards, especially because the Tower is coming out in reverse. It's not coming out upright. And that means that, you know, the changes are like not as radical, as drastic, as they otherwise would be. You know, if the Tower comes out upright, then this means that, you know, no one is really asking whether you want these changes or whether you don't want these changes. This is more of this like rude awakening or rude disruption that you don't really want to deal with. But the reversed Tower is like changes or things that are more easily acceptable. That's what I feel like, at least. So this seems to be more so in your control, which I feel like is something that you are most likely happy about. So yeah, this is just this like taking some time out, or putting a bit of a hold or a break on things. Let's look at the Fool reversed as well. This is the final card that I want to clarify. Let's look at the Fool reversed. Oh, okay, we got 3 cards. We have King of Wands at the bottom of the deck. We have the 3 of Wands. We have the 9 of Cups. And we have the King of Swords. Yeah, you are getting so many court cards. Yeah, so with the Fool in reverse, honestly, I feel like this is pretty much just reiterating the same thing that we have been talking about. So this seems to be, you know, you just wanting to sort of do things and take next steps and progress really in your life on your own terms and in your own pace. Like with the with the Nine of Cups, with the King of Swords here, I feel like this is just saying like you wanting to sort of enjoy that moment, or you wanting to be in that moment just the way that it is, and sort of let yourself get used to that a bit more before you start like planning any next steps or taking things to the next level. So I almost feel like this is you like putting your foot down a bit, kind of. That's what I feel like with the King of Swords. I do feel like this is your energy for some reason. I do feel like this is you, like very, very clearly expressing your needs or expressing your desires here. So yeah, I just feel like you are considering a lot of the things and being very, very rational and logical about your future and about the next moves with this King of Swords. Yeah, I don't know why, but you seem to be like coming out in very like heavy masculine energy. And again, I'm not saying that you have to be male yourself. It just seems like you are a very assertive person and a very in control person, and you just live life by your own rules pretty much. So I kind of feel like that sort of energy is starting to crop up more at the end of the year for you. But I don't feel like this is a bad thing by any means. This is just you sort of stating or expressing what you need and just going off from there pretty much, you know? So yeah, I mean, I don't know. I guess I'm gonna leave it here, because I feel like, obviously, because this is a reading for the whole year, it has been a lot longer than my usual readings, but hopefully it, you know, it's still, it was still somewhat like interesting enough to watch, so that hopefully you are still here. And I do really wish that these messages that came through for you are like supportive and encouraging, and that they make you feel good about the upcoming year, or really hopeful and excited. Because honestly, like I do feel like this is going to be a really, really good year, and a really incredible year as well. As I said, this feels like a life-changing year for you. I am really excited for you, pile number one, and I hope you are too. If you are still here, if you watched this all the way through and you are excited about your 2024 as well, then make sure to leave an emoji in the comment section. Let's see, what emoji could you leave? Oh, the ring. Yeah, leave a ring emoji in the comment section down below if you resonate with this reading and if you are excited for this year of major growth and major development and major progression and success and all of these like new avenues opening up for you. Let me know. But anyway, thank you so much for watching, and I am truly sorry that this, you know, dragged on for so long, but I really appreciate you. And if I don't see you in any of the other piles, please take care of yourself, and I am wishing you the most amazing 2024. Take care. Bye-bye. Hello, pile number 2. Welcome to your reading. You chose this Desert Rose gemstone along with the Moonchild Tarot, but oops, sorry. But we're going to get to the tarot portion in just a bit. We are first going to look at these oracle cards here, and those are going to tell us what is the major theme or a major theme for you in the year 2024. So yeah, let's jump into it. Okay, the first card out is First House. Hopefully you'll be able to see the text okay, because it is quite small. Okay. Next up, we have number 14, which reduces down to 5, with the Vulture and Asphodel, Upheaval. Okay, hopefully you'll be able to see that too, because again, these cards have somewhat of a tiny script. Okay, we also have number 17, with the Stork. This is a Lenormand deck. And super reflective. So as you can see, it's in French. I don't really read French, so I can't pronounce the words on the card, but yeah, it's the Stork card. Okay, never mind. So moving on, we have number 24, which reduces down to 6. 2 + 4 is 6. And this one is the Marten and Foxglove, Mischief. Again, I don't know how well you'll be able to see. There you go. And finally, we have number 14 again, which again reduces down to 5, and this one is Tulip. Hang on, let me... Yep. You should be able to see it better now. So there we go. Okay, pile number 2. I am super excited for your 2024 because these cards are telling me a very, very exciting and interesting story about self-expression and personal transformation. So just to sort of sum it up more broadly, pile number 2, I feel like this is going to be one of those years where when you look back at what actually took place or what happened in 2024, one of the major things that you're going to remember from this year is how much you changed as a person, how much you grew more into your true self, how much more like bold and courageous you became, and how many really big, like massive steps you took to progress your life and develop your life in a direction where you actually wanted to go. Because I mean, as soon as the first card came out, we have the first house. This is an astrological oracle deck, and this is speaking of the first house in astrology or in your natal birth chart. So the first house in a birth chart is all about you. It's all about the self, and it's all about how you express yourself, how you carry yourself in the world, what sort of image you project. And very often it's also tied to your physical appearance as well, but also like the way that you see the world and see yourself in the world. So it's all to do with your perception and your self-image, all of that. So I feel like it's going to be a really, really powerful year for you and for self-development specifically, as I said. And the reason why I keep referring to like development and growth is because of this Stork card. I love the Stork card in Lenormand because, sorry about the flare, like the ring light that you can see reflecting on this card is just super, super reflective, but I guess this is okay. I love the Stork card in the Lenormand system because to me, it's one of the most like positive, like just truly positive cards. It speaks of like actual progress or development or some sort of like enhancement happening in your life. Basically, it's like, it's a bringer of like good news or good tidings. So it's like this, I I don't know whether that's the right word to use, but it kind of has this like fixer-upper energy where, and I'm not saying that like your life or you yourself need to be fixed in some way. I'm not saying that at all, but it's that sort of energy that just makes something even better than it already is, you know? And so, I don't know, the stork just brings beautiful new beginnings, beautiful new opportunities, and just like exciting growth, basically. And also with the tulip card as well, I love how these two cards have like a similar color scheme to them. I mean, this is obviously more red, like you can see it, but this one has some red in it too. And I love that, like this tulip card, which also talks about like bold self-expression and just letting your colors shine and really like living life on your own terms. And just, again, it talks about like growth and making huge strides in like development, basically. So I love that these cards of like you amplifying yourself or taking yourself to the next level. I feel like that is one of the key themes here, and I absolutely love it. Now, these two cards are quite funny as well. I mean, I love the message that they bring because we have upheaval and mischief. And I mean, the word upheaval may sound scary, in some regard, or like depending on the context, right? Depending on how you see it. And I know that the vulture, yeah, I just had to check. And I know that vultures don't have the best rep either. Like they kind of, you know, they're not really seen in the best light, but they are actually very, very necessary in like cleaning out or doing sort of like getting rid of like clutter and old dead tissue. I know that sounds really, really gross, but like they are just really good at cleaning shit up so that something good, better could come out of something that sort of needs to get out of the way, basically. So with this upheaval and mischief coming out together like this, I actually feel like this upheaval energy is speaking of like you causing this sort of upheaval for other people in a sense. And again, it may sound a bit ominous, but what I'm trying to get across is that the upheaval is going to come in a way that other people just sort of, they are most likely going to be taken by surprise, or they're going to be rather shocked by your personal transformation and how like powerful ultimately you become. Because with this mischief energy here too, I feel like this is a sort of a cheeky energy that is going to be coming forth in you in this year, where you are just going to sort of unapologetically be yourself and not really being afraid to say what you have on your mind or say how you feel, say what you want, what you desire out of your life. And it's just like, yeah, I kind of get this like cheeky energy, and that may really come as like a bit of a shock to other people, or it may like completely transform the way that other people see you, or the way other people perceive you. Especially like, again, with this mischief card too, and with the first house card, this could also indicate that in 2024, you may take some like really, really bold steps in your physical appearance. And you may sort of like, almost like, I kind of get the feeling or the message of like, oh, I'm going to show them. You know, like if, let's say that someone has always made you feel bad about something in your appearance, or the way that you decide to, I don't know, wear your hair, or the clothes that you wear, or the style that you love, or like anything really about how you express yourself. Let's say that you have been bullied because of that. And I feel like this year is the year where like you are going to sort of do a complete 180 and change something drastically about yourself, almost to like show people what you are really capable of, you know, or make people like eat their own words or something like that. I really do get that with this mischief card. I mean, it's not like, it's not malicious or it's not ill intentional in any sort of way. So that's why I love the word mischief, because it's like, it's kind of sweet, it's kind of innocent, it isn't actually malicious in any way, it's just cheeky. That's the best word that I can use in this instance. That's what I feel like. So it's not like you are actually doing anything for like revenge or anything like that. It's not coming from like a low vibrational place. It's more so coming from like a self-empowered place, or just wanting to show people how wrong they have been about you. And I mean, this message is only for those of you who actually can resonate with the whole like bullying or belittling story in your life. If you haven't experienced that, then, you know, just disregard this message. But just more generally, I feel like this is going to be a year where you truly step into yourself and really let yourself shine and really do some like pretty radical changes to make yourself feel even better about yourself. So you could start like a fitness routine as well, or you could completely change up your diet or your eating habits. This could also be like you fully upgrading your wardrobe or doing something, you know, radically changing up your hair, anything like that really. I just feel like this is all about making yourself feel better, even better in your own skin, and really like, yeah, just allowing yourself to shine through the way that you want to shine through and the way you want to be seen. And this is, again, just like a quick side message. Again, I feel like this scenario of, you know, people making you feel bad about yourself for one reason or another, most likely because of your appearance. I feel like with this vulture energy, this could also indicate that, you know, this is you getting rid of some detrimental habits as well, especially if, you know, if you are aware of doing something that isn't actually the best for you. You know, let's say that you overindulge in alcohol, or you use some sort of substances, or you know, you smoke, but you know that you would want to quit, or you know that it's bad for you, and all of those things. Or maybe you are eating the wrong things, or eating a bit of too much of the things that you shouldn't be eating. You know, maybe you're having too many sweets or too many processed foods and that type of thing. If that resonates for you and that has been feeding into this like cycle of, you know, you may be feeling bad about some aspects of yourself, or people making you feel bad about yourself because of those things, then I feel like with this vulture energy, this is you basically like radically changing those habits, or cutting those things out of your life, getting rid of those bad habits, and like completely transforming or making some sort of huge changes in your lifestyle, in your routines or habits. So yeah, that's kind of the main theme. So this is amazing stuff, and I mean, I am super proud of you, and I hope that you are as well, because this does really look amazing. But I want to get some more information about the quarters of 2024 for you. So we're going to look at 4 distinct sections in this reading, which are going to talk about like 3-month sections basically. So we're going to start off with the first quarter, which is from January to March. And since we are already in the month of February, this may be talking about an energy that you are currently experiencing right now, or it could be something that you already saw coming about in January, or you know, it could be something of an ongoing thing. We're then going to look at quarter number 2. So that is going to be from April till June. We're then going to look at quarter 3 from July to August. July to September. And the final quarter is going to be obviously from October to December. So yeah, let's see what we can find out. So starting with quarter number 1. Let's dive into this reading, shall we? Because there are quite a lot of cards to go through. Now, starting with the first quarter of the year, so January, February, and March, we have the Seven of Cups as the first card out. We also got the Emperor, which is a card of Aries. And finally, we have the Ace of Swords reversed. So I actually feel like straight off from like the beginning of the year, pretty much, I kind of get a very strong energy of what we were talking about, especially regarding like your self-image or the way that you present yourself to the world. All that type of stuff seems to be coming out already in the first quarter of the year. And now the reason why I'm saying it mainly is because of these two cards here. So the Emperor the Emperor with the association to Aries is also making me think of the first house, or the sort of the first sign in the zodiac, because Aries is the first sign of the zodiac. And so very often the keywords that are associated with the sign Aries are the self and like your own personal will and ego as well sometimes, even though that can be associated to Leo as well. But, you know, it's just very much to do with the persona or the character, you know, that you embody. And so it kind of makes me feel, with this Ace of Swords coming out reversed here, that during the sort of the beginning of the year, there is some realization or some acknowledgement that possibly you don't necessarily like the way that you are, or the way that you present yourself, or there could be something that you are not entirely happy with. Like, again, it could be something to do with like your physical appearance or some sort of personality trait that you don't really that you don't necessarily like too much in yourself. But it could also be just the way that you have expressed yourself up to this point. Because the Ace of Swords, when it comes out upright, it's a card of like truth and clarity and determination, and it's a very powerful card, and it sends a very clear message. But when it comes out in reverse, it could indicate that there isn't really that much of a clear goal, or something isn't very clearly defined, or it could even indicate that something is like contradictory to the truth. And so that makes me think that there may be a sort of realization that the way that you have structured your life, or the way that you live your life day to day, or the choices that you have made, have not been 100% in alignment with what it is that you truly want, or they haven't been truly authentic to you, that there has been some sort of holding back and some sort of self-regulation, especially with the Emperor, who is all about control and all about restraint and all about like strength and order and structure. And so it kind of feels like there is a lot of like holding back that has happened, and a lot of like, I feel like self-regulation or self-control is probably the best way to say it. And it kind of feels like it becomes quite evident to you in these first 3 months that it's not the way that you want to continue things, or something about that way of living is starting to bug you or has already started bugging you. Because we also have this 7 of Cups over here, and the 7 of Cups is very often a card of like contemplation, and especially to do with like emotional or spiritual themes, things where we find like soul nourishment or true emotional fulfillment, and sort of trying to see or get a clearer understanding where that type of nourishment comes from for us in our lives. And maybe there is something else that possibly there could be something else that we are missing where that nourishment could come from. Like, is everything in our life the way that it is right now? Is it all that we want it to be? Or maybe we could be doing something differently to provide more nourishment and emotional fulfillment for ourselves. And so putting all of these 3 cards together, as I said, the clearest message or the strongest message coming out over here is one of just sort of reprioritizing or really like questioning and looking at the choices that you have made, and the way that you are living your life, and whether it's truly how you want to keep living your life. Because again, with the Ace of Swords reversed here, and especially with the Emperor, I feel like there is this sense of like a realization, or just feeling like, okay, I actually want to do something about this now. Because the Emperor is not just about like ruminating in thoughts or emotions, or just, you know, like living inside of their head. That is not the Emperor energy. Emperor energy is very active. It's very much taking concrete steps, taking charge of situations, and initiating some sort of movement. The Emperor initiates movement. That's why it's also tied to Aries energy, and Aries is ruled by the planet Mars, which is very much a bold and assertive type of energy. Mars creates moment and momentum. Movement, not moment. Movement and momentum. So it seems to be the type of like period. I was about to say month, but we're clearly talking about the first 3 months of the year. This is talking about you having the type of period for the first 3 months of this year where you sort of come to a point of wanting to make some pretty big changes, and doing that like with full confidence. Now, I'm not saying that that in these first 3 months you start like radically changing everything about you. That may not be the case, but I do feel like there are starting to like these little inklings are going to start emerging for you, if they haven't already, where you get a more clear understanding of how you want to move about moving forward, what you want to change, what sort of new things you may want to try out, or like what type of what's the word I want to use here? What type of corrections you want to make, specifically when it comes to like packaging yourself in a way that would appeal to others, or where you have felt that you need to hold back and maybe present a somewhat different side of yourself, with this Ace of Swords in reverse, right? Like hiding certain truths about yourself. So yeah, I mean, that's kind of what I feel for you for the first 3 months of the year. So there could be some actual steps that you are taking as well, but I kind of do feel like not everything is happening in these first 3 months, obviously. It's just that sort of like process starting to come about in this period, or where you get to this decisive point, at least with the Emperor coming out upright over here. So yeah, there is a sort of a restructuring that is starting to happen, but let's clarify these cards. I do actually very much want to clarify the Emperor, and I want to clarify the Ace of Swords reverse, but let's start with the Emperor. Could you please clarify the Emperor? Oh, thank you. Yeah, see, we have the Devil in reverse. Yeah, very much like letting go of control and having a very tight grip on something. The Emperor, sorry. Yeah, okay, we also have the 8 of Coins is at the bottom there. So I don't know where to begin. There are so many thoughts popping up. So let's start with the Devil. Okay, so the Devil, as I said, is talking about like releasing, like when it comes out in reverse, it can talk about like releasing control or easing up on something that you previously have had a very tight grip over, or something that has had a very tight grip on you. That seems to be like becoming a bit more lax now. The Devil is a card of Capricorn. I'm just going to turn it upright so you could see it better. The Devil is a card of Capricorn, and Capricorn is ruled by Saturn. So again, there is heavy energy of control and sort of rigidity and limitations and restrictions and rules. And so I kind of like that it's coming out in reverse, because again, it just feels like you are sort of, you are confronting some of these fears and some of these inhibitions that have held you in place, or that have held you stuck. So possibly this Devil energy is not just talking about the way that you have restricted yourself or your own like self-expression, but this could also be talking about like the circumstances that you have experienced, or relationships that you have had where you have experienced other people trying to force you to be a certain kind of way, or having like a very overbearing influence on you, which has made you sort of pull back into yourself, or not really feel too confident in showing yourself off in your true colors. So I love that this is coming out in reverse, because it does tell me that you are actually confronting that type of energy and breaking out of it. Because with the 8 of Coins here, this is telling me of like, you know, getting down to business and starting some serious work. And I do feel like this is talking about like self-improvement. This is you working on yourself and working on getting rid of anything that could be like a negative voice in your head, or negative, again, like negative habits, or any sort of addictions as well. Remember, we were talking about that with this Vulture card as well, and this upheaval energy where you are just like ridding yourself of some bad influences. This could be this bad influence that you are confronting and starting to fight off, especially if you are struggling with some type of like addictions, or like, I don't know, compulsive eating or something like that, you know, something that is like, that you feel has a lot of power over you, or has had a lot of power over you. I feel like this is the time where you actually start, you know, working on those issues, like really focusing on those issues and tackling everything like head on, right? So I love that. Oh, and also behind the card, I just want to mention, because we have the Moon card, which was behind the 8 of coins here. And the Moon card is very often a card of like fears and anxieties and sort of your subconscious mind possibly playing tricks on you or running the show a bit. But I also feel like with these two cards together, this is like you, again, confronting those fears and actually standing up to whatever it is that has kept you feeling small. Let's look at the Ace of Swords reversed. Can you please clarify the Ace of Swords reversed in the first quarter of 2024? Wow, okay. We have the Empress. Oh, and Temperance is at the bottom of the deck. So huge, huge major arcana energy coming out once again. So yeah, the Empress. And I love that we are getting this like wholesome energy with both of these cards, the Emperor and the Empress. So again, this is kind of confirming for me that, you know, that there is this sense of finding like this integration within yourself and healing certain aspects within yourself or about yourself that are bringing a whole new level of contentment and fulfillment in your own skin and in your own body. Because with the Temperance card as well, the Temperance energy is a very, very healing energy. And as you can also see, like the way that the angel is pouring water from one cup into the other, it's very seamless. And it's like this, it's a card of alchemization, you know, merging two forces into one whole new thing. And so I kind of feel like this is what is happening here with this Empress energy as well, that you are like embracing this other side of yourself and allowing it to shine through, allowing it to sort of just like do its own thing without being afraid of what other people might say or how other people might react, that type of thing. Because the Empress is all about like personal power and just another type of confidence that stems from like deep inner security, and just trust and faith and sort of, you know, believing in things working out for you. You know, it's just a very, very nice and comfortable energy. And so, yeah, I mean, this whole first quarter of the year, looking at all of these major arcana cards, right? This is all like huge soul and spiritual growth, basically. This is what is happening for you. So as I said, it feels like not everything is necessarily happening in the first 3 months, but it does feel like substantial changes and substantial realizations are taking place in the first 3 months, which are going to propel you to like actually take some concrete action and make some things happen, like physically. So this is a profound beginning to the year. But let's move on to the second quarter of 2024. Now, again, we're starting off with major arcana. We first have the Hanged Man, which is a card of Neptune. And Neptune rules Pisces in modern astrology, at least. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't even mention it, but the Empress is a card of Venus, so there could be an association to Taurus or Libra. And also the Temperance card is a card of Sagittarius. So yeah, I'm just pointing out the significant astrological signs in case they mean something to you, in case you resonate with them somehow. We also have the Chariot coming out. The Chariot is a card of Cancer. So there you go, some heavy water energy coming out in the second quarter there. We also have the Page of Wands reversed. Oops. And finally, we have the Six of Swords. Okay, so what I'm picking up on for the second quarter of the year, so that would be April, May, and June, is I actually see you like possibly doing some or taking some major strides in that period, and sort of starting to do your own thing more because of this Chariot card here. Let me just get those out of the way, sorry. This Chariot card is a card of movement. It's a card of taking things to the next level, of actually taking control of a situation and boldly going where you want to go, moving towards your desired destination. And it very often involves leaving something behind because you are moving on from something. And so with the Hanged Man, the way that these two cards are coming out together, you can see how she is like facing this way. She's facing like forward, and she has her back on this Hanged Man energy. And the Hanged Man energy is an energy of like standing still or taking a pause, taking a breather, sort of like eliminating yourself from the daily life so that, you know, you could come to a certain understanding or a certain illumination and clarity. And so I kind of feel like there is some sort of illumination that you have arrived at, or some sort of new information that you have realized. And so that is what is propelling you to actually take some concrete action now with this Chariot card. So you could be making some serious moves in the second quarter of the year. And I feel like because the Chariot is a heavy energy of like being in the driver's seat or taking charge of your own life and sort of sorry, itchy nose, taking charge of like where it is that you are going, pretty much. It feels like this is a very like self-empowered time for you. And I just want to also mention it because we have the Six of Swords here too. And with the Chariot, it could be that you are going on some sort of like trip during that time frame. So that could be something if, you know, possibly you are booking or have booked some sort of holiday during that time, or it could just be something that like you sort of, sorry, I can't think of the word again. Something that like spontaneously, that's the one. Something that you spontaneously think up. It could also be one of those things. So a trip could be in the cards for some of you, but I definitely feel like you doing your own thing and very much sort of having your eye on like progression and movement, because I feel like there is something about like feeling stuck that has made you feel like, okay, I can't do this anymore. Like I feel I need something new in my life. Something has to change. Yeah, it seems like that sort of point where you actually start making some more drastic or more significant moves is happening in the second quarter. Now, another message I also want to point out with this Page of Wands reversed and the Six of Swords is that with the Page of Wands, someone may be approaching you with some sort of proposition or just some sort of idea, and almost like asking you to come on board or asking you to join. But for some reason, I feel like you are going to be turning them down, or like you are going to be doing your own thing. That's just the energy that I'm picking up on. So again, just, you know, take it as it resonates. But I do feel like because of the way that these cards are positioned as well, it feels like, you know, someone is offering you something, but because it's coming out in reverse as well, it's either something that doesn't really like appeal to you on a true authentic level, or it could be that, you know, they need something from you, or it's something that like, it's something that only serves their own agenda. I don't know. I don't really like this Page of Wands in reverse. And more than anything else, it makes me feel like whatever this offer or proposition is, it's something that doesn't actually excite you, that doesn't do anything for you. And so with the Six of Swords as well, like both of these movement cards, the Chariot and the Six of Swords, it feels like whatever this thing is that is coming in as an offer, you are going to pass it by, or you're just going to, you know, pretty much like turn it down. Now, for those of you who resonate with this whole like aspect of, you know, living your life on other people's terms, or where you have made yourself small so that, you know, you could be more acceptable to other people, it could be that that's where the sort of the upheaval or the shock comes from for someone or for other people around you. Because maybe whatever this Page of Wands reversed is symbolizing, it could be something that maybe previously you would have said yes to, even though you knew in your heart of hearts that it isn't something that, or that it wasn't something that you wanted to do, but that you just, you know, that like that aspect of like people pleasing, or just wanting to say yes so that you wouldn't have to deal with the reaction of saying no. Like that aspect of you maybe overruled everything else. And so it could be something that in the past you would have accepted just because, right, of all of those things that I just said. But I feel like now, because of this like new energy that seems to be like cropping up for you, and all of this self-empowerment that I see like coming about for you, all these realizations with the Hanged Man too, like some sort of deep, profound sense of understanding that seems to be coming about for you. I feel like this is something that you're going to say no to this time around. But again, like this is, again, I'm just the messenger. And if, you know, ultimately you may decide to go another way, but that's just what I'm picking up on here, pile 2. So yeah, you could be shocking some people with an unexpected way of behaving, or just like you choosing you and moving away from something that isn't really in your interest or in your highest good. Because with the Six of Swords and the way that she's holding this single sword like straight up above her head, I just get this sense that you are choosing your own truth over everything else. Like that is the thing that you are prioritizing. That's what is standing up to me here. And you are like not afraid to express it as well, even though it may rub some people the wrong way. So let's clarify. Let's see. I first want to clarify. I want to clarify the Hanged Man, and I definitely want to clarify the Page of Wands in reverse, because I want to see what this is. Because I do feel like it is a proposition of some sort, but it could also just be some sort of like project that you have previously been working on, or some sort of situation where you have been participating, but it could be something that you are deciding to like walk away from or leave behind as you are choosing like your authentic self. Okay, let's look at the Hanged Man. Could you please clarify the Hanged Man in the second quarter? Oh, yep. We have the Eight of Wands. So some of you guys are definitely going on a trip, like without a doubt. You are going on a trip. It could be, it could actually be overseas. The Queen of Cups is at the bottom there. Yeah, okay, yeah. So see, I feel like with the Hanged Man, like this is basically a lot of clarity and a lot of like momentum and ease of energy, or a flowy type of energy that happens because you now see exactly where it is that you want to go. You now see this destination and you now have a clarity of purpose. And I feel like that's what this Hanged Man energy is going to bring you. It's going to bring this sense of, okay, I know what I need to do now. I know what I want to pursue now. I know where my place is ultimately. And especially with the Queen of Cups, oh my God, okay, behind that we have the High Priestess. I was just about to say how it stems from like some sort of emotional inspection. Okay, that sounds wrong. Emotional introspection, that's the word I wanted to use. Or just like sitting with yourself and sitting with your feelings, because the Queen of Cups is another card of Cancer. And behind that, we have the High Priestess, which is a card of the Moon. So it is very often associated with Pisces or Cancer, both of those signs. So heavy, like Piscean, Cancerian energy, heavy water sign energy, just this type of like inner realizations or inner convictions that happen where you sort of sit with yourself a bit and then you all of a sudden understand what it is that is important to you and what it is that you know, want to go after, what it is that you want to achieve, or what you are living your life for. All of these big questions could really be coming up for you in the second quarter here. Okay, so let's look at the Page of Wands in reverse, because I'm really interested to see what this Page of Wands is about. Page of Wands in reverse. Okay, before we get the clarification, I just got this message in my head. It could also be that you are sort of cutting ties with someone that you used to like hang out with or talk quite regularly, but that maybe, again, like wasn't a really true friend, you know, because it's still a page, so it feels somewhat like immature or somewhat selfish because it's coming out in reverse especially. So whoever this person is, or whatever sort of relationship this describes, it doesn't feel the most substantial or the most sincere, I have to be honest. And I'm not saying that that's coming from your side necessarily. It just feels like, not everything is really being portrayed truthfully, or like there is some sort of like hidden agenda or a hidden motive or something like that. I don't know. There's something sketchy about this. So this could also, as I said, be just talking about you like deciding to move away from a communication with this Page of Wands reversed person. But let's clarify. What is this Page of Wands reversed in the second quarter for pile number 2? What is this Page of Wands reversed? What is it referring to? Page of Wands reversed. Please clarify the Page of Wands in reverse for pile number 2. Okay, doesn't want to talk. Page of Wands reversed. There we go. Thank you. Oh, interesting. Okay, we have the King of Pentacles, which is a card of Taurus. But the reason why I'm saying that it's interesting is because we have the King of Pentacles coming out in the last quarter of the year with some really interesting cards. So that sort of makes it, you know, spices it up a bit, because I kept thinking to myself, like, who is this King of Pentacles? Okay, so let's see what the underlying energy is before we move in here. Okay, yeah. 7 of Pentacles is the underlying energy. So with the 7 of Pentacles, this is clearly an energy of like trying to weigh up or trying to make sense of how much something is truly worth. Like, because there is, it's clearly an indication that, you know, something has been watered and nurtured, and something has been put energy into. It could be a relationship, it could be, you know, something like a project or career or a home or a living space or whatever it is. This could be talking about anything. But because we are specifically asking about this Page of Wands in reverse, and it does feel like heavy relationship energy, like, you know, not necessarily like a romantic relationship, but just like a relationship between you and someone else. It does feel like it's something that you have put a lot of effort into potentially, but like, you see how there is only one pentacle that this person has reaped from this bush of pentacles. So it feels like this situation between you and this other person is something that you haven't necessarily benefited from too much. It could be that the relationship or the communication between you and this other person is something that, you know, serves their interest or does them good in some way, but it doesn't really seem to be too beneficial for you. For some reason, that's what I'm feeling like. So yeah, that's interesting. Now, I do want to also mention, because this King of Pentacles is coming out upright. So I don't feel like this is talking about a bad person or like a malicious person. I don't feel like there is ill intent here necessarily. But as I said, with the Page of Wands reversed, it does feel like it is like there is some sort of like ulterior motive, or there is some sort of hidden agenda behind this communication. And because this is the King of Pentacles, and because we got the Seven of Pentacles as the underlying energy, it does seem like there is something that they are trying to get out of this communication or get out of this proposition to you. Like there is some clear, specific gain that they are hoping to get, whoever this person is. And yeah, it just, especially like looking at the last cards here too, I don't know, it's just, you know, I just want to say, like, be careful, especially if you are considering accepting whatever this proposition is, even though, as I said, just based on the energy that I'm feeling off of these cards, it feels like you are going to reject it, or it feels like you are not going to, you know, get on board with whatever this is. But for those of you who possibly are, or who are considering it, because with the Seven of Pentacles, this could also say that you are considering it. So for those of you who are possibly considering it, or who find it hard to say no to this King of Pentacles person, I just want you to be mindful and super, super careful with the moves that you make, and really like fully weigh up whether it's something that you want to invest yourself in. Okay. But now, if you don't really recognize this King of Pentacles person, as I said, this is a card of Taurus, but just in general, this is someone who is very much interested in like material, physical, that sort of aspect of life, you know, who is after luxury, security, who may be very concerned with their money or their property or their assets, and who may value themselves based on what they own as well. They may be very successful in like business, or they may have a high status in their career, or they may hold like a title that, you know, is impressive. But yeah, I do feel like they may be overly invested in like that material side of life, and be very, very focused on that, and focused on like growing their wealth, growing their stability, and growing their status, or building like a solid name for themselves. It's that type of energy. Now I keep referring to this energy as a he, because it is masculine energy. It doesn't have to be a male specifically, but it is coming through as very heavy masculine energy. So, so yeah, but just take it as it resonates. So if you recognize this person, then, you know, just be wary of any sort of like proposition coming your way in April, May, or June. But just to sort of like break out of it and to give you another alternative scenario, if you don't necessarily recognize anyone like that around you, if this energy is talking about you, because as I said, this reading this whole year seems to be very much about you. Okay, just hang on a second. I need to have a little drink. Okay, sorry about that, but my throat was just killing me. So, because this whole reading and this whole major theme for the year is all about you, this could indicate your energy too. And this King of Pentacles at the end of the year could be talking about you, because with the Emperor energy as well, obviously this is heavy masculine energy too. So regardless of how you identify yourself as, or which gender you know, identify with, you seem to be coming through in like heavy masculine energy, or just that sort of assertive, taking charge type of energy. So if this King of Pentacles is talking about you, this could also just say that this is you, or this is one of those instances with the Page of Wands reversed, right? Because that's the card that we're clarifying. Whatever this proposition or situation is that you encounter, this could really highlight for you some sort of situation that has in some way like outlived its purpose, or where you possibly feel like you are not getting as much out of it as you have put in. So this could just be about you like choosing yourself, or seeing your own value in that instance, like whatever the situation is that you encounter. It just seems like it could be one of those situations where you can like truly sort of see your own value, or realize your own value and how much you bring to the table. And so yeah, you just decide to like do what is best for you ultimately. So it's kind of an interesting 3-month period here, pile number 2, I have to say. Very interesting, and I'm so excited to see how it ultimately plays out for you and what you encounter. But this Page of Wands reversed, man, it's like, I don't know what it is about that energy, but there is just something that seems very intriguing. So I'm really interested. Like, if you are coming back to this reading during the year, and if you encounter this Page of Wands reversed energy, then I would be really interested to know how it actually played out for you. But let's keep going, because otherwise this reading is already really long, and I do apologize, but you know, we are looking at the whole year. So let's move on to quarter number 3, because we have all of these cards to go through. So talking of July, August, and September, we have the Page of Pentacles. There we go. We also have the Two of Wands. We have the Two of Pentacles reversed. And we have the Sun coming out, also in reverse, but the Sun is still the most joyful and happy card in the tarot, so it's still good. The first 2 cards I want to talk about are actually the first 2 cards that came out, with the Page of Pentacles and the Two of Wands. So during the summer months, and also in September, I do feel like you will get this, either an opportunity or just this inner desire or urge to learn something new, to broaden your horizons and try something out that you haven't tried out before. So with this Page of Pentacles, you could actually, you know, take on some courses, or you could apply to apply for some like internships, or you could go back to school, or you could go to university, or you just even like you could just take on a whole new project or something. Like if you are set in your career and you are very happy with your career, it could be that you start something on the side, something that would ultimately hopefully bring you some additional income. Or even just pick up a new hobby. But whatever this is, because of the Page of Pentacles energy here, it's clear that it's going to take you into this sort of student mindset, or something where you have to learn something pretty much from scratch, something that is new territory for you, that you are pretty much a novice in. Because with the Two of Wands as well, like this is indicating that something has sort of become a bit like mundane to you, or it's not really that challenging and that exciting anymore, because you have kind of like mastered it. And so there is something else that you want to explore, something else that you feel called to do, something that would like bring back this spark of enthusiasm and excitement. So I feel like this is especially relevant if, you know, you have previously made a lot of decisions based on like what you think that people would want you to do, or how other people would want you to live your life. So I also love that these two cards are here. I mean, especially with the Two of Pentacles reversed, because this seems like feeling tired, or like you don't really feel like keeping up this some sort of routine or some sort of habit or something that you have been possibly doing for a long time, because it doesn't seem to really fulfill you that much. I mean, as I said, the Sun is still a very positive card, but like next to this Two of Pentacles, I feel like it's just emphasizing how you could be dropping something from your schedule, or dropping something from your routine that just isn't ultimately fulfilling you. And so I feel like the reason why I love these two cards, and why I love the Sun card here coming out in reverse, is because I feel like you are ultimately doing the best thing for you, or doing what is right for you, and letting go of things that are just like taking up space in your life, but that are not necessarily bringing you the desired fulfillment. So for some of you, this Two of Wands, or even this Page of Pentacles as well, this could indicate like you maybe even changing your profession, or if you maybe even changing, like, I don't know, you could even be changing jobs, or like going to a whole other company. Or if you decide to, if you are staying in the company that you are currently working at, if you are happy there, it could just be that you are branching out to like a new department, or you are offered some sort of promotion or something like that. I just feel like there are going to be some pretty significant decisions that you need to make in these months. So July, August, September, because of all of the number two energy. We have the Two of Wands, we had the Two of Pentacles reversed. And if you remember, we also got the Two of Swords as the underlying energy here. So you have 3 twos in one section. And that indicates that there are going to be options for you to choose from. There are going to be decisions that you will have to make in that quarter of the year. So I do feel like this is exciting stuff though, but it could be as well like a bit overwhelming with this Two of Pentacles reversed. Like there may be some things to juggle, or some things that are just sort of becoming too much. But at the same time, I feel like it's actually a really positive thing, because it enables you to let go of, or eliminate the things that are just taking up space, but again, that are not necessarily the things that you really want to do. Now, for some of you, I feel like this like new direction that you are either choosing or searching for, it could be something that you don't share with other people. It could be something that you do sort of secretly, or it's just not like evident or public to other people yet, with the sun reversed here. I do feel like it could be like a secret project of yours almost. And so for some of you, it's not that you know, are like changing jobs or taking a promotion or something like that straight off the bat. It could just be that you are taking up something on the side that you don't really tell people about. That it's just something for you to sort of do or explore as you are sort of doing also the things that you are otherwise doing, or that, you know, keeping up with like the daily, the mundane life. Now, this is a really weird message, but I just want to say it for some of you. With the Two of Pentacles reversed and the Sun reversed, please be mindful when you are sunbathing, so that you won't go overboard with that, or that you don't go into excess with that, because there could potentially be like sunburns or sun damage or something like that. And I'm in no way like a medical practitioner or something like that, so this is not medical advice, okay? It's just a really weird recommendation that I just sort of got from these cards. So if you know that this is something that you do, if you tend to burn easily in the sun, or if you tend to sort of go a bit to the extremes, sunbathing or tanning, then I feel like this is saying to, like, you know, do it moderately, okay? Try not to go overboard with that. But let's clarify some of these cards. I feel like these two cards are sort of like together anyway, this Page of Pentacles and the Two of Wands. So let's see what this energy is all about. But okay, Two of Wands. What is this Two of Wands and Page of Pentacles energy about? Can you please clarify this Page of Pentacles and Two of Wands energy for quarter number 3? Thank you. Oh, we have the Queen of Pentacles. Oh, interesting. And the Six of Swords is coming out in reverse. Okay. So, yeah. So I do feel like this like new opportunity could be something that like potentially increases your income or your like financial resources as well. But because this is the Queen of Pentacles in reverse, this is something that like you slowly but surely nurture until it like brings rewards or results, because this is that like slow and steady energy. It's not one of like rushing into anything. It just feels like somewhat of a long-term goal or long-term project or long-term dream of yours or something. Or it could also just be talking about something like, again, as I said, like a hobby or something on the side that brings you a lot of like fulfillment or nourishment, or that makes you feel in touch with yourself. Interesting, because I'm behind the Six of Swords reversed, we have the Death card. So it's interesting that we're getting the Six of Cups reversed the Six of Swords reversed, because we have the Six of Swords as the last card in quarter 2. Oh, okay. So it could also be something that at one point, like, you wanted to pursue or you started pursuing, but then you like quit, or decided not to go through with it or something, especially with the death card here too. So it could be some sort of like dream or idea or project or something that didn't like finalize, that didn't go through or materialize. But something that you possibly were dreaming of or were like had as a goal at some point. So yeah, for some of you, you may decide to like start doing something again, or you know, you may take something up again that you at one point abandoned or walked away from. Sorry, my throat is really sketchy, so I don't know what's happening there. But yeah, just more generally speaking, I just feel like it's going to be something that like speaks to you on a deeper level, and something that brings you like long-term satisfaction, long-term security, and long-term safety. So yeah, this seems like an amazing sort of side thing that you are doing, or again, as if you are like changing jobs, or if you are taking up a promotion or something like that, then it seems to be something that like truly aligns you with success or like future growth as well. But okay, I want to look at the Two of Pentacles reversed. What is this Two of Pentacles reversed? Oh, thank you. Oh, the Hierophant reversed. Okay, that's interesting. And the Five of Wands reversed as well. Yeah, so with the Hierophant reversed, I just feel like this is you sort of breaking out of like convention, or you letting go of something that you possibly, again with the Hierophant, have held on to or have like believed in. Because the Two of Pentacles is really like just like when it comes out in reverse, it's basically saying that you are going to be dropping a ball of some kind. So when previously you tried to manage a couple of things at once, or try to alternate between two things, then I feel like with the Hierophant reversed, it's like, it's pretty much just saying that whatever this thing was that you were trying to like keep alive or juggle, it feels like it wasn't really truly in alignment with what you were actually believing in, or with like your life philosophy or your values or something like that. And so I feel like, yeah, this is you like realizing it and abandoning something, or basically like making your life easier, clearing your plate up in some way. With the Five of Wands as well. Yeah, and I mean the Four of Coins behind that. This is a major energy of release. This is majorly like letting go, or stopping this fight, or you know, you're just stopping the struggle basically. So I really love seeing that, because I feel like, again, this is just doing a whole lot of very, very healthy choices for yourself and for your highest good. And I'm also interested to see what the Sun card in reverse is talking about. So could you please clarify the Sun in reverse? The Sun in reverse for quarter 3 for pile 2. Oh, the Fool in reverse. Oh, and the Six of Wands upright. Okay, so another Major Arcana card. You're getting so many Major Arcana cards. So clearly a very big year for you. So yeah, this is an energy of like holding back, pretty much. When the Fool comes out in reverse, it's an energy of like hesitation, or not really trusting life, not really trusting yourself. Yeah, it's sort of that like hesitant and somewhat like somewhat of a scared energy. But with it coming out as this, with the Six of Wands as the underlying energy, this is you like fully being your true self and allowing yourself to be seen, and allowing like other people to celebrate you, and just feeling really, really like good about yourself and good about what you have achieved and just your value in general. So yeah, it kind of seems to me like you are releasing, or you are shedding a lot of stuff, especially in that third quarter, that isn't really in alignment with you, or that you feel isn't really a part of your story, and that isn't supposed to be a part of your future. And you are allowing yourself to be seen. So I love that you are sort of cutting out this conditioned way of being, or this behavioral pattern of like playing small, or hiding away, or hiding in the shadows because, you know, that's what you felt that you had to do. But I feel like you are disregarding all of that. And just starting to allow yourself to really be seen. So I really love that. Some pretty big like decision-making energy in quarter 3, and some breakthrough energy. But let's move on to the end of the year with October, November, and December. And the 3 cards that you got here are the King of Pentacles, that we already saw before as well. And now these are the dodgy cards that I was talking about. So we have the 5 of Pentacles, and we have the 7 of Swords. Okay, so the first thing that I feel like saying is, and again, this is not going to resonate for all of you, okay? But I do feel like for some of you, be mindful that at the end of the year, there could be some sort of expense that comes about that is very, very unexpected, and that is like quite significant as well. Or it's just something that like feels like big, or something like that. But I feel like you are going to be okay if that's what resonates for you. If, you know, a bit of an unpleasant expense or bill or something like that comes about at the end of the year. With the King of Pentacles energy, I feel like you are going to either be supported, or you are going to have enough to like figure it out. So yeah, I just wanted to point that out just for some of you, in case that is something, you know, that you experience. Another thing, also be mindful of like spending all sorts of purchases and things like that, especially when we get to the end of the year and there are, you know, the holidays are coming about, and people are more generous than they are probably during other times of the year. So just again, be mindful of, you know, spending a bit too much, or going a bit over budget, or, you know, just signing up for something that ends up being a bit more costly in the long run, or that has some like hidden expenditures attached to it, or something like that. And also just in general, I feel like during the last 3 months of the year, I would avoid making any big purchases in general. So if you are thinking of like investing a whole lot into something, or doing some like, you know, yeah, just having massive expenditures this year, then I would avoid doing them in those final 3 months of the year. But other than that, I just feel like this is a time period where you may have to re-strategize, or find a new way to go about like your finances, or what you put money in. Because we do have all of this pentacle energy and this swords energy as well. So this seems to be very much tied to like practical and mundane and like physical, tangible things. So that seems to be like a big sort of theme or issue for you at the end of the year. Or again, it could be that for some of you, like that is more specifically the time where you decide to change something sort of drastically about your appearance. because the pentacle suit also talks about the body and like the physical aspect. So it could also talk about like you sort of doing something rather out of the blue that like completely changes up your appearance. Something that other people don't really see coming or that they don't expect, especially with the Seven of Swords here. And again, this could be something that you have like have been dreading, or this could be an aspect of yourself that you have, you know, been afraid to show because of how unconventional it is maybe, or how it may like make you feel like an outsider, or how other people may have a hard time understanding it. That's what this Five of Pentacles energy is making me feel as well, that it could be something that other people you think or you feel will have a hard time accepting or understanding. But it seems like you are sort of doing it anyway. With this King of Pentacles, this just seems like, you know, you doing what you want to do and sort of being very, very confident and standing true, or staying true to what you value, what you want, and what you desire. This is a very, very determined and a very dedicated energy. So if this is talking about you, then I feel like that like whole new side of you is going to like fully emerge at the end of the year. Again, like that is that part of you again, which may like shock people. I feel like another part of that is happening in the second quarter, but then this like whole 180, that could actually emerge at the end of the year, where you have made some other like changes as well, or, you know, in the third quarter where you possibly have a new job or a new position or a new hobby or a new side business or something like that going on as well. It just seems like there is quite a lot of transformation happening for you. And so by the end of the year, it's almost like you are a completely new person, and you are, you know, again, just taking people by surprise and shining in a whole new different way. Now, I also feel like I need to say this because we saw this King of Pentacles energy with the Page of Wands energy here, right? Remember this second quarter energy that we were talking about, this like funny or weird proposition that I didn't know how to feel about. So I do feel like there could be, especially if this King of Pentacles is a person that you recognize around you, this could indicate that this person is going to be playing a bigger role for you or in your life, especially at the end of the year. And so with these two cards as well, it could be that like something is, it's almost like something comes to light, I want to say, like some sort of like this hidden agenda or something is exposed with this five of Pentacles. It's like something is going to be brought to light that maybe they tried really hard to hide, or that they didn't want anyone to see, that they were trying their best to keep away from, you know, the public eye. But I feel like with the Five of Pentacles, it's like it's some sort of like loss or some sort of disgrace or something that happens to this person. I honestly don't know how it's going to play out, but with these cards coming out over here, I feel like the truth is going to be exposed. Or again, these like hidden agendas or something fishy with this Page of Wands reversed. There's something fishy about this proposition. I feel like it's going to become clear by the end of the year what was actually behind it. Or again, it like, this is just an example, okay? So this is like a hypothetical thing. I'm not saying that this is what's going to happen, but it could be that like they have like this amazing new business proposition for you, or they come to you and asking you to like invest in some sort of project that they are going to be doing. And they are promising you all sorts of things, but then like in the end, it turns out that they never actually had like a proper plan worked out, or that there weren't any other investors really on board, or like it wasn't a venture that was going to be successful anyway, or like there was some money issues, or possibly that they were, you know, in debt or something like that, and that's why they wanted you to invest to like help them out with something. Or I don't know, it could be like something that they come to you with, and then it may sound like either it sounds a bit too good to be true, or it's just something that you don't really like want to get involved with in the first place, but then, you know, you could feel bad because of your relationship to this person or your history with this person. But I feel like in the end, it's going to become evident how whatever they promised you were that they were just like empty promises, or that they are really in like some sort of trouble, or they were trying to cover up some sort of failure, or yeah, I'm just, you know, this is me like hypothesizing. So yeah, don't take this as like gospel or anything, but this was just an example of like what sort of weird issue could come out here. So yeah, if this resonates for you with this King of Pentacles person, then something may come to light at the end of the year about this weird like proposition or communication that is going to be coming in the second quarter there. But anyway, let's get some clarifications as well and see what this is really saying, what else we can find out about this. I actually want to clarify all of these cards. So King of Pentacles, can we please, okay, hang on a second. This fell down. Okay, at the bottom of the deck, we have the Five of Cups reversed. Okay, yeah, so the way that I picked this card up was the Three of Wands in reverse. So, oh, interesting. And behind the Five of Cups reversed, we have the World card. So, yeah, if this is talking about you, again, if you don't recognize this King of Pentacles person around you or in your life, then this could just say that, you know, you are sort of leaving behind this like old facade, or this old way of portraying yourself that like ultimately didn't make you feel too fulfilled. And with the Three of Wands reversed as well, like this is something that you just don't want to continue down the line, or that, you know, this isn't the direction that you want to go in. So again, this could indicate that, you know, this is this bigger sort of transformation that you are taking on at the end of the year. But if this is talking about a specific person, then the Three of Wands reversed is just making me think of like something that isn't going to go anywhere, or that isn't going to bring the desired results or the promised results. Especially with the Five of Cups in reverse as well. Because again, I feel like this is a realization of some like serious disappointment, or seeing how something that didn't like work out, or something that felt lackluster, isn't going to, you know, bring any fulfillment in the future either. I just feel like with the World card, like this is some serious like closing of a chapter or something like that. So yeah, this King of Pentacles feels quite significant. Again, whether this is talking about your own energy, or whether this is talking about a specific person in your life, I feel like if this is a person, then I feel like you are not going to, or that there isn't that much like progress with this person in the future, or you are not going to be taking them with you, or there is some that sort of realization for you that is happening. Or again, if this is like you changing up your whole appearance or doing something like that, then I feel like this is just you deciding to like stop playing a part, or I know that sounds a bit bad, but you know, just like showing yourself in a specific way that has felt like a sacrifice, you know, to your own true self. Let's look at the Five of Pentacles. What is this Five of Pentacles? What is this Five of Pentacles in the last quarter of the year for pile number 2? What is this Five of Pentacles at the end of the year for pile number 2? Okay, we have the Seven of Pentacles coming out again. Okay, so that's interesting. So in between these two cards, we have the Two of Pentacles. Oh, and Judgment is coming out in reverse as well. So yeah, I feel like, again, this is a realization sort of energy. With the Seven of Pentacles here. Because it's just saying that, you know, this is that sort of like really considering whether the way that you have been doing things is the way that you want to continue doing things, and seeing what the actual results of something are as opposed to what you thought that they were going to be, you know, because with Judgment in reverse as well, like this to me feels like a sort of realization or a sort of aha moment that doesn't necessarily feel good. Like, yeah, this just feels like again, something like starting to make sense or something coming to light, but you know, it's something that is a bit difficult to, like, it's a bitter pill to swallow. So again, you know, take it as it resonates, whether this is talking about this King of Pentacles individual for you, or whether this is you just sort of seeing how, like, very clearly how you have, again, played small, or how you have, or this could also be like a bit of an uncomfortable realization of how you haven't really paid attention to what you truly want and have maybe neglected your own needs a bit. And how that hasn't, you know, like doing the whole people-pleasing thing and all of that, and how that hasn't really brought you the results that you would like, that you were happy with. But I mean, ultimately, again, this is a really good energy, because it's like you are changing it now, right? You are doing something about it. So that's amazing, because we have all of these sevens here as well. The Chariot is a 7. We have the 7 of Cups. We have the 7 of Pentacles and the 7 of Swords. So there are all of these sevens on the table here, and sevens are a card of like challenges, or challenging the status quo, challenging some sort of harmony, disrupting a harmony. So clearly there is this element of like you breaking the mold and moving forward. But let's finally clarify the 7 of Swords as well, and then we'll close the reading out. So 7 of Swords, could you please clarify the 7 of Swords at the end of the year for pile number 2? What is this 7 of Swords regarding? Oh, King of Wands. Okay, another very masculine energy. So as I said, heavy assertive energy. We have the 9 of Cups at the bottom of the deck. So yeah, so again, if this is talking about this King of Pentacles energy that we have been talking about a lot, then yeah, this is some sort of self-serving agenda or self-serving interest with both of these cards coming out. But just sort of more generally, if this is talking about you, then I feel like just the King of Wands, which is an energy of Leo, by the way, this just feels like taking control and being very assertive about what it is that you want, and what it is that makes you feel happy and content and fulfilled. And just like feeling really proud of how far you've come and what you've achieved, and like sort of fully taking charge of yourself and fully taking charge of your life, and how you feel about yourself and your life, and obviously your appearance as well. That seems to be coming up here too, very, very strongly. So this is you just like taking pride. And again, like with this Seven of Swords energy and this King of Wands energy coming out on top of it, this just feels like, you know, you are being your eccentric self or doing things the way you want to do them. And it could just be, sorry if like it cut out because the camera shut off there for a second, but it just could be something that like people don't expect of you, and that could really like surprise people. I mean, the Strength card was at the bottom of the deck here as well, as the underlying energy of your final quarter. So clearly this is some sort of like something unexpected. This is Leo energy as well, by the way. So there is something unexpected that is going to be happening at the end of the year. Now, whether this is, again, as I said, you doing something unexpected or something unexpected like happening for you or coming to light. But either way, I feel like with all of this heavy Leo energy too, and this King of Wands energy, you have the strength to deal with the situation, and you have the tools and the energy to sort of take charge of this situation and basically make it into what you want it to be and come out on top. So all in all, I'm going to close this reading out now because, oh my goodness, we have been here for ages, and I do apologize. But it just seems to be one of those readings where no matter how hard I try, I just cannot make it into a short and succinct reading. So I do apologize. But just to sort of sum it up here, pile number 2, I do feel like you are actually going to remember this year. You are going to love this year. Obviously, there are going to be some ups and downs, but I mean, that's life. But ultimately, I feel like this is going to be one of those years where you prove to yourself and others what you are capable of. And yeah, it just seems to be like a whole new you that is going to be emerging at the end of the year, or by the end of the year, I should say, taking the world by storm and taking people by surprise, and just making some pretty cool changes in your life that ultimately at the end of everything you are going to be very, very happy that you did that, and you are going to feel very proud of yourself as well, I feel like. So yeah, I'm gonna leave it here. Thank you so much for watching. I truly do hope that you found something useful from this, and if this reading resonated for you, then I would love to hear from you. You can leave me a comment down in the comment section, or you can just give me a thumbs up. That would mean so much to me as well. And please don't forget to subscribe if you enjoyed this reading, even though I know that it was super long. But if you're still here, by the way, if you're still watching this reading, please leave me a tulip emoji down in the comment section so I know that you made it this far. And yeah, it would just be amazing. So hopefully I see some tulips in the comment section. But anyway, I'm not going to keep you any longer. Thank you so much for watching. If I don't see you in any of the other piles, please take care of yourselves, and I'm wishing you the best 2024. So take care of yourselves, and I hope to see you very soon. Bye-bye. Hello, pile number 3. You may be wondering why I am dressed differently, and the lighting may be different as well. It's because it's actually the next day as I'm filming your reading. So yeah, that's why. Anyway, welcome to your reading. You chose the Amazonite gemstone or crystal, and you chose the This Might Hurt tarot deck. But we're going to get to those a bit later when we start looking at each quarter of 2024 for you more specifically. We are first going to look into these oracle cards here to get a glimpse of a major theme of 2024 for you. So this is going to be that sort of key area or keyword, something that sort of sums up the main thing that you will remember when you look back on 2024. So let's see what we have. Okay, we're starting off with 11th house, This is the 11th house in astrology or in an astrological chart, specifically your birth chart. That's what we are going to be focusing on with this card. We also have number 20 with the Cayman and Poppy and dreams. I don't know how well you'll be able to see it because the text is quite small on these cards. Oh, interesting. We also have number 10 and Scythe. This is a French Lenormand deck, so I can't pronounce any of the words on the actual card, but I do I do still understand what this card symbolizes. So this is the Scythe card from the Lenormand system. Next we have number, hang on, what is it? Oh, 51. The Quail and Gooseberry, Anticipation. So number 51 reduces down to 6. 5 plus 1 is 6. And finally we have number 5 with Buttercup. There we go. So pile number 3. Super excited for your reading because I can already see that one of the major themes for 2024 for you is going to be that some sort of dream or wish or goal that you have had for quite a long time, most likely, is going to be materializing this year. Something is going to be manifesting for you that you have been waiting for, that you have been hoping for. Now, the two most important keywords obviously here that make me think of like wish fulfillment or dreams coming true are these two cards here. I mean, this card, like with the Cayman, it can talk about like dreams as in when you are sleeping. But because we have the 11th house over here, and the 11th house in astrology talks about, yes, it talks about like groups and friendships and communities and places that we belong, but it also talks about wishes, what we ultimately desire, or some sort of higher aspirations that we have in life. And so I feel like those two cards coming out together is very, very telling of something sort of finally materializing for you that is very closely tied to what you are desiring deep down. Because we have this Scythe card here too. Now the Scythe card in Lenormand is, it is more so thought of as like, you know, not the most positive card, because a lot of the times it can indicate some sort of like shock or something abrupt that happens that you are not prepared for. It kind of reminds me of like the Tower card in tarot, but because this also talks about reaping rewards, you know, like you can see with the side here, this is like harvest season. So you are harvesting or reaping some sort of rewards, and because this is the Scythe card, it indicates something that happens like very quickly or very swiftly, or something just like out of the blue. And it's that sort of like cutting energy that changes something forever, you know, like once it's cut, there's no going back. So I feel like whatever this thing is, this dream of yours that is going to be coming true this year, I feel like it's going to be quite substantial, and it's going to alter your life quite a lot, but for the positive. I mean, we also have this anticipation card. So again, with this anticipation card, this tells me that whatever this like change is that is happening in your life, or whatever this wish fulfillment is, it's something that you have been planning for and working towards. It's not something that is going to, you know, like come out of the blue in that sense that it's like completely unexpected. It's something that you are desiring, let's just say it that way. And we also had this Buttercup card as well, which talks about perseverance and determination. So I feel like another message here regarding this dream of yours is that, you know, keep working towards it because you are going to see results. So if you feel yourself, especially if it is something that you have been working for or working towards for quite some time, possibly like months or years, it could be that, you know, you are watching this reading and you feel that you are starting to lose motivation, or maybe you are feeling or have felt like this thing is never going to, you know, come true. Then I feel like this is almost the encouragement that you need to keep going, especially even if you feel like you are met with some sort of obstacles or some sort of something that like either demotivates you at times, or maybe the progress that you have seen or are still seeing even in 2024, even if it's slow, keep going, because I feel like it's going to pay off in the end. Another keyword that I'm feeling here, even though this is the biggest one, is that 2024 may be also the year where you make some pretty drastic changes when it comes to your friend groups, or, you know, the people who you hang out with or hang around with. You could be making some pretty drastic changes there, because, you know, maybe it's something that, again, you feel like has been a long time coming, or maybe something is overdue, or maybe it's just something that you have known for a while, that the some of the people in your vicinity or in your friend group are not the best influence for you, or they are not really the type of people that you vibe with anymore. Maybe you realize that you are wanting different things, or you have simply like outgrown some of the relationships in your life. Then this could be the year where you finally take some like concrete steps and make some changes when it comes to your friend group. And so I feel like with these, like especially with these two cards here, because again, we have this scythe symbology of like cutting something off or cutting something out, or making like a very firm and concrete decision. And because we are talking about the 11th house, as I said, this is also networks and groups and communities and friendships. So this could mean that, you know, this is the area where you are taking some radical steps. But again, I feel like it's ultimately for your highest good. You are doing what is best for you, and you are focusing on like the long-term goals of what you ultimately want your dream life to be, right? With dreams, this is the focus here. Like, what is the dream life for you? But also, because of this Buttercup card, I do feel inclined to say that, you know, you could face some resistance from these people. You know, that there may be some attempts to like reconcile or convince you to change your mind, or maybe even like manipulate you in some way, depending on like, you know, what type of people you are surrounded by. You know that best. But if you are met with that type of like reaction or resistance to you moving on, then I feel like this Buttercup energy is, again, you know, reminding you to stay strong in your convictions and to not allow yourself to be swayed, to keep it on the forefront of your mind, like what it is that you are ultimately doing these things for, what it is that you want to achieve, what it is that you want to, or where it is that you want to get to. And, you know, if you have these like massive dreams of growth and expansion, and if you are surrounded by people who have a very negative mindset, or who have a lack mindset, who keep instilling fear in you or projecting their own insecurities on you, wanting to like hold you back in some way because, you know, they can sense that you are outgrowing them and they don't want that to happen, so they are reacting from like an ego place. You know, when you see all of that happening, sorry, I lost my train of thought there. But anyway, you know, when you are surrounded by those types of people and you see this sort of reaction, then, you know, just remember that, you know, you are doing this for you and you are doing this for your own good. And you can't really grow and expand when you have this negative influence on you or around you all the time, right? So yeah, this feels quite a significant energy. Like you are going to be doing some big things this year. That's what I feel like, pile number 3. But let's look at all 4 of the quarters of 2024. So we're going to look at like 3-month intervals specifically and see what each quarter of 2024 has in store for you. So let's start with quarter 1. So we're starting with January, February, and March, which, by the way, I know that we are already, you know, January has come and gone. We are already in the month of February. And so the first quarter is like halfway through. But, you know, that might actually help you to see whether some of this energy is already playing out for you or has already played out for you in January. So, yeah, you know, that's just a side note there. But let's see. You have some very, very interesting cards here. And I mean, the whole layout is kind of interesting because there's a bit of a pattern here. So I'm sure you already noticed as well that in the first 2 quarters here, which is pretty much the first half of 2024, most of the cards are coming out in reverse. So there is a lot of like resistance or blocked energy. Whereas when we get to the halfway point of 2024 and onwards, that's when like energy starts to flow more freely, and we see some like purging and, you know, some more like free flowing energy happening here. So that's the first thing that I'm noticing that is really, really funny. The other thing that I noticed was that you have 3 number 4 cards in this layout. We have the 4 of Wands reversed, we have the 4 of Swords reversed, and we have the 4 of Cups reversed. So with all of the 4s coming out in reverse, it's telling me that some sort of foundations are going to be broken down this year, which I mean makes sense, right? It's kind of logical with the Scythe card energy that we were talking about, indicating that there are going to be some pretty drastic changes or moves being made, and things are going to be altered so that, you know, some sort of energy is changed forever, as I was saying. And I know, again, it sounds really dramatic, but, you know, again, I feel like it's something that either you already feel ready for on some level, or it's something that like you have considered yourself. I mean, some of it may come as a surprise to you as well. I'm not going to lie, for some of you, not for all of you. But again, it's all happening in your highest good because we have this 11th house here. So this is like your true north, pretty much, like where you are supposed to, what you're supposed to move to, or what your soul wants to experience. So that's the thing that I noticed here with the 4s all coming out in reverse. And then we also have a couple of 5s here as well. I mean, the buttercup card is a number 5 as well. So we have like 3 5s all together in this sense, with the 5 of Wands and the 5 of Cups. And so 5s represent change. They represent some sort of disruption to a stable or like a stuck environment, pretty much. So clearly that is going to be a very significant energy for you. But let's now get into the first quarter of the year for you, which, funnily enough, is the only quarter where you get a major Arcana card in the spread. So we have the Sun in reverse here, and it's coming out right next to this Queen of Swords in reverse. Now, if I'm not mistaken, the Four of Wands came out separately, and then these three cards came out together. Maybe I'm misremembering it, but you know, these things get really mixed up. But just focusing on these two cards here first, I have to say I'm not really liking this Queen of Swords energy as it's coming out in reverse right next to the Sun card reversed, because this makes me think of like very like ego-driven energy, or just someone who is like, who is maybe a bit too self-centered, or who isn't really like acting from the most sincere place. And I also feel like, because we have these two cards here, we have the Eight of Wands reversed and the Four of Wands reversed, I'm kind of getting this feeling that the first quarter of the year is where there is heavy influence of this not very supportive or like negative, like people around you, like that type of influence that we were talking about, which, as I said, I feel like you are going to be making some changes about this year. But I feel like in the first quarter, so January to March, this energy is still very much present and very much around you. And I feel like it's kind of affecting your life and your overall energy quite a lot. So it's making me feel of like this Queen of Swords person could be someone that you work with. So it could be like a work colleague. It could be a friend, but it could also be someone that is like a family member, because of this Four of Wands in reverse. This card sometimes indicates family, but I mean, again, take it as it resonates, because we have this 11th house highlighted here. I'm also feeling the energy of like either acquaintances or friends, or you know, that type of energy, or like some sort of groups that you belong to, or again, communities. So it could be like a community member. It could also be your neighbor as well, or someone. It just feels like this person is acting or operating from a rather like, first of all, like pessimistic or bitter place. So it seems that they, you know, they are not the most, they're not the most positive influence, and they may be a bit of a Debbie Downer. So with this Eight of Wands in reverse here coming out as well, sorry, it's really hard to get these cards out. So with the Eight of Wands coming out in reverse as well, this feels to me like some sort of delays, or some sort of like a messing up of plans that is happening. So yeah, I don't know why, but I kind of get this feeling that this person's energy, whoever they are around you, it seems like they are very much like slowing down your progress, or affecting like your direction, or affecting what you are doing as well. Like if this is someone who you work with, like a colleague or someone who you know, who is supposed to be your friend or something like that, but maybe deep down you kind of realize that maybe that's not really the case, or maybe they're not really like a sincere friend. I feel like there could be some sort of jealousy, or some sort of scheming or something like that, so that, you know, if there is a possibility for like promotion, or some sort of, you know, project being successfully fulfilled, or you know, working on some sort of project with this person, then I feel like however they are influencing the situation, or their input is somehow like slowing down the process, or it's somehow like jeopardizing the whole project or something like that. Again, if this is like a career or work situation for you, if this is a colleague or someone you work with. Now, this is more of a specific scenario or situation. So if this doesn't apply to you, it doesn't apply to you, and just don't do anything with it. But I do feel like if this is like a workspace situation and there was some sort of promotion that you were hoping to get, if this Queen of Swords person is either like a colleague of yours or either your boss or someone, then I do feel like there could be a situation where you are either passed up for a promotion, or it's like something happens to the plans or to what you thought was going to, how you thought things were going to play out. Like it seems to be somehow like not going in the direction that you wanted to with this Eight of Wands reversed. And like it also, that's why like I keep sort of getting dragged back to this scythe energy too, because as I said, it could be like an unexpected or painful realization as well, or like a rude wake-up call or something like that. So that could happen in the first quarter of the year for you if it hasn't happened already. And again, like as I said, it's not going to resonate for all of you, this like work scenario, but if this happened to you, then you'll know what this is about. But it just feels like, if we sort of talk more broadly about it, I just feel like the first quarter of the year is very heavily influenced by this Queen of Swords individual. And I do feel like it is a person outside of you, that this is not your energy. And for some reason, they are just sort of dampening the whole like spirit or the whole vision or goal. Like, let's say if this is even someone that, if you are an entrepreneur, or if you are trying to like start your own business or do something like as a side hustle or something, and this could be a person that like is a trustee or just someone who is helping you out with this project or with this business or with this endeavor or something like that. It could be that like their actions are somehow like sabotaging the whole thing, the whole project, or the whole like business endeavor, or it's just not the most positive influence around you. And for some reason, like this person does seem to have quite a lot of influence on you, or their energy seems to impact yours quite heavily, because whatever it is that they are doing or saying, however they are impacting you, with the Sun reversed and the Eight of Wands reversed, I also feel like it's just like stifling your growth, and it's stifling the sort of the direction that you want to go in, or the moves that you do want to make. There is just a lot of this like hazy energy or confusing energy. There could also be some like miscommunications that are happening with, between you and this person, where they're trying to like, sidetrack you or, pull you off your path or something like that, or redirect you to somewhere else that you don't actually want to go to. It's just pushy energy. I'm not gonna lie, I don't really like this energy. It's very pushy and it's very like manipulative or like forceful as well, and just coming from a weird place. Let's clarify. Let's see what we can find out. So I definitely want to look at this Queen of Swords energy, because I want to see what else we can find out about her. Can you please clarify the Queen of Swords reversed? Okay. Yeah, we got the Three of Swords. Now, what is interesting is we also had the Three of Swords as the underlying energy for this quarter here, the third quarter. But I'm not really seeing like a connection there. Okay, we also have the Ace of Pentacles at the bottom of the deck. Yeah, so I do feel like this Queen of Swords is someone who is like, is more so like complicating your life, or who you have very like difficult relations with. And I do feel like the main reason is that, this could, as I said, this could be a friend or someone close to you, but it's just, I feel like it's not easy to get along with this person. It's like you have to present yourself in a specific or some sort of way to appeal to this person, or it's like this person is acting also from like their own wounded ego, or like their own personal pain that they haven't really dealt with. And so, because I don't know I'm pretty sure I said it. This could be one of those instances where like this person is projecting their own like pain and insecurities onto you, and that's why they are sort of sabotaging the whole progress or process, or you know, whatever it is that you are trying to achieve. Because clearly with the Sun card, with the Four of Wands and the Eight of Wands, there is something that you are either working on or have tried to bring about already. Something that is like in the works, but for some reason, you know, the results are not really coming about, or there is like doubt and confusion and delays and stuff like that happening. And I do feel like that Queen of Swords person is having a very clear impact on you with this Three of Swords here. Okay, yeah, interesting. We have two aces here too. So yeah. This is some weird energy, let me tell you. Let's look at the Sun in reverse. Can we please look at the Sun in reverse in the first quarter? The Sun in reverse. Okay, thank you. Okay, interesting. We have the Five of Pentacles reversed. There we go. And we have the King of Pentacles, which is a Taurian energy. Oh, by the way, I don't think I mentioned, the Queen of Swords is Libran energy, or just air energy, and the Sun is Leo energy. So, interesting. Yeah, I do feel like, I kind of get a heavy sense of this like King of Pentacles energy being you, or just this like pentacle energy I feel is talking about you, because this Queen of Pentacles in the second quarter, I was feeling like it's talking about you as well. So it is kind of this, it is the sense of like you having some really big goals, you striving towards some serious success. At the bottom of the deck, we have the Knight of Swords as well. Yeah, so it does feel like you are, it does feel like you have your eye set on something like very stable, very secure. It looks like you have some long-term visions that you are trying to get to, especially with the Five of Pentacles reversed as well. It does seem like you are wanting to get yourself out of a situation that isn't, that isn't fulfilling, that isn't nurturing for you, where you feel like not all of your needs are met. I also feel like with the Eight of Wands coming out in reverse here as well, by the end of like March or something like that, or by the beginning of April, during that time frame, some of you could actually like do that whole cutting off thing that I was, talking about with the overall energy or the major theme for you. You may actually decide to like cut ties with this person or separate yourself from this person, and like choose yourself. That's for some of you. So this could happen like quite early on in the year for some of you, because yeah, with this Knight of Swords energy as well, I do feel like this is tied to this Queen of Swords energy. Like all of this Swords energy seems to be pointing to this person, who are sort of trying to, like disrupt your plans, or who are trying to, again, like sway you off your path or something, trying to cause confusion. But I want to look at the Eight of Wands reversed as well. Okay, that was very quick. Yes, Death cards. See? That's what I was saying. Oh, interesting. And the Eight of Cups reversed as well. So the Eight of Cups reversed is indicating that there is some sort of emotional dissatisfaction that you realize that you are not really getting. That something is not fulfilling. And so this could be like, because the Eight of Cups is coming out in reverse, it could mean that there is this like transitionary period where you are sort of starting to plan your next moves, or starting to look for something that would be more fulfilling. But with the Death card coming out over here, as I said, some of you are definitely going to be cutting ties with this Queen of Swords person, because the Death card is like a very concrete ending to something. And yeah, the Eight of Wands reversed is like, it could also be like a lack of communication, or just, you know, taking things in a different direction. So I'm not really, like, do you see all of the black here in these cards as well? Like, I'm not really, besides the King of Pentacles, of course, I'm not really liking this energy. And so, yeah, I do feel like the first 3 months could have like quite heavy energy because of this person's influence. And again, like, if this is your reading, then you obviously know that this is happening. You obviously recognize who this person is. If you don't, if this is not sounding familiar to you at all, then it could be that this is not your reading, because this feels quite specific in that sense. Quite a specific scenario or story, because yeah, this 11th house, it's clearly significant. But anyway, that's the first 3 months for you, and it is going to change. Okay, that's what I'm trying to get across here as well, that this is not going to stay like this. It just feels like that's when this like negative energy that you most likely have already been experiencing for some time, or, you know, you're already familiar with, and you're already in this person's influence. That's when this is sort of, you know, becoming very, very evident to you as well. Or it's almost like, it could be that, you know, it's that thing where it's that thing that breaks the camel's back, or the straw that breaks the camel's back. That could happen in the first 3 months of 2024. That is going to redirect you to a new path, or a new way of being. But let's move on to the second quarter now, because we still have so many cards to go through. So the first card that you got for April, May, and June is the Five of Wands reversed, the Eight of Pentacles reversed, again, if it would focus, thank you, and finally the Queen of Pentacles, which is Capricorn energy, but it can also just talk about any earth sign really, so Taurus, Virgo, Capricorn. But as I kept saying, I do feel like this Queen of Pentacles energy is talking about you, because I love that, like, she is the energy that is the only upright card in the first row of cards. It's almost like she is going to be turning the energy around. Now, I also love that we have the Five of Wands here, that is coming out in reverse, because it's telling me that this sort of like tension, or like aggressive, or just like unpleasant energy that is possibly, you know, is the energy that you are starting your year off with, or it has been something that you have been sort of stuck in or having to endure for some time. It does seem like during that sort of second quarter of the year, that energy is starting to dissipate, with it coming out in reverse. And with the Eight of Pentacles reversed as well, I do feel like you are sort of making a very clear decision that you are not going to be like putting your energy and effort into something anymore. And because it's the Five of Wands, like the Five of Wands is the card that this is coming out alongside, it does seem to be indicating a sort of relationship or a dynamic, because the Five of Wands is very often talking about a dynamic of like very diverse, or people who have very different like backgrounds or opinions or beliefs or value systems. And so that's what this clashing energy is sort of stemming from, you know, people being very set in their ways and not really wanting to compromise, right? And so I feel like, as I said, for some of you, by the time of April, like you will make some pretty drastic decisions or pretty like concrete steps to start eliminating yourself from that influence, especially from this Queen of Swords influence. But I definitely feel that it's going to, you know, almost be like, not like finalized, but it's something that you are definitely going to be doing by the end of June. So by the end of the second quarter, you are going to sort of make some pretty firm decisions to choose yourself, because that's what this Queen of Pentacles energy is. Like, she looks after herself and she looks after what she values, what is important to her and what she wants to nurture. This is like that sort of, this is that moment or that point where you decide to change your priorities around, or where you decide what it is that you actually want to focus your energy and attention and care and love and resources on. And yeah, it seems like you are choosing a different path, because I mean, like, the way that, I just want to quickly show you the way that she is like facing away from this whole energy here. Like, this just feels like very messy and very unrewarding work. Like, you know, trying to manage other people, or trying to be the voice of reason, or just trying to make something work that isn't really working, you know, or trying to, this could even be talking about this whole dynamic of like you trying to work on some goals or trying to make something a success with the Eight of Pentacles, but that not really working out or bearing fruit because of this influence of the Five of Wands here. Like, I don't know, it just seems like this is sort of the turning point for you, where you actually start, you know, experiencing a whole new sensation of, you know, not wanting to be a part of this energy anymore. And again, possibly for some of you, if this Queen of Swords individual, or even if it's not specifically this person, but if you have some sort of like business partners or people who have been a part of your vision, but that haven't really, you know, aided the process in any way, you could be deciding to go solo as well with this Queen of Pentacles energy. But again, that's for some of you. So I absolutely love that for you. But let's also clarify these cards here. So I want to look at the Five of Wands reversed, because I want to see what that is all about. What is this Five of Wands reversed in the second quarter for, okay. Okay, that's interesting. We got the Eight of Pentacles that came out upright this time, right next to the Eight of Pentacles reversed. Yeah, so whatever this is, it does seem like some sort of a project or goal or something you're working. Okay, and look at that. Isn't that interesting? At the bottom of the deck, we have the Five of Swords reversed. So another five coming out over here. And with the Five of Swords reversed again, this is that energy of like walking away from a fight, or walking away from like a very conflicting and very like manipulative or forceful energies. So it does seem like there have been some serious heavy influences on you by the people around you, or by the people who are working with you on something, or even, again, because not all of you obviously have some sort of business partners that you're working with, or people that are working on this goal that you have, or this dream that you have with you. But because we are getting a lot of this like pentacle energy and a lot of this wand energy, it does seem like it's something that you are, like something physical or something material, something long-term that you are working towards. So that's why I keep like referring to this project or this business or side hustle or whatever this is. That's why I'm referring to this scenario more so than anything else. But yeah, this Five of Wands reversed, it just feels like there is a lot of opposing forces and opposing opinions when it comes to whatever your dream or goal is. And I feel like it has become quite a cycle as well, with this Eight of Coins. Or it almost feels like as well with the Five of Swords in reverse here too. It could be that it's like you are the only one in this group or in this dynamic that is actually like trying to meet someone halfway, or trying to make something work. Because of the Eight of Pentacles, it makes me feel like you are the one who is actually like putting in some effort, who is trying to, like resolve issues. But it seems like, especially with the Five of Swords reversed as well, it seems like there is almost this like giving up type of energy happening, especially with the Eight of Pentacles reversed. But let's clarify the Eight of Pentacles as well. Can we please see the Eight of Pentacles reversed? Thank you. Oh, interesting. We have another Four of Swords reversed. And the reason why I say another is because we have a Four of Swords here in the third quarter as well. So yeah, I feel like this is you sort of coming out of this repetitive energy. Yeah, see, the Emperor. This definitely feels to me like your energy. This is that like bossing up, becoming really decisive, becoming really strict with what you say and what you do, and almost like putting your foot down. Like this is where I'm drawing the line. This is where my boundary is, and I'm not going to let anyone cross it anymore. This is like I mean business, and I've had enough. This is that energy. So I absolutely love it, because I feel like it is so needed. It feels like it's so needed in that second quarter of the year. So yeah, this feels like very, very strong, like coming out of a period of like stillness, or just not really intervening, or sort of letting things just like keep going the way that they are, right? Stepping out of that space and finally like establishing some ground rules, putting your foot down, as I said. So I absolutely love this second quarter for you, because I do feel like there is so much, as I said, self-empowerment that is coming from these cards. And I also feel like with this like sort of bossing up energy, this could also be where like you start seeing some of these like some of the fruits of your labor actually materializing as well. But that is only for some of you, because I'm also feel like that is going to be happening in the third quarter for a lot of you. Because I feel like there is almost this like transitioning from the Queen of Pentacles to the King of Pentacles. It's like this stepping up energy, right? Because of the Emperor energy too, which is a lot more masculine and a lot more like assertive, whereas the Queen of Pentacles, Queen energy, as we were, saying before, is obviously more feminine in nature, and it's a lot more like receptive and allowing and nurturing, and that it's a lot softer. And I'm not saying that, as I'm talking about this King and Queen energy, I'm not saying that you need to be male or female in order for that to apply to you, because we all have masculine and feminine energy within us. Like both of those energies exist within us. It's just that sometimes we use more of one and other times we use more of the other. And so I sort of see that period for you as a time where you sort of level up in that direction and come out of the influence of whatever this sort of Queen of Swords reversed is and whatever this Five of Wands energy is. But let's move on to the third quarter of the year, because that's where I feel like things are getting more interesting as well. Now, I mean, we have quite a few people here anyway. This Queen of Swords feels like someone else. This Knight of Cups feels like someone else. This Queen of Cups feels like someone else. So there is quite a lot of people here on in this reading. And so yeah, it makes sense that the 11th house would come out, because obviously other people's energy is hugely influencing you this year, and it is playing a big role for you and your journey. But I definitely need to clarify this third quarter here, because as I said, I do feel like this King of Pentacles is actually your energy. But I'm not too sure about who this Knight of Cups is, because I do feel like, oh, sorry, I didn't even show you the cards up close as I promised. So for July, August, and September, we have the Knight of Cups, which is Pisces energy. We also have the Four of Swords reversed. and we have the King of Pentacles, which is Taurian energy, but it could also represent other earth signs too. So as I said, I don't know who this Knight of Cups person is, but it seems to be someone who is like approaching you and wanting to like either talk things through or talk things out, or it could also be, I'm getting kind of two scenarios here. It could be someone from this like friend group, or someone, it could even be this like Queen of Swords reversed energy who is coming in with like an apology of some sort, or trying to make amends in some way. I'm also feel like this Knight of Cups is, it could also be just someone else, like a whole new individual that you end up meeting as you sort of decide to distance yourself from this energy, this Five of Swords, sorry, this Five of Wands and this Queen of Swords energy. It could be a whole new person that you meet or that you come across, and who sort of shares your vision or shares your goal in some way and wants to like be a part of it. So I also feel like I need to point this out because it is the Knight of Cups, and whenever the Knight of Cups comes out, there could be like a romantic aspect here too, even though I'm not feeling it as strongly based on these cards. I'm not really seeing like a romantic, a very romantic scenario, but I'm just saying it just, you know, in case this resonates for some of you. And we are going to clarify this Knight of Cups as well and just see more specifically what they have to offer or what sort of position they are coming from. But yeah, I mean, with the Four of Swords reversed and the King of Pentacles, this could be someone that also like sort of shakes you up a bit, or what they have to offer, what they have to say to you shakes you up a bit because of this Four of Swords reversed, where again, I feel like this is you sort of coming out of your cocoon or coming out of your shell a bit more, starting to open up a bit more again. After a period of like possibly withdrawing or pulling your energy back to you and you know, putting your focus on yourself. So yeah, this feels like starting to open up to other people again and possibly becoming a bit more social again. I see that specifically here in the last quarter of the year with the Four of Cups in reverse. So there is this period of sort of, as I said, coming out of your shell a bit and opening up to socializing and meeting other people and networking and all that type of stuff. Let's see, I want to clarify who this Knight of Cups is, because with the King of Pentacles, I just sort of see, I do very strongly feel like this is your energy, and this is the sort of energy that you upgrade to as you, again, if it would focus, please. This feels like the sort of energy that you upgrade to as you are putting yourself first with this Queen of Pentacles by the end of June or during the midpoint of 2024. I feel like this is you sort of focusing on you and your own well-being and all of that. And as a result of that, you seem to be becoming a lot more like confident, a lot more self-reliant, a lot more bold and courageous as well. In like, you know, again, establishing your boundaries or saying what it is that you need, making it very sort of clear to other people what is okay with you and what isn't okay with you. So this feels like a much more stable place than this energy that you are starting the year off with. But it is interesting. I want to see what this Knight of Cups has to offer to you. So what is this Knight of Cups offering, or what is their motive in this third quarter of the year for pile number 3? What is this Knight of Cups offering? What is this Knight of Cups offering? Thank you. Ugh. Ah, yeah, see? Six of Wands. So let's see what the bottom deck says. Yeah. And we have the Six of Cups. So you have two sixes. Sixes are a number of harmony. So yeah, as I said, I was feeling more strongly that this is someone who is wanting to like help you, or who believes in you or your progress or process or vision or whatever. And they want to help you to succeed, or they want to be a part of the journey. And help you to, you know, reach your goals. Because with the Six of Coins here too, like this is sincere and generous energy. I mean, obviously, I'm not saying that like this is a, you know, this is just a saint who has like no interest in the rewards themselves. I'm not saying that that's necessarily true, because I mean, with the Six of Coins here too, like, you know, obviously they have an interest in it as well, because they can see that whatever it is that you are working towards, or whatever this goal or dream of yours is, I feel like they can see that it, like what it could possibly produce, or how successful it could be. And so because they believe in that, and because they believe in you, or because they have like something valuable to offer you as well with the Six of Coins here, it could be that they have some either like some valuable experience in a specific or very like, yeah, in like a very distinct or specific area that you possibly don't have yourself, or they can offer you a fresh perspective, or they can offer you some really good advice that, you know, is going to help you along the way. I feel like that whatever this Knight of Cups is coming in with, whatever their proposition is specifically, or what they have to offer you specifically, I do feel like it's coming from a good place, and I do feel like it is going to help you out. So very exciting to see around the summer period what is going to be happening for you, and who you end up meeting. And again, because we have a Coins card and we have a Wands card, so I did mention it, or I did throw it in the air that this could be like a romantic someone, but most likely I do have to say, honestly, I'm not feeling that much. This seems to be more so focused or oriented on whatever this dream of yours is. This could even be like a new job proposition as well, for those of you who are maybe deciding to like change your workplace or switch jobs because of the corporate culture, or because of the sort of the toxic atmosphere at work with colleagues, or whatever it is that, you know, however this resonates for you. Some of you could be deciding to, like, as I said again, like cut yourself out of some sort of groups that you are part of. So that also includes your the people that you work with. So if you are deciding to like change your job, or quit your job, or even if you are let go of your job, so it's not necessarily your own choice, again, I do feel like it is happening all for your highest good. So in that sort of period from July to September, that seems to be the time frame where something new is coming your way. So if that scenario resonates for you, then it could be that this Knight of Cups is coming in with a job proposition, or just some sort of a really cool or interesting offer that could bring you a lot of success and fulfillment and recognition as well, and some additional rewards because of the Six of Pentacles here. So you could actually, you know, if you do end up finding a new job or a new job opportunity, or even a new position in the same company, let's say, if you don't decide to like quit entirely, then it could be that this new position offers more pay as well. There could be a pay increase. But I want to see what this Four of Swords is all about. What is this Four of Swords in reverse in the third quarter? What is this Four of Swords? Okay, interesting. We have the Two of Wands coming out in reverse. Okay. Yeah, so it does seem like with the Four of Swords reversed and the Two of Wands reversed, that this is talking about a period where you maybe have been more so drawn in, or you maybe haven't been too active or too much looking out of you or looking at new opportunities, especially like with the Nine of Wands in reverse here too. This could be that you are sort of like almost like licking your wounds or taking some time to recuperate because of what you have gone through. So there could be this like this Four of Swords could indicate that there is going to be a period where, you know, you are sort of taking things a bit more slowly and sort of just allowing yourself to rest from all of this energy that has been taking up a lot of space, a lot of time and a lot of energy in the first half of the year. So yeah, this seems to be like you coming out of a place of like just sort of being a bit cut off from everything. This feels a bit like this hermit energy. But I also want to look at this King of Pentacles. Can we please get a clarification for the King of Pentacles? I do feel very heavily that this is you, but let's see what else the King of Pentacles has to say. Can you please clarify the King of Pentacles? Okay, thank you. Okay, so yeah, we're getting the same cards. So we're getting the Eight of Coins, and we are getting the Nine of Wands reversed. So yeah, this is this feels very heavily like your energy. Again, whatever this is that you have been working on. And we have the Wheel of Fortune in reverse too. So yeah, this feels like a pause, right? Like this energy of you coming out of a pause and starting to like refocusing yourself on whatever this dream or goal is, and really starting to put it into work again, because I feel like with the Nine of Wands reversed, there has been a bit of an apprehension to like trust people again or open up to people again because of all of the hardships or the difficulties that you have experienced, and how these different like dynamics have made it more difficult for you to, you know, get to where you want to go. So yeah, this seems like a very interesting time period for you. And I'm not going to lie, we had the Two of Wands here with the Four of Swords in reverse. There could be like a bit of a place of like decision for you, or you needing to make a decision on whether you want to, you know, trust this Knight of Cups and whether you want to accept what it is that they are offering. Like the cards are indicating that this person is coming from like a genuine place and what they have to offer is actually good for you. But ultimately this is your decision. And I can see like with the Two of Wands reversed and the Nine of Wands reversed, right? Like I can see that there is apprehension here, and obviously for good reason, based on the energy that we were talking about at the beginning of the year. So I can see that there is some apprehension in making a decision like that, not being sure how to progress or how to move forward. But I do feel like you are feeling in a much stronger place by the end of September, and there are some pretty cool opportunities coming your way to take you further along on your journey here. But let's move on to the final quarter of the year, which is October, November, and December. Now, this feels like the most, obviously, this seems to be like the most emotional month because we have all Cups cards. The first card out is the Four of Cups reversed. There we go. We also have the Queen of Cups, which is a Cancerian card, but this can also just indicate any water sign. So Cancer, Scorpio, Pisces. And also we have the Five of Cups coming out upright as well. So as I said, with this Four of Cups in reverse, I do feel like this energy of like you opening up to more socializing and you opening up to other people again, that seems to be carrying on from the end of the third quarter. So like August, September time to October time. You may find yourself starting to like socialize it more again, or just, you know, going out more again, or, you know, connecting to people again. So that seems to be that sort of revitalizing energy that happens. But I find it quite interesting, and we definitely need to clarify this Queen of Cups person, like who this is. Because in like some regard, I do feel like this could be talking about an aspect of you, especially with the Five of Cups here too, where there could be like this element of like watching, like looking back on what has happened and looking back on the whole year, and sort of with the Five of Cups, there could be a sense of acknowledging what it is that you have lost, or acknowledging especially the people and the friendships and relationships, because in the Five of Cups, we can see that there are 3 cups that are spilt on the ground, and the Three of Cups in tarot is a card of like, friendships and a community and just like celebrating with a friend group. So there could be some like emotional heaviness that crops up during that time where you think about the relationships that you have let go or walked away from. But I feel like because behind this person on the Five of Cups, there are the 2 cups that are upright over here, and these 2 cups are indicating that there is something, like not everything is lost. And once those like heavy emotions have been processed and things have been let go or purged, there is actually something that is much more in alignment with your soul and with your emotional fulfillment that is waiting for you. So yeah, I do feel like whatever this like emotional purge brings up for you, it is ultimately saying that everything that has happened is for your highest good. And with this Queen of Cups, as I said, like this could be an aspect of you feeling a bit emotional because of everything that has happened. But this Queen of Cups could also indicate someone else, like a trusted friend, or a confidant, or possibly even like a counselor or therapist or something like that, if that is someone that you talk to. This could also be like a supportive family member, or just someone who is there for you, especially in an emotional capacity, who is very like caring and nurturing and empathetic, and who wants the best for you. So this person's energy could be like rather significant by the end of the year as well. But just generally, I do feel like the end of the year is going to be one where you sort of take emotional stock on everything that has happened, and realize why things had to play out the way that they played out. And also because again, I do feel like this Queen of Cups, like in some regard, I feel like it is talking about an aspect of you as well. So there is this like sense of just like contentment or fulfillment, or feeling like happy about how something worked out, or there is this like little nugget of like personal joy that I feel with this Queen of Cups as well. So it's almost like, yes, there have been losses. Yes, there have been things that you have had to like let go of or walk away from, but also a lot has been gained. And I feel like these have been personal victories more than anything, because with the Queen of Pentacles and the King of Pentacles energy, with you like leveling up and becoming this Emperor, more like this Emperor energy, I do feel like that is the point where you sort of see something regarding your dreams like coming true, or something, you know, materializing. We had this heavy like Eight of Pentacles energy too, and that is like very, very steady progress towards ultimate like fulfillment and abundance. So yeah, there seems to be some sort of flow that you hit during this year. And, you know, by the end of it, it's like, it's just like taking emotional stock of everything. But I definitely want to look at this Queen of Cups first. Let's look at this Queen of Cups. Who is this Queen of Cups in the final quarter of 2024? Who is this Queen of Cups? What can you tell me about this Queen of Cups in the final quarter? Thank you. Okay, interesting. We have the Nine of Coins in reverse. Oh, And the Queen of Pentacles is at the bottom as well. So yeah, this feels like either an aspect of you, as I said, because the Queen of Pentacles is talking about your energy. At least that's what I feel like. But this could also indicate that this Queen of Cups is just someone who is like very similar to you, or who you feel is almost like a member of your soul family or something like that. But yeah, with this 9 of Coins in reverse here, I do feel like this is talking about a sort of, well, in a way, it's that like emotional, like taking emotional stock that I was talking about. But I also feel like this is about just sort of really looking at your values and what it is that like what is truly important to you. Like this 9 of Coins in reverse, like this could be just saying that this is you acknowledging like what has been missing, or what is yet to be achieved. But I feel like ultimately there is a lot more to be really, really happy and proud about, because as I said, it seems like you are like, you know, making some really firm and quick decisions about improving your life and really focusing on your dreams and your goals and your desired path in life, and putting that sort of to the forefront, not allowing that to be jeopardized anymore. So in a way, you know, this could also be a bit of like a bit of a lonely sensation. I'm not gonna lie, I know that it doesn't sound the greatest, but with this 5 of Cups as well, it could feel like, you know, you may feel a bit isolated, but it's sort of a normal thing that happens when you do this purge in your friend group, or in, you know, the people that you used to be surrounded by. It's a normal sort of byproduct. But as I said, with the 5 of Cups and these 2 cups upright over here, it does seem like there is something better that is, you know, in store for you. So I do actually want to clarify the 5 of Cups next. Can we please get some clarification for the 5 of Cups at the end of the year? Oh, see? We have the Sun. That's what I was saying. Like, there is something that is a lot better out there for you. Yeah, see? And the 7 of Coins. So this is that ultimate happiness that you have been working for or working towards. So, yeah, I mean, and look at this. We had the Sun card as like the only major arcana card in the spread for you. And it came out in reverse at the beginning of the reading. And by the end of the year, the Sun card is coming out upright. So there is a sense of like freedom and like true emotional fulfillment and happiness that is happening. Like, yes, it could be a bittersweet thing, because again, as I said, with the Scythe as well, like it has a dualistic energy in the sense that it could be like painful or abrupt or unexpected, but at the same time, it's like it's reaping rewards. It's actually, you know, bringing swift results, right? Something that you have been waiting for, something that you have been hoping for and working towards with the 7 of Coins here. So by the end of the year, it seems like that is really what is happening. And so that's why I was kind of thrown by this like 5 of Cups energy and this Queen of Cups energy, because as I said, it feels very, very emotional. This is heavy, like almost like sentimental energy, or going through these like all of these different feelings. But I mean, you are getting like the most positive card in tarot, the Sun card. This is the most happy and joyful card that you can get. And so I do feel like this year, especially like the way that this year is going to be ending for you, is going to be on like a high note, in the sense that you will feel like a lot more accomplished and you will feel really proud of yourself. But at the same time, as I said, there is this feeling of like, looking back and evaluating what has actually transpired and the things that, you know, how things have played out, how some of these relationships have been lost. But at the same time, again, it seems to be like clearing the road for you to finally actually get to where you want to get to. Even if it, like for a while or for a second that it feels a bit lonely, or you feel out of your comfort zone, or you feel out of your element of like security because of the way that your surroundings have changed. I just quickly want to look at this Four of Cups reversed as well. Can we please clarify the Four of Cups in reverse? Oh my goodness, look at that. Look at all of this beautiful energy that you're getting by the end of the year. We have the Empress card. This is Venusian energy. So, you know, zodiacally, this could relate to, again, Taurus or Libra, which, by the way, we have both of those energies on the table here. The Sun card, by the way, is related to the Sun, which refers to Leo energy, as the Sun is the ruling planet. But, I mean, this is like, yeah, this is amazing energy. Look at this. At the bottom of the deck, we have the Six of Coins. So you are definitely, again, as I said, you're definitely opening up to other people, to like allowing yourself to be seen again, becoming more easily like approachable, or just more receptive, more open, allowing people to like come in and help you, or just be part of your energy, be part of your journey. So there is a very, very big like glow up energy that I see here with the Empress and the Sun. This is a whole new way of like seeing yourself, and again, like expressing yourself as well, feeling very like empowered, feeling very confident, very free, and, you know, just saying how things are and expressing yourself the way that you want to express yourself, and believing in yourself and having a lot of self-confidence and a lot of self-worth. So yes, even though this could be, you know, an energy that highlights to you how much things are changing, or, you know, how you are coming out of your comfort zone. But again, like ultimately, this is what you are moving towards by the end of the year. So, I mean, this is like massively, massively positive, pile number 3. I honestly feel that. You know what? I haven't done this for any of the other piles. So I hope that no one takes offense, but I am, for some reason, sorry, it's a bit dusty. I haven't used this in ages, but I am for some reason feeling called to pull a few messages from my message jar. This is my own creation. So yeah, I don't know why. Otherwise I would like end this reading here, but for some reason for you guys, I am feeling called to choose a few messages for you as well for just this, for this reading. So there we go. You got 4 messages. So let's see what the messages or advice is for you. Okay, we have a fresh pair of eyes is needed. Seek counsel. So I do definitely feel like this Knight of Cups person who is coming in. Is it even focusing? I don't know. Is it? Doesn't seem to be. Anyway, sorry. Okay. That's what it says here. A fresh pair of eyes is needed. Seek counsel. So I do feel like this Knight of Cups person could be someone, as I said, who is like giving you a fresh perspective, offering you something valuable. Oh, there's actually one other message tucked here. So this could be the person that, you know, whose advice you really want to listen to and take on board. So again, keep your eyes open for a Knight of Cups person right around July, August, and September. Okay, we also have a quote from a movie. Sometimes who we wish we were, what we wish we could do, it's just not meant to be. Cena and Moana. So see, this could be one of those things where like you are redirected. Oh, I feel like this is actually focusing. This could be one of those, you know, one of those messages about like, for those of you who are redirected, or, you know, who are, if you are let go or made redundant or some way, you know, you feel like you need to quit your job or you need to switch something up. So, you know, something again, especially in the first part of the year or the first half of the year, where things are just like not working out for you, not going your way. Again, it could be a bit of a tough pill to swallow, but at the end of it, I feel like you will realize and you will see why that was necessary and why things had to play out the way that they did, because you are being redirected to your actual dream fulfillment. Okay, we also have another quote from the film WALL-E by Captain, what was it, McCrea. I don't want to survive, I want to live. See? There you go. And I do feel like this should be your mantra as well. Again, I'm not sure, I can't see whether it's focusing or not. But I do feel like this should be your mantra as well this year, or, you know, just something to keep in mind as these like changes and these radical steps that you are taking are happening. Some of these steps could be made for you, but I do feel like a lot of them you are doing yourself. So let's see. This is not a chess match. You're not meant to outdo anyone, simply to make the moves that make you feel like you're winning in life. Yeah, see, so it's not supposed to be like a competition or something like that. Like, it's just supposed to be a journey that you feel happy with, that you feel fulfilled by, and, you know, going through experiences that excite you in some way, or that, you know, give you something meaningful. So yeah, I really love that this chess match quote is coming out here, because I feel like that's this Queen of Swords and this Five of Wands energy. But let's see what the final message is that you got. You have a spiritual safety net around you right now. Go for it. See? Exactly. Like, as we could see from the major theme of your reading as well, it's not focusing, is it? Anyway, as we could see from the general message or the general theme of your year as well, like, there is clearly an indication of you achieving some great things, and making your dreams a reality. But with this Buttercup energy, again, there was this energy of needing to like persevere and stay strong. So yeah, it does seem like obviously you are supported. Things are working out for you, even if at times, especially in the first half of the year, that it could feel like, you know, you are somewhat perplexed about why things are happening the way that they are. And it could not be, you know, possibly it's not easy to make these changes and to take these radical steps. But ultimately, it is going to be amazing for you. So thank you so much, pile number 3, for still being here. If you are still here, I don't know, this reading was like ages and ages long. If you are still here and if you're watching this reading, please leave a sun emoji in the comment section so that I know that you watched this all the way through. And if anything like resonates for you, you know, if you remember to come back throughout the year, I would love to know how everything like played out for you and how this reading resonated. But it does seem to be a very, very exciting year for you, pile number 3. And it is like groundbreaking, life-changing, like that type of year, clearly. But I'm gonna leave it here. Thank you so much for watching. I do hope that you enjoyed this reading, and if you did, please don't forget to leave me a little thumbs up or a comment in the comment section. I would love to hear from you. But other than that, I am wishing you the best 2024 possible, and you got this, okay? If I don't see you in any of the other piles, please take care of yourselves, and I hope to see you very soon. Bye-bye. Hello, pile number 4. Welcome to your reading. So let's just jump straight into it because this is going to be a long one. You chose the Serpentine stone and also the Tarot of Mystical Moments. But we are going to be looking into the tarot cards in a bit. We are first going to look at these oracle cards and see what is a major theme of 2024 for you. And that is basically going to just give us a glimpse of when you look back on the year 2024 and reflect on like what happened, or what is the main key phrase or main thing that you can really take with you from the year that like defined the year for you. This is going to be it. So let's see what we have. Okay, we're starting off with 4th house. This is talking about the astrological 4th house in your birth chart. We also have number 35, which reduces down to 8. 3 plus 5 is 8. And we have the ladybug and sweet pea with happiness. I don't know how well you'll be able to see the little message on the cards because these cards have very, very tiny text on them. Okay, we also have number 30 with Lily. Or lilies. This is a French Lenormand deck, and I sadly can't pronounce French words. So yeah, this is just the lilies card from Lenormand. Okay, we also have number 48. So that reduces down to 12. And this one is the dragonfly and pansy with balance. There we go. And finally, we have number 19, which reduces down to 10, which further reduces down to 1 with clover. I don't know if is it actually in focus? Can't tell sometimes. But anyway, so let's look into this. I'm looking at all of these cards, and the main energy that I'm feeling here is harmony and peace and well-being. Now, I want to start with the 4th house because the 4th house in an astrological birth chart is the house of home, of private life, of parents, of your roots and your background as well. So this can indicate like childhood stuff, but mostly this is about the home abode, or where you feel safe, where you feel secure, and yeah, where your family resides. So I do feel, especially with the lilies card here too, and this balance card and this happiness card, like these 3 cards together, I mean, don't you just love the way that these cards look together? This just feels like so tranquil and so peaceful and just like, I don't know, it's just so harmonious for some reason. I do feel like the main energy here is of like feeling at ease and feeling fulfilled, either through your family, through the people that you love the most, or the people that you spend the most time with, especially the people that you live with. You know, and if you are living by yourself, if you don't live with anyone else, then this could just mean that you are finding a lot of like peace and harmony from your home space, or you may be doing something in your home, like revamping it some way, or deciding to, I don't know, design it in a different way so that it would bring you more balance or more ease and more harmony. You may be doing some like small DIY stuff, like you may be deciding to paint your wall so that they would be a brighter, more neutral color, something to like make you feel more at ease and make you feel more like safe, secure, and in harmony. It just seems like there is a lot of focus on the home space and feeling very content and feeling very like stable and secure there. Or, you know, if your home doesn't really offer you like a safe place or a sanctuary, then I do feel like this year you are focusing on creating a safe space for yourself where you could unwind, where you could feel very comfortable with just being yourself and sort of letting your guard down and recharging your batteries and all of that. But we also have this Clover card here, and I mean, when everything else is like really tranquil and just sort of being in the moment and enjoying the bliss of everything, then this Clover card is like a bit of a spark in this whole energy, because this is talking about like abundance and excitement. I mean, we all know how like the 4-leaf clover is a symbol of luck, or, you know, a lucky break. So it could be that there are some opportunities for you this year to like have luck on your side, or where something like lucky or unexpected or serendipitous happens to you that would bring you some happiness as well, right? Because we do have this ladybug energy here. So there could be like little instances, and I am feeling like these are like these little moments that bring you joy, or that bring you a sense of satisfaction or contentment with your life, where you sort of just see things like working out for you. So you could find little moments like that throughout the year as well. But I also feel like there could be a bit of a lucky break or some sort of like abundance that comes your way, like through your family home, or through something that has like a long-standing energy, or is like a heritage or a legacy or something like that. These two cards together make me think of like your family home, or the home that you grew up in, or maybe even like your parents or your ancestors or something like that. So I mean, the Lilies card is like it is a very positive card, and it is a sign of like maturity and something very like peaceful and harmonious, yes, but also something that has like a very long-standing energy, like something that has been in place for a serious amount of time, and something that has matured thanks to that. So I almost feel like this is probably more of a specific message, but I do feel like for some of you, if you have been wanting or desiring to like either renovate your childhood home or have a lucky break when it comes to like some sort of family asset or family property, then I feel like this could be the year where you actually manage to get some like progress on it, or have it develop in a way that makes you happy. Yeah, I don't know. This feels like a very, very specific message, especially if it's something that you have been like if you have had to get permission to do something, or you have been waiting for some sort of like paperwork or something like that to go through, or to get a green light on something, on renovating or doing something completely new, or yeah, it feels very specific. So I don't know how many of you are going to resonate with that. But anyway, if that's what you have been waiting for, then I feel like this year there could be some advancements in that area, or you could get like a yes, or like a positive result or answer, and where things like start moving along. Yeah, just generally it feels like it's one of those years for you where you find a lot of peace and joy from like homey activities and spending time at home, and making your living situation or or the sort of the space that you reside in most of the time, making that as like cozy and harmonious as possible. And again, this may be a more of a specific message, but if you have had issues with your parents, or if you have had like somewhat of a rocky relationship with them, then I do feel like this year there could be like just like balance and some like positive progressions or positive steps made and like reconciling with them or getting on better terms with them. There could even be like some mending that is happening because of this like this balance and this lucky clover card here. So yeah, if this is you, then I do see some major like improvements in that area as well for you. Like actually, you know, managing to get on better terms with your family members, or your parents more specifically, if that's the message for you. But yeah, just generally, it seems like home is where you are going to find the most like contentment, and you are going to be very much focused on your home area or your living area this year. So for some of you, this could also indicate that you are actually moving, like changing residence, to find some place that would bring you more happiness and more fulfillment and be more aligned with what is the ultimate dream home that you want to live in, or how you want to live your life, and the sort of lifestyle that you want to lead. That could be a potential scenario as well. But anyway, let's get some more details now. I'm just going to move these cards a bit up here so that we could, you know, dive into the quarters of 2024. So we're going to look at the whole year in 4 little sections, which are talking about like 3-month intervals. So the first quarter is obviously already ongoing. We are in the month of February right now. So January has already gone past, but that's okay because we have a whole lot more to go through. But, you know, that could also help to see what sort of energies are popping up and whether those are things that have already taken place, or whether these are still sort of ongoing for you, or maybe they are still coming. Thank you. Okay, interesting. We have the King of Swords that flew out in reverse and it landed on top of the Page of Swords. So there could be a connection there. Let's see. At the bottom of the deck, we have the Two of Swords. So my beautiful pile number 4. Let's look at the first quarter of the year first. But just generally, the one thing that I did want to point out was that I am noticing quite a lot of like home or family cards. We have the 6 of Cups here, we have the 10 of Cups here, potentially the 10 of Pentacles here. So there is quite a lot of this like energy of your home space being important or relevant. So I'm not really surprised that the 4th house came out as like a major theme for you. It does seem like it's going to be quite an interesting year for you, with some sort of twists and turns as well, and some pretty like unexpected situations happening too. Now, I don't want to frighten you, or I don't want you to be alarmed or anything like that, because we're going to talk about all of the cards and we're going to clarify them and see exactly what they are saying to us. But it does seem like it's going to be quite a significant year, or a year of like significant like spiritual lessons as well, or spiritual growth, because we do have quite a few major Arcana cards here too. But as I said, let's look at the first quarter of the year, and this is being represented by these 3 cards here. So We are starting off with the Nine of Cups. We also have the Page of Swords. And we have the Six of Cups reversed. So I do have to say, I was feeling a bit perplexed about the Six of Cups reversed, because it almost makes me feel like for some of you, as you are beginning this year, there is a sense of like not feeling too safe or not feeling good about the place that you are at. And because usually the Six of Cups is a card of like, sorry, these cards are just really hard to get a hold of. Usually the Six of Cups is a card of like, I'm going to turn it up right so you could see. Usually it's a card of like harmony and safety and feeling very secure. Like that's what home is for a lot of people. And also it is talking about that time of like innocence where we were children, or during our childhood, you know, when there weren't that many problems or responsibilities and we could just be sort of carefree and, you know, naive and just enjoy ourselves. So with it coming out in reverse, this makes me feel like you are not really in that space, or it almost feels like the walls are closing in. Like that's the sort of energy that I'm feeling. So it could just be that where you are living at this time, like with your family members, or the way that or maybe even like your roommates or something like that, it just feels like your home space is not really providing you that sense of comfort and safety that it should. And it's more so feeling like a space of confinement or something that doesn't feel nurturing, doesn't feel supportive. And so we have this Nine of Cups and this Page of Swords energy. And this makes me feel like that, you know, you may be in a place where you are seeking some sort of alternatives or seeking ways to make yourself feel more fulfilled or bring yourself some sort of enjoyment with the Nine of Cups here. You could be trying to find like solutions to improve the situation somehow. So this could, you know, mean that you are brainstorming or researching online or talking to people, just trying to find out information on how to improve the way that, you know, possibly your home space is like right now, and what could be done to make it more of a harmonious and relaxing space for you. Or again, alternatively, it could be that you are just trying to find activities or some forms of nourishment outside of your home that would fill you up emotionally, that would give you this sense of like satisfaction or feeling good about yourself. Because for some reason it feels like you are not really getting that at home for the time being. I'm also kind of feeling that somehow, again, this might be more of a specific message, but I feel like some of you may be like confronted with some unpleasant or painful or negative like childhood experiences or memories. Like somehow you are being reminded of that, and it's sort of just like running over this otherwise like harmonious or content feeling that you have with this Nine of Cups. It's like something is, you know, dampening your well-being almost, with this Page of Swords and the Six of Cups reversed. I do have to say, I feel like this could almost be like you experience some sort of a pattern re-emerging that you already went through in the past, or when you were younger. So this could be like a repeating pattern that you have seen that sort of crops up for you, and that like rains on your parade a bit. And this could be like someone acting in a way, or someone saying things that makes you remember the past experiences that you have already gone through. But just in general, it feels like, you know, you could be feeling rather like alone at this time, or like there isn't that much support around you. And because the Nine of Cups is coming out upright, it's not like you are, you know, miserable being by yourself. It seems like you are actually handling yourself really, really well, and you are very good at, you know, living your life and doing everything that needs to be done, and sort of, you know, managing your emotions and finding fulfillment in places that you can, you know, offering, like, providing that sort of nourishment or emotional support to yourself, because maybe it's not really available to you outside of you. So in that sense, like, it's really commendable and you should be really proud of yourself. But for some reason, with this Page of Swords and the Six of Cups reversed, I am feeling like some sort of like conversation coming your way, or some sort of engagement that you are going to be experiencing, or that you have experienced with someone, either from your past or just, you know, just a person around you who is making you sort of relive a situation or a dynamic or a pattern from your past. So I'm really interested to see, like, what this energy is more specifically. So we're going to clarify in a second. But yeah, the Six of Cups reversed is like really throwing me off here, because it's kind of like contradicting everything that we were talking about. Like, this is the opposite of like a peaceful and harmonious home space that makes you feel good. So we're going to see in a second what it is, but that could be actually like the catalyst of like what urges you to make some changes, or, you know, do something different, or seek some solutions to, you know, turn your home space into a harmonious place for yourself. We'll see, but let's look at the Six of Cups reversed first. Please clarify the Six of Cups reversed. Six of Cups reversed for pile number 4. What is the Six of Cups reversed? Okay, interesting. So we have the King of Swords, which I don't know if you remember, but we also have the King of Swords coming out reversed as the last card of your reading, and it landed on top of this Page of Swords, and I think I even mentioned that there could be a connection there. So it's kind of interesting that it's clearly coming out that there is a connection there between a King of Swords and this Page of Swords. It seems like this Page of Swords is some sort of like conversation or some sort of proposition or offer, because the Ace of Pentacles very often talks about an offer of some kind, or an opportunity coming your way. And it does feel like it's coming from a King of Swords person. Now, the King of Swords is someone who, it's very often associated with like a father figure, or a boss or someone like that, someone in a position of authority, because they are very they are very methodical, very practical, very logical and rational. They usually have a fairly like firm understanding of things and fairly set in stone principles as well. And they are not afraid to, you know, impose them on other people, to be very clear about what they believe to be right or wrong. So it is a bit of a stern, a bit of a cold or somewhat like detached energy. It's not the most emotionally warm or welcoming. So in that sense, it may be a bit like aloof, but in another sense, like this is the type of energy that gets stuff done, that like makes the difficult decisions and takes responsibility for things, and like really focuses on, you know, things running smoothly and working the way that they should. So, you know, this could be someone, again, it could be a family member, and I am getting a very heavy energy of like family members, because every single court card that we have got on this table is from the sword suit. So this like almost indicates like a family unit or someone who is from the same tribe, so to say. So yeah, this does seem like an offer or a proposition or something that that makes you either like remember, or like it makes you have flashbacks of your childhood, or it takes you back to that time when you were maybe, you know, feeling more helpless, or like you didn't really have a leg to stand on or something. It just feels like it's taking you back to an uncomfortable place that you don't necessarily want to look at. And it seems to be coming from this King of Swords individual, whether this is your father, whether this is just another family member, or whether this is someone, it could even be someone that you either work with, or so this could be like a manager or a boss or a supervisor, or it could also be your grandfather, if your grandfather is still alive, or it could be like your spouse or your partner as well. But yeah, so just take it as it resonates, but it does seem to be a rather weird energy, or something about their offer or their conversation that, you know, they are having with you or wanting to come forward with you. Something about it is like rubbing you the wrong way, and just like, as I said, raining on your parade a bit, because we also got the Wheel of Fortune as the underlying energy here. So it does almost make me feel of like time standing still, or time stopping, and like taking you back to the past with the Six of Cups. Okay, I am so confused now, because I think I was clarifying the Six of Cups reversed, but for some reason, like as I was clarifying, I kept focusing on the Page of Swords because of the connection there. Okay, that is so weird. Okay, this is a really weird message again, so I do apologize if it doesn't really resonate with that many people, but I also got like an energy of like a landlord coming to you with, I don't know, with some sort of like unpleasant news or something like that, where maybe like, you know, the rent prices are going to go up or something like that, or they are thinking of like leasing your place to someone else, or renting it out to someone else because they are offering to pay more money, or because it's more like financially lucrative to them. I don't know. Honestly, this is weird, but because of the Pentacle element here too, this seems to involve some sort of like monetary or financial aspect as well. And it just seems like it's sort of like throwing you off guard or throwing you off balance, and making you feel a bit unsafe or insecure in some way. Let's look at the Page of Swords as well, more specifically. Can you please clarify the Page of Swords? Thank you. Okay, yep. See? We have so many of these cards like overlapping as well. We have the Seven of Swords as the underlying energy here. And if it would focus again. There we go. And we also have a Seven of Swords here, but we will get to that when we get to the third quarter. So the clarifying card was the Five of Swords reversed that came for this Page of Swords. So there is a very heavy swords energy. So clearly this is talking about some sort of communication, some sort of information coming your way. And because it's the Five of Swords reversed, again, it does feel like, I mean, it is better than getting the Five of Swords upright, I am honest, but this does still feel a bit like icky. It does still feel like, I don't know, like there is something still like in the air, or like there is still some hurt that is lingering. It almost is, it feels like it's pushing you into a corner of some kind. Like there isn't even any like room for debate or any, yeah, as I said, it's almost like you don't have a leg to stand on. This is like you being pushed into a corner, and almost like being told that, okay, you need to deal with it now. So it's like, yeah, this honestly, it feels like this is something that you are already experiencing or have already experienced. Like this, yeah, this doesn't feel like news to you. So even if this conversation hasn't happened yet, I feel like whatever the topic of this conversation is something that you are already aware of. I don't know why I feel that way, but I feel that way. But yeah, the Five of Swords is really making me feel of like you pretty much being pushed into a corner, or someone just like blatantly like running over you with what they want or what they have decided, and it's like that's that. and you don't really have any say in it. Yeah, so that's what I'm feeling here. So this is a weird type of energy here, and like weird conversations happening and weird feelings being called forth or brought up. So yeah, that's a bit of a tricky one, but let's move on, because it does get better. I promise. Pile number 4. I do promise it gets better. So let's look at the second quarter now, because this seems to be a place or the time frame where you start, like taking some pretty serious action. We are talking about the months of April, May, and June. And the cards that you got for this period is the Queen of Swords, which is a card of Libra. This is all air energy, by the way. We also got the King of Swords is an Aquarian energy, but I mean, because it's so heavy air energy, this could also be talking about like Gemini as well. So any air sign, really. We also have the Chariot, which is a card of Cancer in the Major Arcana. And the final card that you got was the Ace of Wands reversed. So I don't know why, but I'm feeling like the Queen of Swords, this feels like your energy. And this feels like you sort of really, really like hunkering down and really starting to look at opportunities and look at solutions. Or, I mean, in some way we were talking about it with the Page of Swords as well in the first quarter, but this seems to be more of like this actually, making some moves to change your current circumstances. And this is mainly because of the Chariot card. And I love that the Chariot card is coming out upright, because it does make me feel like you are going to see some success, or you are going to see some achievement as well for like your efforts, for your troubles, for all of the energy that you are putting into it. Because with the Queen of Swords, this seems to be something like quite like long-term or quite radical that you are planning. You can see how she's looking ahead. Hopefully you'll be able to see it. So it's like she's planning long-term, and she's trying to get the best possible information to make the best possible choices. So it feels like a sort of a liberating energy here, or just sort of taking matters into your own hands and being really, really assertive, especially with the Chariot card here. Getting yourself to the next level, or working towards seeing some sort of results that would actually be fulfilling for you, something that you want to see happen. And I also feel like it's also like, this is kind of interesting. We had this like conversation happening in the first quarter where it was almost like something has been decided for you, so there's really not that much that you can almost do about it. But then like in the second quarter, we have this Ace of Wands card that is coming out in reverse. And this almost feels like, this to me feels like a choice that you are making. With the when the Ace of Wands comes out, it always indicates that there is some sort of like either new inspiration or some new opportunity, some new offer that is, coming your way, that lights up a new possibility. But because it's coming out in reverse, and because it's coming out right next to that Chariot card there too, it does feel like you have your eye set on something very concrete. It's almost like you have made up your mind over here that something needs to change or something needs to happen. And so whatever this Ace of Wands is, that is like promising a new beginning or a fresh new start or a new chapter or whatever. But because it's coming out of a book, it almost makes me feel like it's more so fiction than anything. Like, this is just nice make-believe that doesn't actually have any footing in reality. So this seems to be something that is like brought to your attention or something that you come across. that may try to like persuade you to change your mind, but I don't really see you doing that. I see you being very, very like focused on what it is that you feel like you need to do. And you seem to be like going after it wholeheartedly here with the Chariot. And you seem to be like being very successful at it. I don't see anyone being able to distract you here. So this is a very powerful energy. And I mean, even though it's coming through very feminine, it doesn't mean that you have to be female yourself. This just means that you are operating more from this Queen of Swords energy, even if you are male yourself or identify as something else. Okay, sorry, I do have to make a quick pause here because my camera is going to shut off in a second. So be back in a sec. So I'm really sorry about that, but my memory card got full. And so I had to, you know, deal with that and then come back. And also I then noticed that it was already way too dark. And so the lighting is a bit different again, but hopefully, you know, it's all good and you can see a bit better now. But let's go back to your reading, pile number 4. Oh my goodness. So we were talking about the second quarter here, and another thing that sort of struck me was how this second quarter here, so, you know, April, May, June, that time frame could be the space where you actually start taking some concrete steps to like change something quite drastically about your life, especially because there is such heavy like home and living situation energy here, or family situation. I do feel as well with the Chariot and the Queen of Swords cards that this could be the time frame, or during those months you may actually start making some moves to either like actually change your residence. So you could be moving, some of you, again, only like if you are actually considering it or have already thought about moving. This could also be, again, just like starting to renovate or starting to really like work on your current living arrangement or current living situation, and start making improvements on it. I also feel like for some of you, this could be like actually moving away from your parents for the first time if you are still living with your parents. This could be like leaving home for the first time. And that would also explain like why this Ace of Wands in reverse is here as well, because it could indicate that for some of you, this is, you know, something that you're doing for the very first time, and it could be a bit like scary for you, or it may be one of those things where you sort of need to overcome your fear or need to like gather up courage, because the Ace of Wands reversed could indicate that there isn't like that there is some apprehension here that is tied to this, that there isn't this like wholehearted this wholehearted enthusiasm or like motivation thing going on, that there could be some aspects of yourself that you may need to like overcome. But ultimately, with the Chariot here and the Queen of Swords here, I do feel like you are taking this very, very seriously and making some changes that you sort of realize that there is no going back from, or that, you know, something needs to be changed here. I also feel like that, you know, just besides this whole like home and living situation scenario, this also feels like during these 3 months, you could feel somewhat like run down or tired as well, because it seems like there is quite a lot happening, and you seem to have to sort of like be very strategic and very thoughtful and carefully plan and organize your moves. And with the Chariot card here as well, it could be that there is so much like changing or happening that it's like taking a lot out of you as well. So with the Ace of Wands reversed, this could also be an indication of you feeling somewhat like tired or lacking energy. And so, you know, especially with the Chariot being such a card of achievement, this could also indicate that there is a lot happening, or a lot going on Oh my goodness, I'm so sorry. Okay, just give me a second. Okay, I'm sorry. My TV wanted to shut down now, so I just cannot handle the all of the things that are happening, and there are so many like distractions or disruptions, which is just crazy. Like that hasn't happened in any other reading, by the way. So it actually, you know what this makes me think again, like, because sometimes like the weirdest things happen during readings that don't normally happen. And sometimes I can find like significance in those things. And so for instance, like the fact how there seems to be like something happening that, you know, is just like disrupting this reading, and I kept being like pulled out of flow. I do feel like that could be the energy that is reflecting like your living situation as well. How like, at least for how you are right now, it could be that you can't really find this peace and quiet, like this Six of Cups reversed, right? Like this sort of energy here. This is what I'm talking about, like constantly having some sort of something that like distracts you, or something that just, you know, annoys you, or something that you have to deal with, that there isn't any like peace and calm and quiet at home, where it's supposed to be that place where you can like relax and rewind, that isn't really happening for you. So yeah, I just feel like this year it's just so needed, like this like finding these little moments of joy, or finding these moments of like respite, and just being able to take some time out for yourself and find this peace and quiet, or like creating this safe haven for yourself, that type of energy. But anyway, coming back to the second quarter, oh my goodness. It does feel like work-wise or career-wise, it could be a very, very busy month for you as well, where like there are a lot of projects that are, you know, happening, or that you have a lot to supervise, or a lot that you need to like consider or plan for. There could be a lot like resting on your shoulders because of this Queen of Swords energy, which again, I do feel very strongly that it is talking about your energy. And so it could be one of those like sort of hectic months as well, where you feel like you really need to perform, and you need to be on your A game, and you need to have a really clear vision and a very clear understanding of what is happening and what is going on, so that you could actually plan like the best decisions or the best moves forward. So it does seem like quite a tense, or quite, well, not like tense. I don't want this to sound like, you know, overly negative or anything, because again, you are handling it like a pro. You have the Queen of Swords upright and the Chariot, so things are moving along very, very well. You are dealing with everything, you are handling everything the way that it's supposed to be handled, and you are like seriously coming out on top. But it just feels like it could be that sort of like busy or hectic period, which like really takes the energy out of you. And so you could feel a little like worn out, or a little tired, and a little lacking of energy, and just feeling like you could really do with a holiday, with this Ace of Wands reversed. So yeah, that's kind of the second quarter of the year for you. That's what I feel like. But let's clarify. Let's look at the Chariot. Can you please clarify the Chariot in the second quarter for pile number 4? Oh. Okay, we got the Chariot. So I guess this is just sort of, you know, basically this means that the message that we already talked about was the message that was meant, or was intended. Like, yeah, there isn't anything else to add. It just feels like it just feels like this energy is very, very important. Like Spirit really wants to emphasize this Chariot energy, and it seems to be like the most prevalent, or the most at the forefront when it comes to those 3 months, like April, May, June. So yeah, it could be that you are like really, you know, making a lot of strides, or you are doing a lot, you are accomplishing a lot, and you can actually stand very like confidently and powerfully in everything that you are doing, and I feel like people are also seeing it or like recognizing you for it. But yeah, it does seem like it is quite a lot. Let's just say it like that. Because we also have the 9 of coins in reverse here, so it does feel like there isn't that much time like for, you know, for yourself or for like self-care or just, you know, enjoying your life and sort of enjoying just being and taking time to enjoy the rewards of your labor. There doesn't seem to be that much time for that. Because yeah, it seems like mundane and practical, everyday sort of aspects of life are very, very much overpowering everything during this period. So yeah, just be prepared that you are going to be busy and you are going to be doing a lot. I also want to look at this Ace of Wands reversed. I am very curious about this Ace of Wands reversed. What is this Ace of Wands reversed? This one. Knight of Pentacles. Yeah, it does seem like there is going to be a proposition. So, yep, at the bottom of the deck we have the Death card. So very, very clearly, for some of you, there is going to be a proposition that is going to be coming your way, that someone is going to present to you. But I feel like you are going to turn it down with the Death card. Or at least it's going to be something that you just cannot add to your list of things that you are already doing and pursuing. Because the Knight of Coins is, well, first of all, it is somewhat of a long-term energy. Like this is planting seeds with the idea in mind that, you know, you are looking to nurture something and you're looking to dedicate steady effort to something, to make something real, to make something tangible. And they are prepared to put in a lot of work, and they sort of understand that it is a lengthy process, that it isn't going to happen overnight. And so I feel like what this Ace of Wands is like it seems to be asking quite a lot of you, and it's asking you to invest when there isn't anything left to invest. Because the Ace of Wands reversed also makes me think of like the 10 of Wands upright, which suggests that there is a lot of burdens on your shoulders, or there is a lot that you are trying to do and trying to take care of. And so there just isn't any more space for like new projects, new endeavors, new propositions or something like that. I also feel like for some of you, whoever this Knight of Pentacles is, this, by the way, is a card of Virgo, but this could indicate any earth sign, so Taurus, Virgo, Capricorn. It could say that, like, this Knight of Pentacles person is coming to you with, like, a sincere offer or something like that. Something that they, you know, they could be propositioning something to you that they themselves want to offer to you, possibly. But with this Ace of Wands reversed, it just feels like, you know, it's not really something that excites you, or it doesn't really speak to you that much. So yeah, this is going to resonate differently for a lot of you, obviously. But yeah, with this Death card, it just feels like a very solid no. That's what I feel like. But yeah, so that's kind of the second quarter there for you. You know, so just be mindful. And also I hope that the knowledge that obviously this is going to be a period that is going to possibly take a lot out of you, but at the same time, it's not going to last forever, right? This is just that like very, very busy time of the year. And when we get to the summertime more specifically, that's where it starts to get somewhat interesting again, because for the months of July, August and September, we have the 10 of Cups reversed, we have the 7 of Swords. Is it focusing? I don't know if it is. Anyway, And we have the Tower. Now the Tower as a Major Arcana card, again, this represents Mars, the planet Mars. And so that's why it is, it can be associated to the signs Aries and Scorpio, which are ruled by the planet Mars. But honestly, the first thing that I'm feeling here with these three cards, I do have to say, for those of you who resonate with the scenario of having like complicated relations with your family or with your parents, it could be that during that time frame, so from July to September, there could be a very, very significant, surprising, and completely unexpected revelation of like feelings or truths that happen within your family dynamic or with your parents. Because the Ten of Cups reversed, the Ten of Cups is very often a card of family because of the element of like emotional support and nurturing. And now, as it's coming out in reverse, that indicates that there isn't that much support, or there isn't that much understanding around you, or there isn't that much acceptance around you. So, you know, if we are focusing on the scenario of having somewhat of a strained relationship with your parents, or just with your family, or with your relatives in general, then I feel like it's quite interesting that we are getting the Seven of Swords and the Tower card, because the Tower card is a card of destruction. It's a card of something breaking down and being like completely transformed because of it. Like there is something going to be revealed. And the reason why I say revealed is because of the Seven of Swords card here. The Seven of Swords is very often an energy of sneaky or hidden information, or like actions that like not everyone is like privy to, you know. Like this is something happening behind the scenes, or something that is being kept close to the chest, as you can see here as well. Like this is something being kept close to the chest, so that it's not available to everyone. So this is a bit of a secretive energy. Like very often it can be like a bad sneaky energy, but this time I don't feel like it is a bad sneaky energy. I just feel like this is indicating that there are a lot of unspoken truths, or a lot of unspoken thoughts and feelings within like a group of people, or within a support dynamic that, you know, could be your family, or could be your relatives, your parents, your siblings, anything like that. I feel like there is just this revelation of truths, or something coming to light that has been hidden for a very long time. So if, let's say that you are a family that, you know, you have this strained relationship, but you have never really like talked about your feelings, because that's just not something that you do in your family, then it could be that in that time frame, like there is a very sudden and a very unexpected like revelation of feelings, or like truths coming out, and like opinions and inner feelings being exposed or spoken about. So yeah, this is almost like speaking of things that haven't been spoken about possibly for like decades, and then like all of it coming to life and just being put out or laid out in the open there. That's like a very, very strong scenario that is coming through. So this, you know, this could be happening in that time frame if you resonate with this tricky family dynamic energy. But for others of you, I feel like you are going to see a very a drastic change in how you feel, how you possibly feel like a lack in support or something like that, because of this Ten of Cups in reverse here. Because this also just refers to not really having a feeling of belonging, you know, not really having that support around, or just feeling like you are not really understood and accepted for who you are. And so I feel like there could be a very, very massive shift happening in that time frame for you, where suddenly you start seeing the whole situation in a different light, or something about your mindset regarding that changes completely with the Tower here. Because the Seven of Swords is also a card of like strategies and going about a situation or a problem in an unconventional, different way, something that probably isn't like expected. And so this could even come as a surprise to yourself, but it does feel like there is going to be some pretty big restructuring happening, especially when it comes to, like, again, your home space or your family dynamic or your community, or where you feel like you belong. This could also be you like voicing very clearly what it is that you need and how your needs have not been met up to this point. Because, and it makes me think of like this energy in the first quarter here, where we were, you know, discussing how you may receive some sort of information, or you may be part of a conversation where you are pushed into a corner, right? Or like, you know, where no one is really asking you what you want, and it's just sort of a bulldozer type of energy. I feel like in this month, there seems to be a whole new approach that you sort of employ, or that you just decide to like stop the ruse, or you are so fed up with how your voice is not being heard, or how you have had to like keep your feelings of discontent or something like that to yourself. And so there is this like a very, very big, almost like this explosive energy with the Tower, possibly for some of you, not for all of you, but it could have quite an explosive reaction that comes about because of you feeling like, you know, you can't do this anymore. Like, enough is enough, and you need to say what is truly on your mind. Because with the, like, in the previous quarter, there is a lot of like moves being made, and a lot of like strategizing and planning happening, and a lot of organizing, but not necessarily like talking about feelings per se. But I do feel like heavy speaking of feelings, and especially feelings that have been suppressed or avoided for quite some time with both of these cards. Unaddressed feelings and unaddressed sensations of, you know, not being valued and not being supported and not being accepted and all that type of thing. So yeah, you could shock quite a few people. For some of you, you are going to be the one who is shocked because of some sort of revelation that comes to you, especially because of the Seven of Swords that we saw also related to this King of Swords energy. Remember when we were clarifying this first quarter here, and we got the King of Swords with the Ace of Pentacles as some sort of like proposition or something that the King of Swords wanted to say to you. But like as an underlying energy, I think for the Page of Swords, we had the Seven of Swords. And so there is clearly a connection between the Seven of Swords and the King of Swords and the Page of Swords, like some sort of conversation that you are having with this King of Swords energy or this King of Swords person. It does seem like there is some sort of holding back or some unspoken truths or feelings or beliefs that sort of accompany this King of Swords, or that exists within your dynamic or within your relationship. And so this Seven of Swords next to the Tower, it just feels like that is going to be like fully transformed. So as I was starting to say, for some of you, you are going to be the one who is shocked by the revelation that is made to you. And for others of you, you are going to be shocking other people with the revelations that you make, or with like a sudden like outburst, or, you know, just finally voicing your truth and saying what it is that you have been wanting to say, or what it is that you have been feeling for quite some time, but just, you know, haven't been able to for one reason or another. But let's clarify these cards as well, because this is like probably the most interesting of all of the months, that it seems to be a very, very profound month for you, where there's quite a lot of change. So let's start with the Ten of Cups reversed first and foremost. Could you please clarify the Ten of Cups reversed for pile number okay. Yeah, we have the Two of Swords that flew out. So exactly. Okay, interesting. And we have the Nine of Coins coming out in reversed again. So with the Two of Swords, again, this is clearly an energy of like almost like withdrawing or very much pulling back your energy and just sitting alone with your own thoughts and with your own feelings and trying to make sense of them and sift through them and see like what the truth is for you or what actually is the direction to go in. Like this is a bit of this contemplative energy as well. Just trying to make sense of things and like figure stuff out on your own. But this is very much an isolated energy. This is you figuring stuff out for yourself on your own and like, you know, pulling back from other people. And so with the 10 of Cups reversed, this just sort of further indicates that whatever this family dynamic is or whatever this relationship dynamic is, again, whether it is with your family members, whether this is within your community, whether this is even in like, this could even be like in a relationship, like with your spouse or boyfriend, girlfriend, or anything like that. Even though I do have to say I don't feel that as strongly just because of the 4th house energy here. So yeah, I'm not feeling that as strongly. But again, just take it as it resonates. That there is just something about a relationship dynamic where you feel unsupported or where you don't feel at peace and in harmony, but you know, you haven't really said anything about it, or it's been something of a private thing or a secret for you. But I definitely feel that in this time frame, you are not going to be sitting on that information anymore, or someone else is not going to be sitting on that information anymore, mulling it over endlessly. I feel like there is going to be a breaking point here. So let's look at the 7 of Swords. What is the 7 of Swords here? Can you please clarify the 7 of Swords? Thank you. Oh, interesting. We have the 10 of Wands in reverse. Yeah, so again, I do feel like ooh, and the Queen of Wands is coming out now. Okay, so I do feel very heavily that this Queen energy is talking more so about you. Again, this is not gender specific. This just feels to be more of your energy versus this King energy who seems to be someone else around you. Yeah, it does feel like this 10 of Wands is talking about like feeling like you can't really do this anymore, you know? Or someone feeling like they can't really do this anymore. Although because we have the Queen of Wands here again at the bottom of the deck, this seems to be like you, again, as I said, like finding that courage or finding that like sense of like resolution or something inside of you that like pushes you into this mode of like taking action and finally saying what needs to be said. Because this 10 of Wands reverse just, again, it indicates that, you know, you're just tired. You're just tired and you're worn out and you can't go on the way that you have. It doesn't feel sustainable. It doesn't feel like something that you want to keep doing. Yeah, this just seems to be like, you know, you sort of finally releasing the burden, right? The burdens that we were talking about as well with the Ace of Wands here at the end of the second quarter, where I felt like you were doing like a lot of the things. And so it could be that by the third quarter, because of all of the stress and all of the effort that you have put in, possibly at work or just with all of your like responsibilities, obligations and goals and things that you are achieving, and then not really feeling that sense of support or like not having that safe haven feeling at home or from your family, it could be that by the third quarter you like actually decide to make some really, really radical changes there. And again, it does seem to be like whatever this 7 of Swords info is, right? Again, it's somewhat of a new like revelation that has been previously kept hidden from you, or that you have kept hidden from other people. It does seem to be like voicing it. It does seem to be easing up the tension and making life a lot easier for you and possibly for everyone else involved as well. Like this is almost like emphasizing the elephant, like not emphasizing, sorry, addressing the elephant in the room, and therefore like getting rid of this like tense, heavy air or atmosphere that has been prevalent, possibly. And like removing this huge obstacle or challenge that has been playing such a big role, I feel like. So yeah, and also the other thing that I'm thinking of with this 10 of Wands here, you could like voice how whatever this arrangement or situation is that the King of Swords proposed to you during this conversation, right, that we were talking about, whatever the situation was that you weren't really happy with, in the third quarter here, you could actually say that, you know, you are not happy with that arrangement and you don't want to like keep going the way that you have been going, or you don't really accept these terms. So this feels like very much like a standing up for yourself type of energy, which seems to start already in the second quarter, and then it very much like amplifies in energy, or, you know, magnifies in the third quarter. So yeah, I really love seeing that. Like this Queen of Wands energy for some reason just makes me feel really, really happy for you. But let's look at the Tower as well and then move on to the final quarter. The Tower, can you please clarify the Tower in the third quarter for pile number 4? What is this Tower card? Okay, I saw that. So I'm just gonna acknowledge that the 10 of Cups did turn over very quickly, but I'm not going to take it because it didn't actually, you know, fall out. But let's see. The Tower card. Oh, the Magician. Okay. And would you look at that? We have the King of Swords at the bottom of the deck again. So clearly, whoever this person is, also most likely they are older than you. They seem to have some more life experience, or you seem to look at them somewhat with a sense of like, not that you are in awe of them, or not that they are higher up than you or something like that, but there just seems to be like a hierarchy between you, or like you don't seem to view this person as an equal and they don't seem to view you as an equal. It's that there is some sort of like power dynamic that is present here with this King of Swords. So hopefully that also helps you to understand who this King of Swords is. But I mean, if you are still watching, then obviously this King of Swords should be someone that you know. But we have the Magician as clarification energy for the Tower. And so the Magician is very clearly an energy of like focused action, focused attention, like bringing something into the material realm or making something a reality, and using all of the skills and knowledge that they possess to bring about the result that they desire, basically. And this is also, again, one of those energies of like just like powering up and standing in your power, basically. And so all of this energy, like I do have to say, all of this energy makes me feel like very strongly that this is more so talking about you addressing the dynamic that you are not happy with, and like telling this King of Swords person what it is that you feel, what it is that you think, what it is that you want, and expressing all of your needs like very, very carefully and sort of laying it all out there, which in some regards could be a bit scary. Or, you know, if you have never like confronted this person before, if you have never expressed your true feelings or thoughts to that person, right now you could be thinking that like, no way, there's no way that I can do that. But I feel like by the end of September, or by the time that this third quarter comes around, these like some like personal or inner changes that you are going through as well, it seems to sort of like prepare you or power you up to be able to confront this issue, whatever this is. And again, for some of you, it could be that this King of Swords person is the one who like reveals something to you, or who actually like initiates the situation. So it could, you know, again, it could play out in like several different ways. But in general, this third quarter seems to be a very important period of time that actually creates some like real perceptible change here with the Magician energy. Like you'll actually see things and dynamics changing as a result of whatever this revelation is. But let's keep going, because this is one long ass reading. So for the last quarter of the year, so that would be October, November and December, we have these 3 cards here. So we're starting off with the Devil energy. Again, I don't want you to be alarmed, because it doesn't always indicate something bad. This is a Capricorn energy. We also have the 10 of Pentacles. And finally, we have the King of Swords, which came out in reverse. I'm just going to show it upright as well, so you could see what he looks like. But yeah, you got it in reverse. So the first thing that I want to say is because of this King of Swords energy that seems to be super important in your life and very, very prevalent. And obviously that has, you know, popped up pretty much throughout this reading. I do feel like by the end of the year, they are going to be a whole sort of, not like a whole different person, but just they will probably be changed in some way. Now, usually I don't like the King of Swords coming out in reverse, but in this instance, I don't actually feel like it's that type of like negative form of King of Swords energy that I usually feel when it's reversed. I also feel like it's just like it's somewhat softer, or it's somewhat like not as like strict and detached and set in their ways when, you know, when they are upright. This feels like a mellowing to me, and we are going to clarify it as well, so we'll see what comes out for this King of Swords. But I do feel like there is going to be a change or a shift happening within this person that you will see by the end of the year. And so I almost feel like one of the scenarios here with especially with the Devil and the 10 of Pentacles, could be that like you could succeed in like persuading this person to change their mind about something, or especially when it comes to like a major decision about the future, or like living arrangements, or, you know, something that affects you like long term. It could be that you actually manage to like sway them in some way with the Devil energy, because again, even though it looks a bit like ominous, I'm more so feeling like this Capricorn energy of like ambition and determination. You know, Capricorn energy is very, very driven, and they always go after what they want relentlessly. And so it almost makes me feel like, especially as like an aftermath of everything that has happened here, it does seem like there is almost like a shift in the power play that I was referring to, where, you know, you may find yourself having an upper hand in something, or your voice suddenly being a very persuasive one when it comes to like quite big, like drastic decisions, or just the family dynamic in general. Because again, with the 10 of Pentacles as well, this is a card of like family or legacy or something like that. It is like, and it is something that, you know, is long-term, long-standing. So it could be that a family dynamic, again, that has been in place for a very, very long time, and possibly even like with the Devil card, you know, if the King of Swords person, if this person has had a very firm grip, like with the Devil card here, if this person has had a very firm grip on like the way that the family functions, or like the way that the roles are, you know, like set in a family dynamic, or how things are supposed to be and how they're supposed to function, if they have had like the sort of the final say in everything, making the rules about everything, and sort of almost like controlling the whole situation, then I feel like with it coming out in reverse here, it seems like that could be changing. For some of you, I also feel like just in general, you could find yourself like desiring something completely different when it comes to your future, or when it comes to your home or your living arrangement or something like that. Because like this also feels like a shift in perception. even though, as I said, it does seem to indicate very strongly another person outside of you, but just, you know, just in case it translates to someone in a different way, this could also indicate that, you know, as I said, that you are like changing your mind about something or letting go of something that possibly before you were very, very hard set on. So it could be that you start seeing things in a bit of a different way by the end of the year. And I also feel like, because this again sort of reminds me of like work or like those types of aspirations too, especially with the Devil and the Ten of Pentacles here. So it could be that, you know, your focus sort of turns more so towards like financial and material aspects of life again, after all of this like emotional outburst or emotional sort of a roller coaster that happens here. It seems like the end of the year is sort of taking more of a practical turn again, or more of a mundane turn again. Especially again with the Devil, it could be that, you know, you are very much like focused or even somewhat like obsessed with building wealth or building stability, building security, and really like holding on to that sense of security. Because as we were saying, like it seems that throughout this year there could be some really like really massive opportunities for you to like create peace and harmony and stuff like that in your home space, or find some sort of like respite or something like that from your home or living situation, or just like upgrading something as well. Or, you know, with this Clover energy, with this luck energy, that could be, as I said, some lucky breaks for you when it comes to like finding happiness and joy and fulfillment in your home space or in your living arrangement. So it feels like by the end of the year, it could be something that is like very important to you and that is taking a lot of attention as well. So for some of you, especially, I don't know, this is, again, probably not going to resonate for all of you, but it does feel like it's a bit of a weird or funny way that this energy is sort of transmuting. That like, when at the beginning of the year, there was a bit of this energy of like not really wanting to be at home or not feeling safe and comfortable at home or with your family members or something like that, then by the end of the year, it does seem to be changing, where it's almost like it's kind of like an attachment that is formed with your home or your living situation or something like that, where like the sense of comfort or stability that that you are yearning for, that like some sort of safe haven provides you, that like becomes almost so like overpowering, or, you know, that there is this heavy attachment that forms to it. That it could almost like overpower everything else. Yeah, I don't know. It's a weird one. It really does feel like a very interesting and a very like bizarre year in some way, where you could feel like, you know, so much is happening and so much is like taking place that by the end of it, like it might very well be that the little moments of joy, or like this changing of your home landscape is like the main thing that really sticks out to you, because everything else is just so like crazy and there is so much going on. But let's clarify. I want to start with the Devil card. Can you please clarify the Devil in the last quarter of the year for pile 4? Oh, thank you. Yep. Okay. So we got the 3 of Wands reversed and the 5 of Cups reversed. The 5 of Cups reversed is very specifically talking about like coming out of a period of like sadness or grief or something like that, because like the 5 of Cups, when it comes out in reverse, is oftentimes a lot more positive when it is coming out upright, because this is indicating that, you know, something has finally been able to like put to rest or made peace with, and now it's finally like this person is finally able or capable of like turning around and looking at the other 2 cups here, or like moving on from the situation that has kept them stuck for a very long time. Especially with the 3 of Wands here as well, like the Three of Wands reversed is somewhat of an energy of like delay, or not really seeing the results that you were after, and sort of possibly being drawn in like different directions as well, so that there isn't that much of a focused effort on something. And so I feel like, especially if it's talking about, you know, with the Devil, if it's talking about the way that your home space used to be like, or the way that your family dynamic used to be like, oh, and look at that. At the bottom of the deck, we have the Chariot card again. So yeah, it could be that, like, if that's what your family life used to be like, or just the association that you had with family and home, then it seems like that sort of stuck or hazy energy, and just like being in that space of not really wanting to touch the area, not really wanting to address these issues, right? And I feel like all of that is really what allows the air to be cleared, and like real steps forward to be made here, right? With this Two of Cups behind this Five of Cups person, this is some like fresh new beginning, and like real understanding, and real compromise, and like working together and seeing each other for who they really are, and all this type of like really, really nice relationship energy, like that seems to be coming more so to the forefront. So that could be what brings about this, because we also had the Chariot here. So that like advancement or progress in your relationship, again, whether this is with this King of Swords person, or whether this is just like how you feel about your home or your living arrangement, or your just, you know, your life in general, and the way that your life is moving as well, because of this King of Pentacles energy. Sorry, not King of Pentacles, 10 of Pentacles energy, you know, this long-term future prospect energy. It could be that you sort of develop a whole new way of seeing your life, and seeing your path, and seeing, again, like where you belong. But yeah, this definitely feels like a lot of release that is happening, and a lot of, you know, moving forward with the Chariot. But let's look at the 10 of Pentacles. Can we clarify, please, the 10 of Pentacles in the last quarter for pile number 4? Can you please clarify the 10 of Pentacles? No. The 10 of Pentacles. Oh, okay. Yeah, so we have the 2 of Pentacles with the 3 of Swords. So again, yeah, I just feel like this is something somewhat of an ongoing, or somewhat of a repetitive pattern of like pain or disappointment, and just, you know, things that haven't been addressed. So I do feel like with the Temperance card being here at the bottom as well, this is like heavy healing energy, or transmuting energy. So I love that we're getting like 2 major Arcana cards at the bottom of the deck as like this underlying energy, indicating that by the end of the year, there are going to be like whole new dynamics that you are experiencing. And I'm not saying that, you know, it's going to, that everything is going to be resolved in this 1 year period, but I just feel like such a huge shift in energy is happening that it's almost like you won't be able to like recognize the way that the dynamic looks at the end of the year, and the way that, you know, this year started out. So yeah, this just feels like somewhat of a, you know, like a long-standing family, almost like an ancestral pattern, or some sort of like pain that is carried forward through generations. And so it's one of those like one of those things that like repeats in future generations as well, and that pain is just like, it's never really resolved or worked through, and it's just like carried on to children and to their children, and, you know, it's that like never-ending cycle. And so that's what I feel like, that's what I feel is changing for you. That's what is being transmuted or healed and turned into something a lot more wholesome, and you know, just a lot more healthy and a lot more fulfilling. So I really love that. But let's clarify the final card, the most exciting card here, the King of Swords reversed. Can you please clarify the King of Swords reversed for pile number 4 at the end of 2024 for them? Okay. Okay, we have the Three of Cups in reverse. Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. Like that is so clearly this King of Swords energy. And at the bottom of the deck we have the Two of Wands reversed. Yeah, so clearly this is someone that you don't sort of see eye to eye with when it comes to like long-term vision or future goals or something like that. So again, this could be like a family member who thinks that you should live a whole different way or you should want different things. It just seems like you have very, very differing opinions. But with the Three of Cups reversed, this to me feels like the main person in your family dynamic whose like support you are really yearning for, but whose support you are not getting, or who in some way plays like the biggest role in you feeling uncomfortable or unseen and unheard and unacknowledged in your own like home or living space or family dynamic. Because again, we have with this Five of Cups over here, you can see the 3 cups that are spilled in the corner there. And it like very clearly reminds me of this Three of Cups energy when it comes out in reverse. Because this is exactly that type of energy where like, you know, needs are not being met and emotions are not being fulfilled. And there just isn't that much like joy and understanding and support and community. But again, I feel like this is what is changing, right? This is what you are like transmuting, or like the pain of all of that and the unvoiced feelings are being brought to light, and all of that is bringing about this like purging energy where you are able to finally like address these painful feelings and like really move on. Because I mean, look at that, we have three number 3 cards as the clarifying energies, and 3s in tarot are all about progress and forward movement. So clearly you know, progress that has been possibly delayed, or you know, that you've had to wait for a very long time. It seems like this is finally going to be the year where you start seeing progress in that area. But that's it. I feel like your reading was very, like, it was very specific in one way, but then like in another way it was also really complex. So I would be just really, really interested to see or hear how everything like plays out for you, or, you know, what this year actually ends up bringing to you. But you know what, before we close this reading out, I do also want to like pull some messages from this message jar for you. And yeah, let's just see if we can get some like advice for you regarding this year. Is there any advice that we can get for pile number 4? Okay. So let's see. I'm going to quickly read these and then I promise we will be done. Okay, it says your faith is being tested. Hold on. I don't know how well you'll be able to see it. It doesn't really want to focus that well because it's quite small again. But anyway, that's what it says. Your faith is being tested. Hold on. Ugh, it's so annoying. It doesn't want to work with me. We also have childhood conditioning is clouding your judgment. What beliefs have you taken for granted that may in reality be distorted? Ooh, okay. Yeah, this feels very, very important, especially because of all of the family dynamics and home stuff that we have been talking about. So yeah, major healing in like childhood conditioning as well. Okay, let's see what else we have. Okay, we also have a quote. Resentment is like taking poison and waiting for the other person to die. So, yeah, I feel like this is that energy of like why it's, you know, why it's important to heal or address these issues, because I feel like resentment is actually a really very important keyword here that I feel like is underlying a lot of this reading that we have been discussing here. And finally, we have a quote from the movie Nightmare Before Christmas, which I absolutely love. And this is by Jack Skellington. Just because I cannot see it doesn't mean I can't believe it. See? So again, we are being brought back to the idea of having faith and believing in things working out. So, you know, especially if at the beginning of the year, it could be a bit difficult for you to do that because of, you know, all of this sense of like unfulfillment that could be very, very strong here. But I do feel like, you know, this year is going to make you see things a lot differently, and it's going to bring some pretty cool twists and turns that just like changes these dynamics forever, pretty much. Or, you know, again, some balance is going to be restored to the places where clearly there is a lack of balance. So yeah, I'm gonna leave it here, pile number 4. I am so sorry that it has been such a long reading, but if you are still here, if you're watching this reading, and if you are excited for your 2024, and this reading offered you some encouragement or something to look forward to, please leave me a ladybug emoji in the comment section so that I know that you watched this thing all the way through to this point, and that, you know, it resonated. By the way, thank you so much if you did, because I do realize that this was a long one. And please let me know if you do happen to come out, you know, back to the reading throughout the year, whether something resonated or how some of these dynamics played out for you, if you feel like sharing, of course. But yeah, I would love to hear from you. So even if you leave me a thumbs up or just, you know, leave me a comment that you really like the reading or something like that, that would mean so much to me. And please don't forget to subscribe as well, you know, just to keep this channel afloat. It would mean so much. But I'm going to leave it here. Thank you so much one last time. And I really appreciate you being here. So take care, and until next time. Bye-bye. Hello, pile number 5, and welcome to your reading. So as you can see, I am wearing a different set of clothes than I was in the intro, but it is actually a whole new day as I'm filming your reading, because these readings have turned out to be a lot longer than I anticipated them to be. So yeah, it's a whole new day. The lighting may be a bit different as well, but anyway, we are here and we are doing this, and we are looking into your 2024. So you chose the Sphalerite stone as well as the Tattoo Tarot, but we are going to be looking at these a bit later, because we are first going to start off with some oracle cards, which are going to tell us all about a major theme of 2024 for you. So this is going to be one of those things where when you look back on 2024 at the end of it, you will sort of feel like there is a certain keyword, or there is something that like pops up like instantly for you that you sort of associate with 2024 and what it meant for you. And so this message here is most likely what it's, you know, what is going to be the biggest theme for you. So let's look. Okay, first off, we have Chiron. I don't know how well you'll be able to see it because the text is quite small and quite bright as well. We also have the Bat and Hellbore with Intuition, and this is number 19, which reduces down to 10, or, you know, further down to 1. So this is cyclical energy. Again, not sure how well you'll be able to see these cards because they're very, very tiny, the script. We also have number 9 and the bouquet. Now this is a French Lenormand deck, so there are some keywords on it as well in French, but I cannot read them because I can't speak French. So yeah, I'm just gonna show you the image. We also have number 8, the elk and ash with strength. And finally, oh no, sorry, my bad. We have number 13 with oak. 13 reduces down to 4. 1 plus 3 is 4. But yeah, I kind of got like a bit sidelined there. I just, the word oak took me aback a bit, because I don't know. I thought I saw oak somewhere else as well, but no, never mind. So let's look at the major theme for you. One of the major key themes that I feel for you here is in a single word, a glow up. I feel like you are going to be going through a bit of an inner transformation, or a process where at the end or by the end of 2024, you will see yourself in a bit of a different light than you have before. And I feel like you will start appreciating yourself a lot more, and you will start appreciating certain aspects of yourself a whole lot more as well, especially those aspects that possibly previously or like up to this point you have perceived to be a weakness. But I feel like in the year 2024 you will learn to use that quote-unquote weakness to your advantage and turn it into a strength. And the main thing that I feel here, what you perceive this weakness to be, is like a very empathetic or a very intuitive nature. And with these two cards, like these are the main cards that I feel this strong sense of like empathy and intuition from. So you could be someone who is very like sensitive to your surroundings, very sensitive to other people's emotions, and just like basically energies and atmospheres in general. Let me turn that down a bit because it seems to be a bit too bright. There we go. Feel like that's better. So these two cards are making me feel that you may have like an overdeveloped sense of intuition, gut instinct, like a sixth sense, that type of thing. Because, this card specifically says intuition, but the bats as well, like they have a very strong association, especially in all sorts of different, like if you look at different animal oracle decks, a lot of the times the bat is associated with like darkness and transformation and coming out of the dark, or being like very proficient in darkness, being able to detect things that other creatures cannot. And with Chiron, this is the wounded healer in astrology. So basically this is one of those like sore spots that every one of us have. We all have our own sore spot somewhere that we sort of continually need to work on, so that it wouldn't control us. But I feel like with this energy, there is almost this sense of you having the ability to offer a healing type of energy to other people, or pick up on other people's wounds or weaknesses or sore spots, and like somehow direct light on them. Because we have this. Well, first of all, the reason why I feel like it's something that you actually can use to like improve your own life and other people's life is because of this bouquet card, which is a very, very positive card in the Lenormand system. And it very often symbolizes a gift, a surprise, or something that is beautiful, something to appreciate, something that brings joy. And so I do feel like this sort of gift of yours, because it is actually a gift, even though, as I said, I do realize that it may have caused you a lot of discomfort as well. And maybe you have experienced a lot of unpleasant situations where people have perceived it to be a weakness, or where you have felt overwhelmed, or where when people possibly have regarded you as a bit of a pushover because of that, or too emotional, or too sensitive, or something like that. So you may have struggled with this gift, but as I said, it is a gift. It definitely is. And I feel like in the year 2024, you will find yourself in several situations or experiences where you sort of learn to turn that, as I said, to your advantage, as to really make use of it as a strength and as something that you can use to navigate life and different situations and different people, and sort of come out of any complex situations with flying colors. And I mean, again, this card like blatantly says strength, so that's why I feel this like energy of turning a weakness into a strength. But we also have this oak energy, and the oak card is all about greatness and achieving great things, because from a small acorn a mighty oak grows. And so there is this message of like hidden potential, or something that in like initial stages may look very, very small and insignificant, but something that in time develops and grows into something that is like indestructible and super strong and sturdy and just very, very resilient. And another thing that I'm feeling with this oak card specifically, because of this this lightning here, I kind of like, the first feeling that I got was like the Tower card, in tarot, but I not like the sort of scary or destructive message of the tarot, that, or the Tower that can sometimes be, but this feels more like a sort of a revelation, or some sort of like aha moment, a breakthrough almost, where you, again, like where you start seeing this trait of yours in a whole new light and making use of it in a whole different way as well. So I do feel like there is very, very big potential in the year 2024 for you to have like these moments of significant inner transformations that in the moment they may not feel as significant. They may not be like, these mind-blowing or earth-shattering realizations or awakenings or something like that. At least not all of them. You may have some of them, but I feel like mostly it's going to be these little moments where you sort of step by step prove to yourself how you are able to use this sensitivity and use this ability to feel your way through life and feel your way through situations, and sort of make the most beneficial decisions for yourself by using your highly attuned intuition, or inner sense. So yeah, there is a lot of like proving your value or proving your uniqueness to yourself this year, which again, I feel like ultimately by the end of the year, you will sort of come out of this period feeling a lot more powerful, a lot more confident, a lot more self-assured, just feeling like a lot more comfortable in your own skin as well. I do feel like saying that for some of you. And I feel like, again, if people have deemed you to be a bit of a pushover, then I feel like by the end of the year, these little transformations that you are going through, which ultimately like build on top of each other to bring about a very, very significant change. I feel like by the end of it, like, you are going to show people a whole new side of yourself, and they are going to start seeing you in a different light as well. You may actually receive like some like acknowledgement or admiration as well with this bouquet card. You know, especially if it was something that previously you felt ashamed of, or previously like, you know, you wanted to hide it or something. Especially for those of you, if, you know, especially for those of you who have like almost like a psychic sense or something, where you can see things before they happen, or where you have visions, or where you have like some sort of psychic dreams, or you know, we have that sort of extrasensory abilities that possibly like freak other people out or something like that. That may be an especially strong message for you. But just generally, because I don't think that everyone watching this reading is like a highly attuned psychic or something, but just generally, I feel like this healing ability, or this ability to understand other people and their feelings and what they need in any given moment, that sort of energy is going to be, you know, more appreciated by yourself and by others. But let's look at each quarter of the year more specifically now. So we have a major theme for you, which seems to be very, very transformative. But let's look at like 3-month intervals for the year 2024 as well. So we're going to start off with January, February, March. Now, obviously, we are already in the month of February, so January is already way past. But you know, that will enable you to sort of see whether some of these messages that are coming through for the first quarter are something that you are already going through, or something that you already experienced in January. So it could give you a pretty good inkling of like, you know, how this reading is resonating for you. Also, we will look at the second, third, and fourth quarters, and then we will clarify each section as well to see what else we can pick up. But yeah, let's go. Let's look at the first quarter of 2024. And look, we have the Tower card as the underlying energy of your reading. So that's pretty cool that's how it worked out. Yeah, that breakthrough energy is definitely something that I was feeling, right, with this Oak card. I'm just going to show you side by side so you can sort of understand why it made me feel or think of the Tower card. But anyway, so my beautiful pile number 5, a few things I want to say before we jump into each quarter. First of all, generally, I feel like this year is going to be a very like emotional year for you in some way, but also I feel like it's going to be very relationship oriented or very relationship focused. Like there is going to be heavy emphasis and focus on the area of relationships. And yes, I am feeling a very strong like romantic sense specifically. So if you are in a partnership, in a marriage, you know, just living with someone, or, you know, whatever sort of commitment you are in, then I feel like this is probably going to be the most relevant for you. But even if you are single, then I do feel like, you know, relationships are going to be pretty heavily sort of coming up for you, or going to be in the foreground for you for this year. So that's the first thing that I'm feeling. And the second thing I want to mention is that I kind of want to go over the major theme thing that we were talking about before, because with this Chiron energy and just looking at all of the cards laid out for this year, I do feel like for some of you, like the sensitivity is based on past hurts and relationship wounds that you have gotten that are sort of, you know, influencing how you present yourself and the way that you feel your way through relating to other people now. Because as I said, Chiron is the wounded healer. It's those like sore spots that we have that need dealing with or attending to. And so for some of you, this this wound is around, you know, disappointing relationships and things that have, you know, let you down in the past. And so as a result of that, you could sort of feel differently about opening up to people or being in a relationship in general. For some of you, you know, if you have gone through a divorce or something previously, or you have experienced, you know, being cheated on or something like that, then I do feel like you could be feeling a lot more reserved about going down that path of commitment again. But yeah, anyway, that's just another thing that I wanted to mention to clarify about this sensitivity and emotional, intuitive nature that I was describing. But let's jump into the first quarter of the year. So January, February, March. We are starting off with all reversed cards, which is kind of interesting how this reading is flowing, because I feel like the first half of the year or so, especially the first quarter, is probably the most difficult for you. Whereas like the more we move to the end of the year, or the second half of 2024 seems to be picking up for you a lot more and bringing some really positive, some really fulfilling moments and emotions, and it seems to be sort of starting to like fall into place and work out more in your favor, the way that you want things to go. So yeah, this breakthrough energy could be happening more so in the second half of the year. But let's look at these cards. So the first card that we got was the King of Coins reversed, which is a card of Taurus. I'm just going to show you the upright version as well. So this is the first card. We also have the Five of Cups reversed and the Three of Cups reversed. So looking at these cards, pile number 5, I am getting the sense that you may have ended the year 2023 with some like rather unpleasant emotions or unpleasant experiences, because I do feel like the year is sort of starting off for you in a bit of an emotional turmoil, or if it's not so much like a turmoil anymore, then it just feels like there is some emotional residue from what you have gone through, especially because of these two cards over here. So as I said, for some of you, I feel like you have gone through a divorce, or you have gone through a breakup, or some sort of like relationship dissolvement, or even if it's not like, even if you haven't broken up with the person, or you haven't, you know, called it quits entirely, it does feel like there is some like emotional distancing that has happened as a result of some sort of difficulty in a relationship. Because, and the reason why I keep talking about a relationship specifically is because of the energy that is in between these two cards. We have the Five and the Three of Cups, and that means that in between these two cards is the energy of the Two of Cups. And because both of these cards are coming out in reverse, the energy between them is also a reversed Two of Cups. Whereas, you know, sort of jumping ahead really quickly, we have the upright Two of Cups coming out at the end of the year for you in the final quarter. So it does seem like by the end of 2024, things are starting to turn around for you, and sort of the relationship issues that you may be experiencing are going to be like either resolved, or just a fresh new beginning is going to be coming around in that sense. But yeah, I mean, we have this King of Coins reversed, and I do feel like this is the individual who is a part of this like disappointment or emotional hardship that you have gone through. Now, because the Five of Cups is coming out in reverse, the Five of Cups generally is a card of like grief and loss, and just dealing with heavy emotions that are a result of going through something very, very difficult emotionally or something very disappointing. So when it comes out in reverse, there is an indication of like starting to move on from the heaviness and in some way like having made peace with what has happened. And with the Three of Cups reversed, I do have to say, because of this heavy emotional and relationship energy, especially when it comes out with a reversed Court card as well, this could be, this could be an indication of infidelity. So again, I do feel like this is something that you already are aware of, or something that has already come to light. And so this is like this period of like dealing with it or trying to get over it. Even if this is talking about a relationship that, as I said, already ended before this year, before the year 2024, it could be like a past relationship that, again, has just left such a huge mark on you that it's been very difficult to like process what happened and let go of the situation that has happened. There is just very much like this disappointment that I feel that is like sort of ruling the atmosphere of the first quarter of the year. So I feel like the good news here is that we are almost done with the first quarter of the year. So as I said, it feels like you are sort of slowly but surely coming out of that energy and sort of, starting to sift through your emotions and being able to make sense of them somewhat and start accepting the reality of what has happened and sort of moving on. But just more generally, if we like come out of this situation. Oh, by the way, I don't know if I mentioned, but the King of Coins is a card of Taurus, but it can indicate any earth sign really. So Taurus, Virgo, or Capricorn. There is very heavy like earth energy in general from all of these court cards here. We also have the Knave of Coins and the Queen of Coins. But yeah, so this could represent your partner, or this could represent someone that you have had serious relations with. This could also signify, if this isn't a romantic relationship for you, this could also signify a friend, or this could signify a family member or something like that. But the King of Coins is usually, especially if they're coming out in reverse, this is someone who is possibly like overly materialistic or too attached to possessions and wealth and status. This could be someone who is a bit shallow as well, or who doesn't really have their value systems in place too much, or they are just attached to, like, again, more shallow things in life, and they may be, more interested in appearing to be like wealthy and, wanting to be admired or looked up to, wanting to have power, but in truth, like, not really knowing what it means. Or that, it's a bit of an immature energy when the King of Coins comes out in reverse. It does indicate that there is some more growth to be done, some more, personal development and just working on the self. So there are some like unresolved issues. There could also be some like jealousy or possessiveness, because the King of Coins reversed can be very, very possessive. So yeah, if any of these like keywords remind you of someone, then most likely this is a situation that you are familiar with, and this is your reading. But as I said, just more generally, I feel like if this is not like a romantic situation for you specifically, then I do feel like there has been a sense of like feeling a bit distanced or feeling a bit cut off from like community or from friends, or if this King of Coins reversed is also like, for instance, let's say your boss or someone that you work for or work with, it could be that they are having so many demands on you, or just like the material aspects of life have had such high demands on you that it is, sort of wearing you down, or, like you feel like there is not that much time left for like personal relationships and for, taking care of your emotional needs and nourishing that sort of spiritual side of yourself as well, taking care of yourself, that self-care and just enjoying life, like that aspect seems to be like lacking in these first 3 months of the year for you. So this just feels like emotionally draining and physically exhausting and not very rewarding as well. You know, just feeling sort of over it, and being very much like burdened or overwhelmed by the emotional sort of landscape that you are feeling. This could also represent like a serious disappointment either in someone who like let you down or didn't carry through or didn't, didn't carry out their promise or something like that. Or this could also be like disappointment because of some sort of failure that, you experienced, that there was something that you really wanted to achieve or someone that you were trying to achieve something with and that didn't happen or that fell through. So yeah, but just, not to start repeating myself too much, but it does feel like whatever sort of disappointment you have experienced, it does seem to be having a lingering effect, sort of clouding the whole atmosphere of the first 3 months for you. And also with this King of Coins individual, it seems like this is talking about a specific person who is involved in this disappointment or who has caused this disappointment to you. Or again, like if we talk more broadly and this is talking about an aspect of you, then it could just be sort of this sense of feeling like you have failed or like you have let yourself down or not really feeling too confident and not feeling too strong and self-reliant at this time. So let's clarify some of this energy because I am very interested to see where this like emotional disappointment is coming from more specifically. But first I want to clarify the King of Coins reversed, see whether we can get some more information. King of Coins reversed, can you please clarify? Oh, okay. Interesting. We have the King of Swords coming out now. The King of Swords is a card of Aquarius, but this can represent really any like air sign. Oh, and as I'm saying that, at the bottom of the deck, we have the Lovers card, which, by the way, again, we have the Lovers card coming out in the third quarter of the year for you as well. So with the Lovers card, I am feeling, again, as I said more strongly, it does seem like it's talking about someone else around you. By the way, if this isn't an Aquarian energy, this can also be a Libra or Gemini, because the Lovers card is specifically a card of Gemini. So, if this person doesn't have like a Taurus sun sign or moon sign or something like that, they could have very significant earth placements in their birth chart, and they could also have significant air placements in their birth chart. Just take it as it resonates if it helps to, signify who this person is for you. But yeah, with the King of Swords as well, this feels like someone who is more so in their masculine energy. They don't have to be male specifically, but this is coming through very heavily masculine. And this is also someone who is in a position of authority. So again, this could be your spouse, this could be, or, if you have gone through a divorce, this could be like an ex-husband, this could be a boyfriend or someone you live with. This could also be, as I said, a relative, a family member, or even a boss or something like that. But again, I feel the boss, that like work scenario a bit less because of the Lovers card. So this is making me feel more so that it is someone that you have like a more of a personal relationship with. Unless you have a personal relationship with your boss, of course, that can also be the case. That can also happen. So just, no judgments here. Take it as it resonates. But yeah, this is a very strong masculine energy. But, who may be a bit like possessive or overbearing. And a bit detached, because the King of Swords is very much detached, especially like, emotionally, very reserved. So let's look at the Five of Cups reversed. Yeah, I want to look at the Five of Cups reversed. What is this source of like emotional disappointment? What is this Five of Cups reversed? Can you please clarify the Five of Cups reversed? Oh, interesting. Now we have the Queen of Cups. So, as I said, relationships seem to be playing a very, very heavy role in this year for you, because this is a card of Cancer, by the way, but this can also signify any water sign, so Cancer, Scorpio, or Pisces. A lot of people are coming through in this reading. Oh, and would you look at that? We have the Lovers card at the bottom still. So, yeah, I mean, for some of you, because I am picking up that, or I was picking up initially, that this Queen of Coins energy here that we are going to be getting to in a second, which is coming through in the second quarter, I was picking up on this energy as you. You know, this feels much more to me like your energy, but again, take it as it resonates. You may have both earth placements and water placements, but there is this sense of like, so yeah, let me tell you how I'm feeling this, because there are so many people coming through this whole reading where I feel a lot of other people's energy being important. This could be talking about someone else. So in this instance, if this is a situation of like infidelity, or like a third party relationship situation, this could be talking about the other woman or the other person. Again, you can reverse the roles as well. If you yourself are male and, you know, your spouse or your girlfriend, you know, cheated on you with another man, then, you know, just reverse the genders or reverse the roles. But generally, this feels like the other person, but it could also just signify the aspect of you, your sort of emotional aspect that was hurt. Because, you know, the Queen of Cups is very focused and very dedicated to what she values and what she holds dear. So if this cup that she's looking at, if this is talking about an aspect of you, and this cup is symbolizing your love for this person or your, you know, affection, your dedication to this relationship, then it does feel like that could be like what was tarnished or what was hurt in the process. But let's look at the Three of Cups as well, because I just want to clarify. Three of Cups reversed. What is this Three of Cups reversed? What is this Three of Cups reversed? Okay. Almost saw a card, but not quite. Can we get a clarifier for the Three of Cups reversed? Okay. Okay, interesting. So we have the Six of Cups coming out now, and we have the Eight of Coins. And the underlying energy is the Ten of Wands reversed. So, okay, yeah, this does feel, with this Three of Cups reversed, like, again, for some of you, this is definitely an energy of just like, you know, being so overwhelmed, being so focused, with like where most of your energy is going to. So again, this could even be working on your relationship with someone, like especially if you have had issues with your spouse and you have gone to like marriage counseling or something like that. It could be that most of your focus and most of your energy is going on like repairing the relationship or trying to rekindle the relationship, so that you don't really, or you haven't had that much time for yourself and for your own like personal sources of fulfillment outside of the relationship, if that makes sense. You know, friends, hobbies, things that just bring you joy, that type of thing. That's what I feel with this Three of Cups here. So this could be the indication for some of you that this is just like, you know, the sadness is coming from that there isn't that much emotional nourishment. But, you know, again, for some of you, this could indicate, especially with this Six of Cups, and if this is like a three-party situation, that there could have been another person that your partner paid attention to, or that they, you know, had like an affair or something with, possibly for a long time with this Eight of Coins. Or it could be that, you know, they met through work or something like that. This could also be one of the indications in these cards. But just generally, this feels like, you know, working on building up trust again, or that sort of being significant somehow. So especially if you sort of resonate with, you know, feeling a bit like alone, or feeling a bit detached from your partner, or you feel like your partner has become detached from you and you're not really feeling that support from them, then it could just be that, you know, this is signifying the sort of emotional overwhelm that is a result of feeling like you are the only one who is carrying the relationship forward, or who is trying to make things work, and who is trying to, you know, give it your all so that the relationship could thrive. So yeah, as you can see, there are all these sorts of different scenarios that are coming through, but just, you know, again, apply these energies to your life as you see fit, but that's the strongest energy coming through from the first quarter. And now we have stuck on the first quarter for such a long time. I think it's time to move on to quarter number 2. So that would be April, May, and June. Now, the cards that we got for that period is the Knave of Pentacles, or the Page of Pentacles, which is just general earth energy. We also have Judgment in reverse, which is a card of Pluto. And in modern astrology, it is associated with the sign Scorpio. We also have the Queen of Coins, or the Queen of Pentacles, which is a card of Capricorn, but again, can symbolize any earth sign, so Taurus, Virgo, Capricorn. And finally, we have the Wheel of Fortune, which is in reverse and which came out with the Queen of Coins. This is a card of Jupiter, which is associated with the signs Sagittarius and Pisces. So let us look at this energy here. For some of you, pile number 5, I do feel like in the second quarter is where things sort of start turning around. I mean, the energy in general is starting to like turn around for the better in the second quarter. So as we get to like springtime and moving towards summer. But for some of you, especially if we are talking about this like relationship or marriage scenario, like a serious committed relationship, right? I do feel like there is an element of like someone coming to you with a proposition, or wanting to like put effort into a relationship and wanting to like work through what hasn't really worked through, or starting to acknowledge something that they possibly didn't acknowledge before. Starting to look at why things didn't work out, or why, you know, they did what they did. It's almost like this day of reckoning that comes about, where you sort of finally look at things that you have been avoiding up to this point, or that you haven't wanted to confront. And so with this Knave of Coins, this feels to me like this willingness to start working on something that previously was either ignored or overlooked, especially like some sort of a bit of a harsh truth or a bigger truth or something like that. And this also feels like looking at like consequences and owning up to your responsibility in these consequences. Now, I do feel like most likely that this Knave of Coins is an energy outside of you. So I do feel like this is someone else coming to you with an offer to like work on things, or wanting to repair things, especially because of you know, this Queen of Coins, which, as I said, I feel like is your energy, because this Queen of Coins is being like surrounded by or boxed in by these 2 major Arcana cards. So I almost feel like this is you sort of having withdrawn a bit, or having turned focus away from the external, especially with the Wheel of Fortune here coming out in reverse. Because when the Wheel of Fortune comes out in reverse, this does feel to me like a stopping of time, or like a stopping of a cycle where things just sort of slow down. But I mean also more generally, or yeah, I guess more generally, the Wheel of Fortune in reverse very often indicates also a time of like where you feel that things are not really working out in your favor, or where you feel like you are just constantly met with like difficulty or obstacles, or no matter how hard you try, things just are not working out for you. So this is feeling like quite unlucky, or like, you know, the universe or fate is conspiring against you. And so it almost feels like you are in a bit of a state as we move to like springtime, where, you know, if in the first quarter of the year you are the one who is doing a lot of like sifting through emotions and sort of trying to find peace, trying to find resolution, possibly like doing your best to work on this relationship. If this is the relationship scenario for you, then I feel like in the second quarter, it's almost like you are not really pushing things as much anymore, and more so allowing sort of the other person to come to you. Because yeah, I do feel like in the second quarter, you are sort of retreating more to yourself, or putting more focus on yourself and on your own well-being, which again, I feel like is a very important step, because as I was looking at, you know, the major theme, and as we discussed it in the beginning of this reading, it does feel like, as I said, there are going to be moments where you like go through these inner transformations, or where you like power up or glow up in some way. And I feel like that, at least a part of that is happening in the second quarter for you, where you possibly sort of realize how much power your sensitivity and your care and your emotional sort of nourishment really has, your intuition and all of that. And how much you give of yourself in relationships to make other people feel good and make other people feel comfortable and welcome and all of that. And so I feel like, you know, especially if you have experienced that sort of being, you know, used or taking advantage of in some way, then I feel like in the second quarter you are starting to turn it around for yourself, you know, sort of turn the tables a bit. Because I almost feel as well with this Judgment and this Wheel of Fortune cards in reverse, this almost feels to me like a misconception or something that you possibly thought was the truth. But it's almost like you now sort of understand that that wasn't really what you thought that it was, if that makes any sense. And with the Wheel of Fortune, I feel like these two cards are just talking about how you may have previously perceived your sensitivity and your intuition and all of that like emotional side of you, that nurturing, caring side, to be like, again, like an unlucky element, or something that is inhibiting you in some way, or something that is causing you constant challenges and obstacles in your path. When I feel like in truth, that's not the thing at all, you know, or that's not the case. And so I feel like, you know, if we turn these cards upright, then this is that like realization of like what a gift you are and what a gift you have, and how much you are blessed with something. So yeah, I feel like the thing that you are blessed with is, again, you know, yourself and your traits and your abilities. Especially, I love that in this deck, we have this depiction of this Queen of Pentacles holding a pentacle which has a diamond in it. And so again, this like further re-emphasizes the aspect of you having a very, very valuable skill, or an aspect of you that needs to be cherished because it's unique and it's strong and it's almost invaluable. And it is actually offering a lot of, it's adding a lot of worth and beauty to your life as well. But I do feel like that sort of realization is happening in the second quarter for you. And also with the Knave of Coins, as I said, for some of you, this is like another person coming towards you to, you know, offer to work on things. But this could also be you learning to, you know, turn this aspect of you into a more profitable, a more beneficial thing. So this is you sort of learning more about yourself and starting to really appreciate yourself in a whole new way, starting to apply the sort of the nourishing and the sensitive aspects of yourself to new things or to different things, especially if previously you feel like you have like wasted your emotions or wasted your energy and your efforts on something or someone that doesn't really deserve it. So, you know, again, I am sort of, even though, as I said, I do feel like this is very heavily like a relationship theme, but even if we just take it apart as like a work thing as well, or like a career collective thing, it could also be that you sort of realize how you have put energy and effort into something that isn't possibly really aligned with you or doesn't really bring you happiness, and you have been putting so much of yourself into this career path or this job that hasn't really been rewarding or hasn't really appreciated what you bring to the table. And so this could be, again, one of those like little turning points. For actually not a little turning point, because of all of these major arcana cards, this feels like a major turning point. And that or maybe you actually even have several of those in this 3-month period. I feel like there is going to be this turning point where you sort of start looking at other options, or start exploring where your values or your gifts and talents would be more appreciated. But just in general, this feels like a time of growth and like development, and starting to look at things in a different way, and starting to work on like building a more secure and comfortable sort of life for yourself. But let's clarify as well. I definitely want to look at the Knave of Coins. What can you tell me about the Knave of Coins in the second quarter of 2024? Oh, yeah, see? We have a Three of Cups reversed. Oh, and would you look at that? At the bottom of the deck, we have the Six of Cups still. So the same Three of Cups reversed that we ended the first quarter with is coming out as a clarifier for the Knave of Coins. So again, these cards are very heavily indicating this relationship scenario. So it does seem to be quite a specific story, but it does seem to be the case that this Knave of Coins, as I said, is either your partner or, you know, even like your ex or something, because the Judgment reversed could also be like someone that you sort of have already walked away from, or, you know, called it quits with. It could be that this is like an invitation or something to like work on things, especially after like this trust and this relationship that you had has been like broken in some way. So yeah, because yeah, this just feels very heavily like this infidelity scenario. But yeah, with the Six of Cups as well, this feels like this person is wanting to like fix things and work on things and make amends. So yeah, that's interesting. Or it could also be like, again, if this is not necessarily like a cheating thing or an infidelity thing for you, it could just be that this Three of Cups reversed is signifying that this person who is coming to you wanting to like work on things is coming to you so that, you know, you could improve this sense of like this lack of fulfillment in some way. Or again, if this is this Knave of Coins could also be like, again, an old friend that you haven't really spoken to in a while, especially with the Six of Cups too. Like this could be a childhood friend, or someone that you know went to school with, or someone that, you know, used to live in the same building as you, or just someone that, you know, from your past that you used to get along with, and that you maybe have sort of become estranged from, or that you haven't really kept in touch too much. It could be that sort of social aspect comes back around for you in this time period as well. But let's keep going, because I want to look at let's see, what else should we clarify? Yeah, let's look at Judgment reversed. Can you please clarify Judgment reversed? Oh, okay, interesting. We have the Eight of Cups. The Eight of Coins again. And the Ten of Wands is still at the bottom of the deck. So yeah, very clearly this energy from the first quarter of the year is sort of transitioning and moving on into the second quarter, which makes sense as well, you know, because energy is fluid. And so obviously there are going to be things that sort of are brought forth into the second quarter too. But yeah, with this Judgment card reversed and this Eight of Coins, this just feels like putting a lot of work and effort on like perfecting a situation, working on making something even better, or like putting a lot of time and energy into something. Now, I do feel like very strongly this is talking about you as well. So in a sense, this is like you putting in the focus and energy to like almost upgrade your life to what you want it to be. And again, like put down these burdens where you previously maybe have put a lot of energy and focus on caring for other people or worrying about other people's problems and needs and desires and all of that, and sort of turning the focus on you, because this is a very much like a solitary card. But also, again, this could be the aspect of like, you know, wanting to do it right this time around, or really like, again, looking at the consequences of past actions and working on improving yourself. So again, if this is talking about the other person or your partner or something like that coming towards you, then that's what this is referring to. You know what, actually, before I put these back, let's just quickly look at the Wheel of Fortune in reverse as well, and then we'll move on to the third quarter. Wheel of Fortune reversed. Could you please clarify the Wheel of Fortune reversed? Wheel of Fortune reversed. Okay, interesting. The King of Swords. So we're getting a lot of repeat cards, you know, from the first quarter as well. At the bottom of the deck, we have the Eight of Wands. Yeah, so this is definitely clear movement forward and a clear direction or path ahead. This is clear communication as well, and very like very rapid progress that I feel like starts to, again, take place after a period of like having withdrawn or having really had to like consider things and like sift through how you feel and what you think. Like, again, as I said, with this Wheel of Fortune, this feels like a timeout, and with the King of Swords coming out to clarify it, this just feels like, you know, like a whole new truth or a whole new understanding of something is what is happening here. And also, again, because this was clarifying the King of Coins reversed here too, there could be like a connection there with this King of Coins person, or, you know, this King of Swords person, that after a period of like things not really working out, or things sort of falling apart or going astray, right, not really working out for you, after a period of that, like there is some sort of clear communication and moving forward that happens with this person and with this relationship, where you possibly start seeing things in the same way, or you sort of, you know, align yourself with the same goals and you start working towards the same sort of destination. So just in general, this feels like a really great month, and one that actually brings some massive shifts. Because as we move to the third quarter of the year, we have some quite amazing cards here. Now, we're starting off with the Moon card, which is a card of Pisces. We also have the Lovers, which, as I already said, is a card of Gemini, which came out before. And we have the Eight of Swords coming out in reverse. Now, we love the Eight of Swords in reverse, because the Eight of Swords in reverse is talking about some sort of liberation, or starting to see possibilities that previously either weren't there or you just couldn't see. And I am actually more so feeling that this could be something that like wasn't really evident before because of the Moon card. The Moon card is very often a card of like illusions or shadows, and just sort of things being somewhat hidden, not the most evident and not the most easily recognized. So this is a lot to do with like coming out of a darker period and starting to like see things again in like a clearer way, or something starts to make sense again here because of this Eight of Swords in reverse. Because this also talks about like overcoming some fears or some like misconceptions that you may have held before, or that you felt were like keeping you stuck or holding you in place. And the Moon card as well, the Moon card can signify things that scare us, especially because it's this shadowy and dark energy where you're not really seeing things for what they are. And there are a lot of like mind tricks that can happen as well, or your mind plays tricks on you in this Moon card energy. So this is all about like being afraid, but going ahead and doing something anyway. Confronting your fears, overcoming these fears, almost like having this blind faith that things are going to work out. And so I do feel like with both of these cards here, there is an energy of like taking a new direction or marching ahead in a very, almost like a confident manner, even though you don't have any guarantees of where you're going to end up. But it just feels like the past fears or past inhibitions don't have that much power over you anymore. So there is a sense of liberation, and especially with the Lovers card too. Again, very heavy like romantic relationship energy. But even if this is just talking about a friendship or something like just another significant person to you, again, this could also be talking about a family member. The Lovers card is a card of seeing eye to eye with someone, feeling very connected to that person and feeling like you share something really special, sharing a special bond with someone else. But the Lovers card is also traditionally a card of choice. And so this card very often indicates that it's time to decide how you want to move forward, whether you want to stay where you are and keep things the way that they are, or whether you want to choose a person and move on with the relationship, whether you want to take the relationship that you have onto the next level, whether you want to, you know, move residence with someone or by yourself or something like that. But this is about like deciding to take a deeper level of commitment or take things to the next level. And very often this does indicate another person because it's a card of Gemini, the twins, right? So it indicates that there is two people involved, or there is a certain like duality to this. So I do feel like in this third quarter, so that's July, August and September, you are going to be making some pretty big like physical changes. Whereas I feel like in the second quarter, there is a lot of like inner transformation that happens and sort of realizations and these like baby steps being taken with the Knave of Coins, or possibly even just like an idea or a concept that is thrown into the air. But that I feel like things are really starting to materialize, and you know, like concrete decisions are being made and actions taken in the month or in the months of July, August and September, so in the summertime. So there is a lot of like beautiful blossoming energy as well. Again, for those of you who have this like relationship scenario where you are having issues like marital problems, or you know, where you possibly already like separated from someone, but then you feel like, you know, you still want to work things out with them. It could be that in this time period, this is where like this reconciliation energy happens, where you actually decide to like confront the fears and confront the unknown. And even though there may still be some like lingering trust issues or being afraid of being vulnerable, I feel like you are sort of overcoming those fears, overcoming those inhibitions, and sort of going ahead and doing it anyway. So there is a deepening of connection here that happens. But for others of you, this could also be that, you know, this is the time where you sort of decide to like put yourself out there again, especially if you feel like you have withdrawn your energy a bit and sort of pulled yourself into a bit of a cocoon. Then in the summertime, it feels like you are going to start really like, you know, showing yourself and putting yourself out there in your true colors, not really hiding, right? Because the Moon card can be a card of hiding as well. And so I feel like with the Lovers card here, this is like you choosing to be seen, even though there may be fears of like how people react to you or how people respond to like a more vulnerable side of yourself. But I do feel like you are sort of doing it anyway. So again, this feels like a second breakthrough moment where you sort of overcome your own limitations almost, or the limitations that previously were sort of holding you back, or you felt that had a lot of power over you. So yeah, as I said, this just generally feels like a very strong overcoming energy and breaking past barriers, breaking past limitations, especially limitations that are caused by like fear or uncertainty and not wanting to be seen. So this feels very, very, very positive. But let's clarify as well. I do want to start out with the Moon card here. Let's start with the Moon card. Can you please clarify the Moon? Thank you. Okay, we have the Eight of Cups reversed, which is interesting that on this card there is also an eclipse. So you can see the sun and the moon, which is quite interesting. Let's see what is at the bottom of the deck as well. Okay, and another Eight of Coins. So the Eight of Coins seems to be wanting to make an appearance quite a lot, and that makes me feel that, you know, you are very much dedicated and making huge progress in the month, not in the month even, but in the year 2024. But also because we have this like number 8 card energy coming through so many times. I mean, we even have the Eight of Swords here as well. So number 8 are all about like strength and finding new resolve to overcome things and push ahead. And it's also like an energy of momentum being created. And so I find it quite interesting that with the Eight of Cups reversed, this can also be an energy of like something that hasn't offered you a sense of emotional fulfillment previously is somehow like either like you are coming back to that to give it another go again, right? With this like, you know, trying to work on something. But this could also indicate just the aspect of the moon, which, as I said, was talking about fear, because the Eight of Cups does symbolize, especially when it comes out upright, it does symbolize having the courage to go out into uncharted territory and leave something familiar behind because it isn't emotionally fulfilling anymore. It's something that has served its purpose and it has been great for a time, but now there is something missing. And you can see that with the opening in the cups here too. Like there is an empty space here. And so this person is going out to find this missing link, to find the 9th cup, right? Which would lead to emotional fulfillment. So when it comes out in reverse, this is that like being afraid to leave a comfort zone, being afraid to go out into the unknown. And so again, this feels like that's what the moon is representing for you, that there could be some fears or some hesitation that you could be feeling regarding like making yourself vulnerable again, or regarding giving someone a second chance, or even giving love and relationships a second chance. Or if it's, and again, it doesn't necessarily have to be like a romantic type of love either, because, you know, if it's love between a family member and you, or a friend and you, then this could also just be, you know, giving other people a chance again, or allowing other people to see you for who you really are, and learning to trust people again, that they are not going to, you know, tear your confidence down, and that they are going to accept you for who you really are. But let's keep going. I am really interested to clarify the Lovers card. Can I please clarify the Lovers card? What is this Lovers? Oh, interesting. Okay. Yeah, see, the Six of Cups and the Three of Cups keep wanting to make an appearance, but funnily enough, this time around, we also have a Knight of Swords in the center there, which is funny because the Knight of Swords is a card of Gemini. So there is very heavy Gemini energy coming through here, especially in the third quarter. So yeah, I feel like this is someone, again, just very, very determined to, like make something right, as a result of this falling out, or as a result of this, like, emotional disappointment that occurred with this Three of Cups again, whether this is a infidelity, or whether this is some sort of just like, you know, becoming estranged or losing contact with people, you know, or falling out with friends or something like that. It just feels like this is an energy of like wanting to fix that no matter what, being very determined and very concrete as well in sort of, you know, making amends and finding a way to restructure the safety of the relationship, or somehow like reestablish a sense of security in a relationship. So yeah, this Lovers card feels very much like a stepping back into like a vulnerable and intimate place again. And especially because of we have the Seven of Wands here. The Seven of Wands is also a card of like being persistent and having faith in yourself and in your capabilities, that no matter what obstacles you face, you are able to overcome them. So this is that like standing your ground and not allowing yourself to be pushed over. And so I do feel like this could again be, this could be about like the other person wanting to fight for you or wanting to make the relationship work. So this is someone being like very, very determined to get their way, right? But I also feel like this could be, again, you sort of overcoming your own fears or your own insecurities, right? Regarding the wounds that you have experienced in relationships. And this is you like deciding to face them and deciding to be bold and go ahead with what it is that you actually want, which seems to be, having emotional connectivity to people and finding a place of like belonging and joy, and all of that seems to be happening for you here. So yeah, I love it. I absolutely love it. And there are so many like powerful cards coming through as well, which is really amazing. So it almost feels like a complete 180 that is happening where, when you're starting off with not that much confidence and not that much energy because of everything that you have gone through, and there is very little like hope, or, it's somewhat difficult to like come out of this dampening energy. And then, you go through all of this transformation and things are just like completely different, and you see things from a completely different point of view as well. But let's move on to the final quarter of the year. So for October, November, and December, we have the Three of Coins. We also have the Two of Cups, which, as I said, is coming out upright in the final quarter of the year. And we have the Nine of Coins. So I absolutely love the end of the year for you. This is probably one of the most positive end of the year quarters that I have seen in any reading, because this is just making me feel very like secure, very supported, very confident, and just very stable. I mean, we have these like coins energy coming through, which I feel like is much more you being in your element than this other energy, because this is safety, this is stability. Coins are earth energy, which means that they are sturdy, they are long lasting, they are secure, they are material, they are physical, they are something that you can touch and use and rely on. And so this feels like bringing a lot of sort of ease of mind and peace to you as well, especially because we have the Three of Coins is a really, really positive card of like growth and development. Yes. And so I feel like in a sense, this is also indicating how there may be some opportunities for you to like learn some new skills or put yourself in a new situation somehow where you gain some valuable skills or experience that also like further pushes up your self-confidence or self-worth somehow, because the Nine of Coins is very much a card of like feeling super worthy, feeling super proud of yourself and everything that you have achieved, and just being very grateful how far you have come, and being very self-reliant as well. So these two cards are making me feel of like you sort of building up your skills or learning even more to feel very secure and very safe in your own skin and in your own life. But also the Three of Coins is a card of like working together with someone, uniting forces to create something long lasting and very sturdy, and, creating a very strong foundation. This is a foundational energy that all of the other coins are going to be built on top of. And so I feel like, because the Two of Cups was in the middle here, that the foundation that you are building is a very, very strong and loving and trusting relationship with this Two of Cups. This is the energy of like, especially with the Nine of Coins here too, this is the energy of making sure that everyone's needs are met, that everyone is seen and heard, that there is an equal give and take in a relationship, especially because between the 3 and the 9 of coins, we also have a 6 of coins energy, which is that like balance of, you know, being fair in how much you give and being fair in how much you take. So yeah, this seems to be like a very beautiful progression of a relationship, something sort of being solidified or made even more sturdy. So there is a lot of this, like just feeling good and feeling safe and feeling like a sense of achievement by the end of the year. So I feel like this is a beautiful, beautiful note to end the year with or on. And also just for those of you who don't really resonate with the relationship story or romantic relationship story, the 2 of Cups could also be talking about like a sort of wholeness that you come to within yourself, or even with your higher self if you are spiritually inclined like that. But yeah, this could indicate that you sort of find a whole new sense of like valuing and loving yourself and learning to really like appreciate yourself and answer your own needs, or pay attention to your own needs and give yourself everything that you are desiring or yearning for. But again, you know, I do have to say I am feeling more strongly that this is an energy of a relationship because of all of this heavy relationship energy that we have been going through in this year for you. You know, also with the 2 of Cups here, you could feel like a very heavy sense of appreciation coming from someone, you know, a true, sincere exchange of feelings or exchange of emotions. So this is just a beautiful, beautiful energy that is also very much like looking into the future, wanting to build on like security and safety for the long run. And I mean, also remember we had the Tower card as the underlying energy here. So this does feel like a massive, massive shift from like where things were in the beginning. So again, for some of you, it does feel like, you know, if you have been experiencing some marital issues, or you have had very tough times with your spouse or in your relationship with your partner, it could be that by the end of the year, those issues are resolved and you sort of come to a whole new level of intimacy and love and appreciation for each other. And like the relationship turns much more into a sort of relationship where you feel a lot more supported and a lot more nurtured and heard as well. And it feels a lot more like a, you know, like a teamwork, like you are in this together and like you are both putting in effort to make something, you know, last a long, long time. You know, while for others of you, this could just indicate that by the end of the year, there is someone like very, very special that you end up either like meeting again, possibly through work or through some sort of course or some sort of learning with this 3 of coins. That could very well happen as well for those of you who, you know, are single or are just like working through this relationship stuff on your own and not really, you know, looking to reconcile with a previous partner or something like that. Then this could mean that there is a, as I said, like a whole new fresh start with someone. And because again, we had the Tower card as the underlying energy here, this could become as a total surprise. Yeah, it could be a very unexpected, a very like quick sort of emotional surprise that comes in. But yeah, this just feels very, very positive overall. But let's clarify. I specifically want to look at the 2 of Cups first. Let's clarify the 2 of Cups. Oh, wow. We have the Empress. Beautiful. And look at that. We have the King of Cups. So this is a whole new king. So again, as I said, for some of you, this could indicate that a whole new person is coming into your life, or you are meeting someone, you know, who you are able to take things on the next level with. But this is, by the way, Scorpio energy. But interestingly enough, see, behind that we have the King of Pentacles, right? This King of Coins energy, who has been very prevalent in this whole reading. But this one is upright. So yeah, I mean, clearly for some of you, this is an aspect of this King of Coins person, and with this King of Cups energy coming through as well, this could be more like emotionally available, more present, more nurturing and caring, more compassionate aspect that sort of comes out of this King of Pentacles. And as they sort of turn upright, they suddenly have like their values in place, so they now understand what is important to them and what they need to put more focus on. Yeah, that's definitely for some of you. While for others of you, this King of Cups is, as I said, a new person. But I mean, with the Empress card, just in general, this is Venusian energy. You can even see the sign of Venus here on this heart by the Empress. But this card actually does represent Taurus or Libra because of this Venusian association. Just on its own, I mean, the Empress energy is such beautiful, fertile and abundant energy. This is feeling very comfortable, very good, very much, again, appreciated and nurtured and looked out for, and also being able to like offer that to someone else because all of your own needs are being met. So this is like, you can see the lushness of the area that the Empress is sitting in, and that represents having enough nutrition and having enough fulfillment that things can bloom and blossom and grow. And so especially when we are talking about a relationship, which again the Two of Cups very often is, this is an energy of like a very, very fertile ground for a relationship where things are just easy, where things are just flowing, where things are, you know, progressing almost effortlessly. I mean, not really effortlessly in the sense that there is obviously being effort put into it because of this Three of Cups. This is a card of doing work, but this is the type of work, when it comes out with the Empress, that both people enjoy and that both people are happy to put into this relationship. You know, also, I do have to mention, because the Empress energy very often does also indicate like, well, you know, it can indicate pregnancy as well. So, you know, if you're not looking for any additions to the family or to your relationship, then just be mindful of that. But if you are looking for that, then, you know, the end of the year could possibly be a very, very good time to start trying or to start working on that. Yeah, but let's keep going. Let's clarify the Nine of Coins as well. Let's look at the Nine of Coins. Oh, beautiful. Look at that. I mean, you have such amazing energy at the end of the year, pile number 5. Like, honestly, this is seriously the best of all of the readings, I feel like. We have the Ace of Cups. Let's see what is at the bottom of the deck here. Oh, interesting. We have the Nine of Coins coming out in reverse as the underlying energy. So, oh, okay, I see what is going on here. So with the Ace of Cups, clarifying the Nine of Coins, especially, and the Nine of Coins coming out in reverse at the bottom there, I do feel like there is a sense of like a new life being blown into something, or there is this new sense of appreciation, this new sense of fulfillment. Again, because we have the Ace of Cups next to the Empress energy, I do want to emphasize that there is very, very high risk or high chance of a pregnancy, especially an unexpected pregnancy, with the Tower card here as well being the underlying energy. So just be mindful of that. But I do feel like this is talking about sort of stepping into the next level of like comfort and ease and fulfillment, because the Nine of Coins, especially, you know, because we can see it very well here as it's reversed. The Nine of Coins is a card of like, you know, being very self-proficient, very secure, very good at managing things, and being very, very thankful as well for everything that you have. But at the same time, this person is still in their garden on their own. So it's like, it's that step before the 10 of coins, which is like shared wealth and shared resources. So when this is coming out in reverse, this could indicate that that's what you are sort of deciding to do now, that just, you know, being on your own is not really doing it for you anymore, or you do feel like you are missing something, or that you would like to share what you have with someone else. And so this feels like the perfect opportunity to do that. So this could become evident to you as like an emotion. You could feel the surge of energy and wanting to share yourself with someone else, wanting to like, again, materialize something for the long term. Or this could be an offer that comes your way that makes you feel of like wanting to take things to the next level, or wanting to, you know, start building something, because this is a card of building as well. Or this could just be about having your emotions met with a sense of like security and feeling very supported and feeling like you are safe. So yeah, I mean, this is amazing, pile number 3. Sorry, pile number 5. I feel this 3 card energy so strongly here. And I mean, 3s are all about expansion and growth and development. So, you know, this could be one of those years for you where you really, really grow and develop. I mean, especially like as a person, we were already talking about that, right? As the major theme of this year for you. But this could also be about, you know, growing in a relationship, growing in a family dynamic, if that's something that you are interested in, or just growing in relationships and how you relate to other people, and how you know, show yourself to other people, how you open up to other people, how you communicate with other people. So yeah, wow. I am really loving this reading for you, but I do want to close out the reading with some messages from the message jar as well. I didn't do that for the first couple of piles, but I really felt called to do that like halfway through these readings, and so that's why I'm doing it. So, you know, let's see what advice we can get for you for the year 2024. Let's see. Okay, so we have a quote from Winnie the Pooh. Rivers know this. There is no hurry. We shall get there someday. These are not the best, you know, they don't show up the best on camera. So yeah, but this one is focusing okay. So yeah, I love that there is a message of like, you know, things taking time and that being okay. Again, with this oak energy, right? Like there is so much potential, and that potential is going to grow into its fullest manifestation, but it's not going to happen overnight, and it is going to take time, and that is okay, right? That's how strength is actually built up. But let's see, what else do we have? We have 3333, a time of inspiration. Oh my God, 3333. I was saying how like there is such heavy 3 energy in this reading. Let me show you. Hopefully you'll be able to see. Well, is it going to focus? There we go. 3333. That's what it says here. So number 3 energy is huge for you, pile number 5. Huge. A time of inspiration, optimism, and expansion. Express yourself with confidence and joy. You're on the path of prosperity, and obviously you are. Clearly, you are on the path of prosperity. Okay, we also have simplify. There's way too much on your plate. So I do feel like this could be, you know, talking about the first quarter, and especially like possibly even the first half of the year. This one doesn't seem to want to focus that well. I don't know. Is it focusing? Not really. Anyway, these smaller ones, the camera doesn't want to pick them up. But yeah, this simplification energy, we also saw the 10 of Wands coming out in reverse as well. So clearly you are carrying a lot, and especially, you know, again, if you are empathetic, if you are more sensitive, and all of this emotional energy that was coming through that you sort of learn to turn to your advantage this year. It could be that, you know, you are carrying a lot of stuff and a lot of burdens for other people too. And so clearly this is the year where you learn to manage that and look after your own needs more. Okay, see, beware of illusions playing tricks on your mind. Don't accept anything at face value. Ask questions. See, that is this moon energy that we were talking about as well in the third quarter here, with, you know, your mind playing tricks on you, or where fears could be like making you feel something other than what is actually true. So yeah, this is the year where, obviously, as we have been talking about quite lengthily as well, I don't know whether that's a word or not, but yeah, there could be things again where, you know, you feel that they are one way, but in truth they are a bit of a misconception, with Judgment reversed as well. So there is something of a bit of a learning curve that is happening for you this year, definitely. You know, don't be surprised if you come into like full tower moments. Again, some of them are going to be most likely smaller. Others of them are going to be much more significant, or like, again, like earth shattering, where you really start seeing things in a whole different way, or like a perspective changes forever for you. But just, you know, be ready that there are going to be these like aha moments, illumination moments that happen, that are going to be very much supportive of you and helping you ascend to the next level. So yeah, I mean, this is such an amazing year for you. Clearly, I am super excited for what this year is going to bring. And if you decide to, you know, come back to this reading during the year as well, or you just see some things like manifesting and you remember that we were talking about it from, you know, from this reading, or even if you just want to see and sort of freshen up your memory, you can see it as well, you know, come back to this reading and see what each sort of quarter of the year is supposed to bring in store, or have in store for you. So yeah, hopefully you enjoyed this reading. I did very much so. Pile number 5, I know it was a long one, and I do appreciate you being here. If you are here still, by the way, let me think. Can you leave me an is there an acorn emoji? I'm not sure, but you know, something like this. Possibly, hopefully there is an acorn emoji. I'm really hoping that there is. So anyway, or if you can't find the acorn emoji, just leave me a lightning bolt emoji, so that I would know that you watched this thing the whole way through and that you are excited about this reading too. But yeah, just in any case, I would love to hear from you. You can leave me a thumbs up. You can also subscribe if you haven't done that already. I would love to have you on this little channel. But yeah, other than that, if I don't see you in any of the other piles, please take care of yourselves. Pile number 5, I am wishing you the most amazing 2024. It seems like it's going to be a great one for you, and I hope to see you very soon in one of my next readings. Bye bye.